we get to third place. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for everyone that submitted to the short film contest this year? Thank you so much. I'm sure they appreciate it. All right, well, time to get into it then. In our third spot, it is a very exciting video. It was done live action, which is extremely rare, and it's very hard to pull off without being cringe. As you can see, me up here, completely cringe. So let's go ahead and take a look at our third place winner.
I think he's gone.
There you have it. Congratulations to Fierce Lego Link. I mean, the costumes, the set design, everything about that, and the live steer itself, absolutely incredible. But coming in second place is another very unique submission. This time, animated, hand-drawn, I believe, of an incredible moment that you might recognize. Let's check out our second place winner. And there you have it. Congratulations to 2D. And in case you didn't know what that was the iconic Arteezy 1v5 rampage that happened over at TI9. So such a cool little feature there. And the time has finally come for us to reveal the first place winner. Guys, please put your hands together for one of the best SFMs I have ever seen. Let's take a look at our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for For Fun, who is now a multi-year winner of the short film contest. An absolute fantastic job there. And again, guys, it is so great to see these short films come out. Such creativity, such incredible, artistry coming out in so many different ways. So thank you again to the community for releasing those. Congratulations, For Fun, on your $25,000 first prize. But short films are not the only creative things that the community does. No, in fact, just as creative is the world of cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cosplay competition at TI11. Fantastic. And I'm not alone here, my friends. I do have several friends here, co-hosts, judges, cosplay aficionados themselves. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, hello.
Hi Slacks, love the energy. But before anything else, for you to participate here with us, you gotta wear a costume. Are you game with that?
Yes, absolutely. Please give me my sweet, stinky hoodwink. Hell yeah. Thank you.
All right, so hi guys, I'm 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 from the Philippines. Today I am cosplaying as Puck, and I'm such a huge gamer. I love Dota. I've been cosplaying for the past 20 years, and I am truly honored to be here today with all of you amazing guys. So thank you so much, Valve and Dota, for this prestigious event. I'm so lucky to be here.
Thank you for coming, and your puck looks amazing. Give it up in the puck. Woo! All right, fantastic. We also have some judges here as well. We have Tasha, of course, a fellow cosplayer. Fantastic, thank you. And you will be judging. And then who do we have over here?
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼.
There you go, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼. Give it up for our judges, please. There we go. All right, guys, we have got some fantastic cosplay. We are ready to go. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I've been ready. I'm in the hoodwink. I'm set. All right.
All right, game.
Yep. Okay, well, we're going to start things off. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not avert your eyes from the disgusting but delicious 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 as the Weaver.
Look at that. This cosplayer was able to successfully mimic Weaver's silhouette by crouching. He's able to hold this position and move around with the help of a trolley. All powered up with the help of lights. Be careful when he casts Swarm.
Fantastic. Coming up next in the other competition, watch out the trees, comes 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 as the Timber Saw.
So cool. This Timber Saw's armored weapons are made out of rubber sheets to make him look structured. He incorporated LED lights to make his weapon glow. Make sure not to be in his line of sight when he casts Swirling Death.
Fantastic. And coming up next, it is Fish Ice as the Hoodwink. Okay, I thought, what? You're stealing my hoodwink. Whoa, that is beautiful, though. You win.
It's your twin. So adorable. So you think Hoodwink's weapon is made out of wood, but it's actually made out of rubber sheets painted to look like wood. So make sure to dodge his acorn shot.
Oh my goodness. Coming up next, it is some hot, hot stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ryuki as Lena. I remember her from the anime.
It's amazing. So if you look closely, look at her heels. They are transparent to make her look like she's floating, which is similar to the game. So also held up by her wires, her skirt is actually there to keep it rigid. So watch out for her Laguna blade.
Oh my. Coming up next, Artificer and Avion Tees present the Rubik. Oh! Lifting them up and putting them down.
Insane. This Rubik, if you look closely, his staff is powered up by fairy lights cleverly embedded within the crystals. It has also used rubber and wood to craft the leaves. So, yep, no magic is definitely safe with this Grand Magus Spell Steal.
Fantastic. And up next, we have P-Teak as that disgusting lifesteal. Oh, it's hideous. It's so real.
Gosh. Look at his stance. It's pretty intense. His suit is actually made of silicone, so it's more flexible for more movement. So don't let your guards down when he casts Infest.
Oh, infest me any day, my friend. Coming up next, we got Shabazz as the Ember Spirit. Oh.
This Ember Spirit's costume details are insane. The structure and shape are made out of rubber sheets, also using reflective and neon paint to make his weapons glow. Watch out when he does Fire Remnant.
Okay, and next up is King KJ. Is that really Lich? That's really Lich!
Yeah.
Nobody could be that tall!
Oh my gosh, he's huge. If you guys are here in the stadium, he is 2 meters tall. And if you look closely, he's using 2 poles to control his arms and hands. So be sure to disperse when he casts Chain Frost.
Fantastic. Coming up next is Mizuki Ottawa, as you know it from your band list, the Huskar.
Wild. Huskar used a combination of silicone molded to look like muscles for more movement and rubber sheets for his weapon. His eyes are also glowing with the help of LED lights. Always be on guard when he leaps on you with Life Break.
And last but not least, the librarian with the most. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rukia as the Warlock.
Amazing. Would you look at the Warlock's lamp? If you look closely, the mask and the lamp are all 3D printed to get that precise angles.
All right, before we give it up to our winners, please can everyone give a round of applause to all the cosplayers here today. Absolutely fantastic work here. And we will begin. Now, our first category here is called Best Technique. What exactly does that mean?
The best technique award is for the cosplayer with the most clean and precise work. It should be designed to be easy moving and durable.
That's right. It's all about the movement, the preciseness of the animations. Yeah, just like Hoodwink. That was perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Best Technique, it's Artificer and Aviantes as the Rubik! Give it up! Ah, yes, fantastic.
So next up, we have Biggest Transformation. So this is the cosplayer with a demonstrably impressive costume that shows a marked transformation in the cosplayer's appearance and physique. All right, so Biggest Transformation Award goes to...
The biggest transformation award goes to Mizuki Ottawa as a Huskar! Transformative. All right, judge's choice. Now, can we talk a little bit about what a judge's choice is?
Absolutely. Well, judge's choice, it's a mixture of both portrayal and precision of the character. So we want to find a nice, healthy balance of all the little talents that we can find so this person can really up their cosplay career.
All right, fantastic. Judge's choice. The winner is your boy, Hadiaker at the Weaver! Skirotted! Oh, look how happy he is. Oh, that reminds me of when the support Weaver was happy. Oh, Carrie Weaver, very depressing. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for Best in Show, the most coveted of them, the best overall, right? Are you ready?
Ready?
Are you ready?
Oh, very.
Yeah?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, Best in Show goes to the cosplayer who scored consistently in all areas and criteria, which is accuracy, craftsmanship, portrayal, presence, and creativity.
Fantastic. And your winner for Best in Show of Cosplay TI11 goes to Ember Spirit, the Shabazz, baby! There we go! The stance, the weapons, the flames! I'm feeling hot, baby! There it is, absolutely gorgeous. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our cosplayers! Fantastic. Alodia, what did you think of all the cosplayers here today?
They were amazing. Like, we saw them also the other day. It's like we were so excited to be here for you guys to see them in person.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us, seeing all the creativity of the Dota 2 community. We got short films, we got cosplay, and we've got such more great Dota to see here today. But you don't want to go anywhere, because we got something I know you're going to want to see coming your way right now.
We've been waiting here for like 2 hours. What is going on?
I don't know.
Is anyone in there? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what What can we do for you?
Hey, which one of you goons wants to have a meeting at 6:30 in the morning? Of course. They're firing us.
Okay.
They're firing us.
Calm down. They're not going to fire us. I'm sure it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Mr. Newell called you in today concerning last year's 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 Mega Kills pack.
Okay, yeah, they're going to fire us.
Okay.
Mostly you, but...
Listen, I have zero money, okay? I spent every penny I have on the battle pass. My wife has no idea. I sold the car, I sold the house. I needed the naked axe. All right.
Okay, we'll talk about the naked axe another time. You listen to me.
All right.
I don't give a shit whether you're naked or not. I'm going to get us out of this, okay?
Okay. I got you, girl. All right.
My back? All right. All right, listen here, Gabe N. If you so much as think about firing us, I'm gonna pluck every last hair out of that giant beard of yours and burn this building down with you in it. Do you understand what I'm telling you, friend?
No. This is not a package deal. You want to fire her? I'm cool.
Mr. Newell is amused.
Yep.
That's why this year he would like to record a follow-up to his greatest success, his Mega Kill Pack. But this time, it's going to be recorded by you two.
Oh, that's great. All right, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
You'll
Worked
find
out.
scripts personally written by Mr. Newell himself on your respective stools.
All right.
One for Casey and one for Jack.
Okay. Jack, it's actually Jake. Gabe knows that, though. We've worked together a lot of times.
Your name's Jack.
What?
It's Jack, okay? You're changing your name to Jack. Listen, this guy's fucking crazy, all right? Last year, I was the taste tester for pet food, for pet food. But now, I'm the VP and my name is fucking Gary. Gary, all right? So listen, just be happy that your new name starts with the same letter. Okay?
Could I please be Karen?
I don't know. Does the script say your name's Karen?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, you guys are doing great. Keep up the good work. Help me.
Asshole.
Let's start recording now.
First blood, vast implications into the lore.
Nice.
Double kill, dab on those haters. Hey-oh.
Oh, yeah! No, none of that. Stop that.
Monster kill. Is this what you guys want? Because I'll give you what you want. Gabe, is this what you want? Because I can do more. A lot more.
He hates it.
First blood.
Do that one, but with no teeth.
Okay.
Unstoppable. Oh my God, this is awful. Are you guys liking any of this? Because we both know it's not working. I think everybody knows it's not working.
Be cool, man.
Unstoppable.
Rampage!
Yes.
Dom?
Yes.
Nate? Hey!
Yes!
Good.
You did a good job for once,
Good
huh?
job, I know.
Nice, all right.
Thanks, Gabe.
Bye, thank you. Perfect.
Thanks,
We had a
Gabe.
great time. Invite us again. When do you think it's coming out?
Well, let's see. They've got to edit.
Why is this door locked? How long is this gonna take?
I don't know. This is long, even for them. I'll take a look. Hey, how much longer are you guys gonna be? Gabe? Gary? Oh my God.
Oh my God. He's dead.
Duh. Oh no. Hey, did you look inside his pockets yet?
Oh, okay. Going straight to the looting.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty standard.
This tracks. Of course.
G-Money.
Oh, Gabe? Gabe, it's Casey and Slacks. We were just calling to check in on the status of the Casey and Slacks announcer pack, remember?
What?
The Casey and Slacks announcer pack. You know, that thing you locked us in here 4 years ago to do?
Right. That was Garbo. Gary's fixing that, right?
Oh, Gabe, I don't know how to tell you this, but
Not again. Gary, bring me the potato phone.
Gabe? Gabe?
Gabe Johnson here, founder and CEO of Aperture Science. Welcome to this phone call.
Okay, man, it's G-Fat.
Who?
Gabe. Gabe Newell. I saved your life in Nam.
Right. Yeah. Choking on a hot dog. That was a dark day. What can I do for you?
I'm calling in a favor.
Sounds ominous. I'm in. What's going on? Nobody's talking. Are we still talking? Because I got a hot dog cooking. Okay, I'm hanging up now. In 3, 2, bye-bye.
Let's go! Let's go! A cosplay celebration! A Cave Johnson announcer pack! My boy J.K. Simmons coming in the clutch! Can you believe it, my friends? It's celebration time as we're getting ready for our next series. I'm here with Sheepstick, a Lizard, and T. Sheepo, can you believe it? A Portal announcer in my Dota 2?
Dude, I'm so excited. I was just talking the whole time. First because I thought it was Saxon Casey, but then I thought it was Cave Johnson. Whew.
I'm here, don't worry. We gotta get on to some more of the Dota, so let's close this party down. I know we're having a lovely time, but we have Dota to get to. It's intense times here. This is upper bracket finals. It's secret and it's Tundra, and it's going to be me guiding you through it. I've been given a little bit of a press release. James, we've had issues with James in the past. And that's not the case this time. No, he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather, so you're stuck with me for the rest of the day. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. I'm sorry, people in Singapore, and I'm sorry here in Norway. Apologies, friends. You've been doing a great job building up all the chemistry over all of playoffs, but now I'm here to mess it all up. So, T-Gov, tell me about...
no, not me first, not me,
no,
please.
don't worry, it's brackets. Let's talk about brackets. Is this my camera? Is that my camera?
Brackets.
Let's talk about brackets. I think that's how it works. Or we can talk about the state of the Dota. Yes, we just saw
Pick your
Liquid.
mind.
Okay.
Choose one thing.
We just saw Liquid take down Aster. And we can see how it all happened.
Oh, this is the second worst host I've ever had.
Good. We're setting the bar high. Lizard, you haven't gotten a chance to talk, and I know Too Good regularly stopped you. So here, the floor is yours. Where were we at in the bracket?
Should I even try talking?
I'm not going to cut you off.
I can actually speak?
Listen,
amazing.
T clearly wants to say something.
Yeah, we've come a long way to get where we are into the penultimate day with 3 EU teams already. Secret, Tundra, and Liquid waiting in that lower bracket. Secret and Tundra, the upcoming match. You guys have been like both. Wait, actually, it's T-Gov. You've been covering the EU scene, right? So you've seen this matchup many times before.
Yeah, too many times. No, but I think the surprising thing here, at least in regards to the history of Western Europe, Secret has always been 5th place in the region. So they come now to TI, and it's like the top 3. They're playing against the teams that always beat them inside the regions. So there's a lot of kind of redemption required for Secret, at least for how kind of difficult their whole DPC season has been.
Especially since they came all the way from last chance qualifiers. It has been a hell of a journey for 2 out of these 3 teams, but it's not that much of an anomaly for these teams who have taken the longest journey to TI to do well in it. This is all the teams that have come through wildcards, regional qualifiers, and now last chance qualifiers in TI11. It's not that weird for them to do well. Sheepstick, we basically started the wildcard process come TI4, but it seems like a direct invite does not guarantee you a high placement.
Yeah, that's true. I think a couple of players talked about, going through the open qualifiers. I mean, that's just part of the call. Like OG, didn't they win one of their TIs off the back of that? It's right there, yeah. Like that was probably one of the biggest hype stories ever, and I'm happy to see other teams taking this momentum and just running with it.
It's the momentum, right? It's also the sheer amount of games that you're playing through the LCQ, through the group stages. Like, you get the feel of the meta, and if you have the right players that are very skilled, but perhaps need a little bit of refinement, like Crystalis is.
That's right.
Actually, wasn't it Thompson as well with Monkey King? right? Like the first year, the TI8, it was Topson with Monkey King as well that came into the scene.
Topson was a pub star. He was doing Meteor Hammer Invoker and then starts winning a TI afterwards. But it's all these teams put together that had a little bit of unique secret sauce that got them to this point too.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you have... I completely blanked, won't I, mate? Yeah.
It's my fault.
Yeah, you just asked me the hard questions. I want James back.
Yeah.
Nah, it's good. No, I think the main thing for at least, like, let's say Liquid, it's they're playing with their hearts. You know, I think Tundra, they're the team that's calculated. They break everything down. And Secret, they are kind of forged through the fire of having to go through one of the more difficult seasons. So now that we have our top three, it's we've got passion in one team, technical ability in the next team, and then kind of just Secret's just resilience in the other one. So it's just, yeah, it's an incredible top three.
Wait. What is Tundra out of those three? They're the technical
They're the technical, yeah, they're nerds. They're the cool nerds of the group.
They're definitely the nerds.
Yeah, they're the ones that break it down.
I would argue that before them, Liquid were the nerds, right? Like when you imagine Insane,
I agree. I think Tundra are the passion. Like Tundra is the team that works harder. They're more passionate. They care so much. You listen to them talk about Dota. It's like, yes, we spent all hours of the day scrimming, pubbing, talking to each other. Like they live and breathe Dota. Obviously, everyone that gets to this point in the tournament has, but they're very open and vocal about how much they love the game.
Every single one of us that has worked with AUI, with AUI, as an analyst, as a coach, that man lives and breathes Dota.
He's a degenerate, for sure. And
he eats with his bare hands.
Yes, I've witnessed it on multiple occasions. And obviously, Aster no longer in the tournament, but each of these pairings that brought them to success, TGov. I think that it's a little bit unique how it's not always just the offlane and the carry that's winning these games. It's not always the mid and the support. Each team kind of has their own dynamic.
Yeah, coming into the top four, you know, shout out to my mate Benji, we went through this. We wanted to look through the average kills by 10 minutes from all the top four teams. These stats were based on from yesterday. They haven't taken into account the series we just witnessed. But if you already look here, for example, Liquid averaging, 5.71 kills every 10 minutes. Compare that to Aster all the way down at 4.1. The key thing here is look at Secret and Tundra. Their biggest contributors to this kill average. For Secret, support Joe, 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝙄𝘼 and Puppey, the 4 and the 5. They unlock their lanes, they rotate around, they make the map quite big. On the other hand, Tundra, it's the offlane Joe. It is like the world-star offlane Saxa and 33. These guys, they are dominating lanes. They are crushing their opponents. And that gives Tundra the ability to enter the game. So we have these top four teams, now top three. But the key on like kind of enablers in the early game, it isn't always just the 4 and the 5 or just the mid lane. It is different from team to team. So that's going to be the big disparity in this matchup, at least Secret and Tundra. Can they shut down this offlane?
And I'm surprised that it's specifically not Resolution and 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝙄𝘼 that are doing the magic, because they were the pairing, I thought.
They were the pairing, right? Like they played in the same team, they come from the same region. But when you think about it, this is probably the team where Puppey feels the most comfortable with since Navi. They're pretty much all Eastern Europeans, right? Like you have Nisha as well, you have 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝙄𝘼, you have Rezo. But 𝙎𝘊𝘾 and Rezo, you can feel the full Davai momentum from them, right? Like they're diving all the time.
I mean, yeah, Rezo and 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝑗, it's more about their synergy, their ability to talk to each other and have a good lane. But Rezo's not really the playmaker of the team. He's very much like, they're playing him as the core. You'll see Crystallis moving much more than Rezo in the team, for example. And like, you just see people going, gravitating towards Rezo's lane. We're going to gank for Rezo's lane. We're going to make Rezo have a good game. He will stay in his lane and farm, and then only move out of his lane via a TP when there's like a mid tower to push, or there's a Roche down that can be taken. Because this team also plays really nicely around having heroes that can take Roche early with the Slardar carries, the Marcy's, the Tusk, all this stuff.
And we talk about Tundra being a bunch of nerds, but it's a nice argument. But why don't we back it up with a source? What better source to talk on Tundra than Secret's Puppey?
I think Tundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, they're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, 33 is just gonna come up with some stuff and you're gonna look at it and you're gonna be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Spirit Breaker mid lane.
Tundra using a lot of Zoo heroes for Search 3, because that heroes kinda cheesy, because if he plays it and you not counter well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Tundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like manipulate the game a lot. And that's what Dota really is about. It's about breaking the game. And they do it pretty well.
And they were able to break the game all the way here to the upper bracket final. But they've been here before, T. Stockholm Major. I remember everyone's like, oh, Tundra, Tundra, Tundra. They completely massacred the group stage, come in, and then at the finish line, they kind of stumbled.
Yeah, I think the thing for Tundra is they always have like the smallest hero pools of any team, but they have like the strongest understanding of how they want to play it. Like in the interview, they're mentioning, 33's offlane. He's played 6 heroes so far at TI, and they're all kind of the Zooey annoying heroes, the Enigmas, the Visage, the Beastmasters. So if you're against this type of team, if you can do the prep, there's been a 5-day break. You've been able to study everything. This is where Tundra could potentially falter, but they're also so damn good.
I also hope they don't overthink it, because that can sometimes hurt you even more, right? Like, you're overthinking it, you're thinking like, which one of those Zoo heroes should we ban from 33 so that we don't lose 2 games under 30 minutes once again, like in the groups.
Is it for the Konami for this one, Sheep? You think that they took their time off like Liquid did and won?
Oh, I mean, Tundra, they had the smallest hero pool coming into this final, so maybe they have new heroes. A lot of the players like to talk about bringing new stuff in. It's hard to know, though. I mean, it's not all about the cheese. We got the Doom as well for 33 that he loves and has a lot of success with.
Oh, new hero. Let's go.
All right. You want to see new heroes? Let's see some new players. Let's bring out Tundra Esports. TI11. I say Western European though, but I broke up the British panel so I can root on my boy Snake King, doing it for the USA, repping NA, but he's gonna have a hell of a journey to go through as they make their way up the journey, because they are going to face off against Team Secret. How superstitious are you? Because if you believe Puppy's trends throughout the past few TIs, it seems already fated that he should be second place in this one. Win or lose in this game, he may end up in that grand final. But is it his turn to take an Aegis one more time? Will he be able to do it with his teammates that he has brought from the brink of near irrelevancy this year? Secret made 78 DPC points for the entire season. Now they show up here October in Singapore, and they're ready to take it away. Now let's see how they faced off against their opponents. I want to see what Tundra thought about Team Secret.
And Monet here to assist with the damage. Her BKB's already been used, but it doesn't matter. The cleanup from Aster is here. The 5 for nothing. They will take that.
Our first day, I would say, was not too successful. We had a series that we really thought we should have won, and we ended up losing them. Nobody really kind of played to their best.
I'm used to sitting alone in my room with the PC, right? No distractions and just focusing on the game, and suddenly there's people screaming, crowd cheering maybe for the opponent, reacting to the plays, and it's just a lot of new stuff being introduced. So I think it's just, getting used to it is the most important thing.
The stress still kind of gets to you sometimes.
First upper bracket game against OG, where I played Slark. During the lane, I fed the first blood.
Oh my! Wow, that was a crucial mistake from Skitter, staying up a little bit too long.
When you're kind of dying on stage, and then the audience is cheering for the opposing team, like you kind of have to mentally block that out, because like if you let that get to you and affect you, you're just gonna be on a downward spiral.
He's got a BKB. Charge from behind. Jump out there. Ooh. This is interesting. Manage gets 2. The most important hero, Oracle, dies first, and Misha's gonna fall too. BZM has already lost his Aegis. Tundra, this charge in from 9 may have just set them up for a fantastic team.
We really gave it everything this year.
And Skeeter is completely uncontested. One by one, he will just knock down these heroes, take away their agility.
And And also, I can say just from individual point, I think every one of our players is like now at the best form they've been in their life. I can say for myself, like this is the best I've played. I feel very confident, and I think it's the same for my teammates. And when these things happen, it's just anything can happen.
This is my first TI, first time on a really big stage. For me, it's all about managing stress. I like playing against EU teams because it makes me feel way more comfortable because we know them, as you said, so not much of a surprise if you play them. We kind of know what's gonna happen. We all accumulated so much knowledge over the years, try to learn from all the mistakes, and I think we managed to create like a really good structure. And I feel like we understand how to get to the top, and we are trying to prove it to ourselves and to the world.
Diamonds are formed under pressure, and what higher pressure is there than being in this situation, being in this arena, being in front of this crowd right now? Some of the players on Tundra are no stranger to it, but some of them may not have made it to this point. At least the man standing behind them, 𝙈𝘖𝑰2000, has climbed the mountaintop, and he knows what it takes to get here. And now, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼, we have to see how these two teams face off. They've done it a million times. This is a classic Western European DPC face-off.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to be looking towards this mid lane and how these players are able to make moves on the map, because it feels to me like both of them are quite space-creating players. Like even Nisha, when he plays something a little bit more greedy, like a Lina or a 𝙈𝙀, he either makes space just by, or like makes farm for himself just by killing everyone and having a huge game, or like he'll 𝙈𝙀𝘼, he'll get boosted travel on a Lina, he'll make sure he's always able to connect to his team and make moves. He'll go for that ether lens, less greedy builds. Like he is always there to just destroy everyone and build his team up.
Yeah, coming from the European region, I remember Nisha back in alternate attacks. I felt him on my skin. I felt just how difficult it is to play against that guy, because no matter what you do to his lane, no matter what you do to him, eventually he finds farm, and he's just so stable. Like you can't break him. He's silent. He doesn't give any interviews, but he brings all that energy into his gameplay.
He's always having an outstanding game. But how does that contrast to Nine, who's going to be facing on the other side of that river, T?
Again, I think for Nine, at least within the draft, Tundra always does an exceptional job at just having a really strong foundation in regards to you already know roughly what 33 is going to play. You kind of know what skill is going to be going, and it gives Nine a little bit more creativity to kind of lean into his deeper part of the hero pool, and maybe we get to see that today. There has been a 5-day break. I've looked at his pubs. He is playing a couple of the spicier heroes, only a couple games, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Please, don't.
Yeah,
I want to keep these secrets. But I know we watched the previous series, 𝙎𝙊𝘾, and you were very like, oh, nothing's changed. It's the exact same. So did these 5 days, were they just there for people to take some time off?
Well, I think Aster had a little bit of creativity there, and also we had that Night Stalker. But for the most part, it's like, oh, they're picking 𝙈𝙀 and Marci and stuff. But I like what you're saying. Nine does play creative stuff. I think that's cool. He probably might bring something else out, and he makes them work. Like his Tusk, he maxes Ice Shards and Snowball, and then he'll just go and gank somewhere, and then farm through the jungle with those two spells back to mid, and he's always keeping up farm that way.
To hijack Tsunami's question though, they had 5 days, and Tundra, they're a known team for, maybe...
Say it, Lizard, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, they flake at lands, right? It gets a little bit difficult. Do you guys think that these 5 days break might have been rough on them?
I actually will go
overthinking and
I'm going to say the opposite.
Okay.
I think that the 5-day break will give them the confidence and kind of the learning requirement to bounce back.
But they were good already.
Yeah, no, but I mean more so they were dominating in Stockholm and stuff, right? And then the intensity and the speed, then they fall, right?
Okay.
But now it's like, you win, you get top 3, you take a 5-day break, you get to kind of reassure yourself, this is why we're doing well. Let's maybe think about this at Spice.
Are you telling me they don't go to sleep dreaming about puppies staring at them from across the stadium every single night?
Player does.
That's true.
I don't know. I feel like I saw people going around saying, oh, Liquid, their momentum stopped. How could they possibly win? And they won. So does Secret's momentum here count? Maybe Tundra don't win here, or maybe they do because they're just very smart players.
Who do you have higher expectations of? Who do you think that you come to this point and they're like, oh my God, we're at upper bracket finals TI? Is this Secret getting rattled?
Coming to this point, at this stage, basically the pinnacle of esports in Dota 2, right?
Exactly.
I believe you're looking at Puppey, you're looking at Team.
Okay.
Like, they must have prepared something really nice for Tundra, because Puppey is that stoic Estonian. He doesn't mess around. He's like, if I'm correct, we win. If I'm not, we lose. And I'm sure that he figured out the correct way to play this series.
Puppey loves ideas. He talks about it. He's like, we don't think this team is better or worse. We think that they have different ideas to us. And these matches at TI, it comes down to who has the better ideas. And they're going to be confident, right? They've figured out Entity. That was one of the roadblocks in their way that forced them into being a better team, you know, through that last chance qualifier. And Tundra, they also talked in an interview in the break about how they think their ideas are the best coming into this final. So I'm super excited to see them put that to the test.
Yeah, and you compare the captains, right? Snaking versus Puppey. So far in their career, I think Puppey's won 26 games, Snaking's won 25. So in regards to the captaining side...
head-to-head?
Head-to-head.
Okay.
Just player to player. Not talking about teams, just purely head-to-head of the captains. And, you know, maybe Snaking, he understands Secret and the Puppey kind of style of play because, you know, statistically, they're pretty even on the captaining side.
Yeah, and I want to see if that experience does play a favor. I do think that the devil-may-care attitude has been very successful. We saw the previous True Sight. Silent, obviously, is a little bit more storied on team spirit, giving those speeches and giving that foundation. But the players, they were just happy to be there. And I can see some of that on both sides, on Tundra and Secret. If they have the strong base, I mean, you brought up Crystallis Lizard. This has been a glow-up story for him.
Oh, for sure it has been. Like when he came into the scene, when I was watching his games, like every single time I open Western European DPC, I see a Monkey King played by Secret, and most of the time they're losing, right? But not only did he grow throughout the LCQ, but in the group stages as well. His hero pool has widened, and the way he plays his heroes, he adjusts to the game. Like Rezo, in so many games, he's the actual carry. Like, he's playing this Marcy on the offlane. He's getting BKB, Blink, Dazzle, whatever. Like, he's just bashing you. Meanwhile, Crystallis is just there. Some Ursa, making space, going in, creating stuff, making things happen for Nisha and Rezo.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how these two styles contrast against one another. Let's see it with the draft. It's game number 1.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Tundra Esports turn to ban. Team Secret's turn to ban.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the Singapore Upper Bracket Finals here at TI11. And it's going to be a very intense series. We've got two Western European juggernauts matching up against each other. Both of them have won 11 games in a row. That's finally going to break open here in this game. I've got SVG, Quinn, as well as Fly, who are going to be joining me for the draft here of this opening game 1. Gentlemen, I want to take with you, Fly. What's your first opening thoughts about this upper bracket final?
So I think this is definitely one of the more exciting matches that we have, because I think these are two very different teams in how they approach the game, how they want to draft, how they want to play the game. So it's going to be a battle of two different concepts. So I think that's something I really want to see, how they play out. How did they come here with all the preparation time they've had?
Yeah, I mean, she talked about the differentiating ideas and like the play styles, like Fly just said, and like the hero pools are just completely different. Neither team even dips into the other team's hero pool at all, as opposed to the OG series against Tundra, where they're trying to steal each other's heroes. It's like this mishmash of stuff. Like, they just pick completely different stuff.
I mean, we already see where the bans, right? Blishrak, Team Spirit have won their last 4 games with this hero. Tundra, I don't think they touched it in forever in the tournament. Same with Doom and CM on the flip side. So I tend to agree. These guys have very different hero pools. They use them in very different ways. I'm kind of curious what Secret chooses to leave in. Obviously, they're chosen to ban this Doom strategy, which I think was one of the underrated strategies Tundra's actually used in this tournament. But again, you're leaving all of those Zoo heroes for 33, and you're also leaving some of Sox's best heroes in the Tiny, the Hoodwink, some of these low CD stun skirmishes. You have to be able to deal with these, and I think in some ways, Secret have to understand where these strategies are going to come and already have the preparation done.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the pretense behind this Tusk pick is, right? You have, like we said, you have a long break to think about, you know, okay, Tundra likes the Zoo, they like the, you know, the 5-man, this ball, and you open with a Tusk and you wonder like what the idea behind that is.
So we see the Mirana. That's a hero they've been picking, I think, in every last game pretty much, with a Broodmother first too. So this is something they definitely prepared. And we see that they keep picking this Mirana. Initially it was versus heroes like Marcy, so it's a hero that can get away in lane. It's hard for you to kill him. I think it's a similar concept versus the Tusk. You can get out of shards. And then this Broodmother first too, we saw it earlier today. It did kind of struggle earlier today. So I'm kind of curious to see what Secret's answer is to this Broodmother.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Tundra. They are always going to jam this Neta offlane duo, and they're just going to say, hey, here's our heroes, deal with it. Neta's played this Brood versus Monkey matchup a million times. I'm sure Crystallis has as well. So it comes down to, hey, we're both okay with this matchup. Let's see which one of us is actually right about how this lane goes.
I do think Secret's one of the teams that's happier than a lot of others taking their carry early this tournament.
Yeah.
Especially for Crystallis. I feel like they're pretty contentious. Okay, what do you want versus the Brood? They already thought about it. Pick the Monkey. They're happy to go into these second phases getting what they want. This is kind of an awkward opener to me, though. I feel like a lot of times Tundra either goes this Brood Zoo route or they go the Mirana skirmish route, not necessarily together. Like, this opener to me needs some stuns and some lockdown. Otherwise, you're getting kited around in the fights. I feel like especially when you play with Mirana, you generally get that stun setup from your off lane. They're not going to have that option now because I'm pretty sure we're not going to see Brood on any of these other lanes. It's kind of like you need both things to get enabled in the second phase. So Tundra really have to think about what they want to ban here, so when they get to that second phase, something comes out to enable both these together.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you have 9, so you have this counterbalance in that your mid-hero will probably have a stun. 9 almost always plays these random skirmishy heroes, but the bans being on point is very important because if you're picking this melee this melee mid-hero, weak laner against Nisha, one of like the best players in the world, insanely high skill, you have to worry about, hey, is this lane gonna be okay if we pick Spirit Breaker mid, and if he counterpicks this, bam, and you get slammed. So you have to be really careful about that.
I mean, something else I want to note is that they actually did take the Tusk first pick, which is one of the heroes Tundra has played the most for the mid lane. So we talked about them not really sharing the same hero pool, but Tusk is one hero that Secret plays. Usually it's been on Zayak. I think it's only been on Zayak. And it is something that 9 plays. So they are going to try to find something else mid lane that could fulfill that similar role. I think especially with a hero like Broodmother. Like you guys said, it is important to have some kind of stun. You have a Mirana and a Broodmother. They might look at something like Primal Beast for mid lane for 9. What else does this guy play that, could do this for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Spirit Burger. He's played like a Void Spirit in the past. A lot of these, sort of unorthodox heroes you don't see super often. I mean, Avery talks about the Brood and Potem being sort of awkward, but I think there can be some sort of similar dynamics with Tusk Monkey King. Generally, when you pick a Tusk first phase, you sort of balance it with some magic damage, maybe a ranged hero to lane with it, and then pick the Monkey King instead because they're getting that response to Brood. So you look at a first phase where both teams have heroes that they want, but maybe the heroes themselves, in terms of the way they interact, is just a bit unusual, which I think adds to like how will things turn out because it's not very common hero pairings.
Yeah, so these bans are a bit telling, right? Because Secret is banning Slark, they're banning Ursa. These are heroes that are good against these melee types of offlaners, so you can kind of see that they're planning something in the next phase already. I don't think these bans have anything to do with the Monkey King necessarily, right? They're kind of planning their second phase because they are first pick. They're gonna have to pick blind. They're gonna get counterpicked. So it's interesting to see. Like this gives us a clue as to what they're up to.
There's also a possibility they just want some beefy hero for Rezo in terms of Tide Hunter. We've seen him played a couple times. That would indicate the Slark Ursa bans like you're talking about, right? And then go. I honestly think this Enigma ban is kind of whatever for me. Yeah. So I think when you do this Brood opener, I don't think you care about Enigma. And I think if Secret really wanted that Tusk Enigma, they would have taken it. And I think it's almost like a bait at this point. Because I'm more in line with what you're saying, Tal. Like, they're probably going for something to help deal with the Brood in terms of AoE, that they're afraid of the safe lane, just run at you, beat you down heroes, making the lane matchup too unplayable. I also wouldn't be surprised to just see Hoodwink come out for Tundra out of phase. I think it's their go-to with this Brood. It's like either Hoodwink or Tiny here to get their low CD stun playmaker. And then I think Secret can already be thinking about what is Puppey going to play into that. If you want the big AoE team fighter, you have to think about what that hero's going to do in the Brood lane, because that lane is deadly for a lot of those types of heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra pre-picks this Potem, so Puppey may be less likely to want the Chen. I think the interesting thing about a lot of these bans is they're not really banning like heroes that maybe are like super ideal for the specific situation. They're kind of just like
Dire team pick.
The hero that's pretty good against Broodmother. Okay, it is a Tiny.
Yeah, good call, has good synergy. I think heroes they're all very, very comfortable on. Soxa is very, very good at laning on the hero. He'll skill the tree, they'll go in lane, they'll contest every CS. Like, they're not going to give you these denies in CS free. They're going to fight them. They're going to double last hit. They're going to, maybe he'll pull some wave by throwing the tree. Like, they have all sorts of shenanigans up their sleeve.
I mean, I now think if you're Puppey, you're just taking that damage dealer. I think your options are like, we've seen Jakiro and Lich played a lot this tournament. I think both be solid. I would like to see a Wyvern, but you'll end up going Disruptor.
That is a good killer for both Broodmother and Mirana. She cannot leap out of the kinetic field. It's also, if you ever get to see Broodmother, you get to glimpse her back and you get to contain her because this hero is very hard to kill otherwise. So it is one of the best Brood killers. And I think this other pick is going to be something along Tidehunter, Mars. Those are what the bans indicated to me. So something that deals with Brood again, because you do have to address this hero. And they go Magnus, actually, that's a different one.
That's a very interesting choice here. We actually, if we were looking at pub history, Rezo was playing this a bit in pubs over the break. So this could definitely be some mag strat they've built and have a good idea going in, like, hey, we're going to get second phase mag, because nobody was going to ban mag going into this game one, right?
I think it's also not out of the question. This is a soft flex. Niche is a player who can play practically any hero in the game. Nine's not a player who picks like super hard lane counter pick, though likely it'll be something that's somewhat playable. Maybe they get some Viper or some sneaky hero last pick that makes Skitter's lane almost impossible.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, because it is something that Puppy as a captain has always taken a liking to, being able to flex his heroes, whether it's a Monkey King that can go middle or safe lane, in this case the Magnus. They are willing to put supports in either lanes. See the response, Naga Siren. Okay, how do you guys like that?
It's a Skeeter classic, right? Manta Orchid Heart every game, push the tempo, abuse the early team fighting. It's also an arrow setup. You get this sleep and net combo, which is really nice. The lane always feels good because you get the minus armor with the extra Mirana right clicks. Again, I think the more setups you have for this Mirana, it's nice. I think it's also a combo they've abused vision-wise a lot this tournament. Like Naga's pushing in the lanes, making people show, sending illusions in the fight, and then at the same time you have this Pada multi that's hiding your backline. It's super deadly in these team fights. We're talking about a team fight from Secret, which might be predicated around glimpses or big RPs. Suddenly you have illusions going in and you can't see anybody through the Mirana ult. Makes all of those spells tremendously harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme of the way these team fights play out is super interesting. Depending how the early game goes, the Secret has an impenetrable wall. They're chasing you, you can't glimpse you back. They have this RP eating in the wings, really fat Monkey King. In another world where Tundra has all this garbage running at you and you can't see anything, and they see you and they kite you and they poke you, and you have Disruptor playing on the defensive, which is generally not what you want.
They're basically the zoo keepers here. I do think Tundra is definitely going for this vision type of game, right? They're gonna push the lanes in, and Secret has to show in order to push the lanes back. They don't have that much nuke right now, and then they're gonna play around with this vision. They're gonna set up kills on the map, and meanwhile Secret's just gonna want to fight them. Whenever they see them, they can bring numbers. They can just take the team fight. They have a bunch of spells, like strong spells. You know, RP. You have the Disruptor ulti, the Monkey ulti. They have all these team fight spells, and Tundra doesn't. So it's again two different approaches, which is what we were expecting going into this. And this Wyvern ban is actually a pretty smart one, I think, because 9 does play Wyvern mid, and this is a fantastic Wyvern game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was a really clutch read, honestly.
One of the old school mag lineup counters, right? I mean, do you think the lane shove here for Secret is going to be an issue in terms of like Disruptor Tusk? Not the greatest heroes at dealing with these illusions. Later, they can't really interact with the Brood lanes that are ghost shoving waves. It kind of forces Secret's cores to show here a lot in the game. And then at the same time, you have a support duo that kind of wants to set up kills and make stuff happen. I feel like you're getting split up too much. You're not going to have it. You might fall off with the damage at a certain.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they could be looking for something like a Zeus. You know, maybe helps the damage, gives them sort of this global presence so they can help deal with the lane some. I think this, you know, sort of sneaky, maybe neat.
10 seconds.
So much. This type of hero for Nisha, very good here.
Sounds
Zeus
like Tinker.
Yeah,
sounds like
Tinker
to me.
What do you guys think about the Timber Saw for Secret? Could potentially go different lanes. They don't really have any damage for him. They do have a Vessel Buyer and a Mirana, so they can find an answer. But this Batrider ban is also something that's potentially giving a hint towards Timber Saw. But I do agree, either way, they need a hero that can deal with these summons. Just something that can also connect to the team, ideally. So, you know, you might see a hero like Ember Spirit as well, something like that.
Yeah. I think anything mobile that can deal with the lane pressure so that other heroes can group a little bit where those spell synergy will shine is going to feel good for Secret here. And like you said, I mean, any of those heroes is right up Nisha's playbook, right? We've seen him dominate the year on a lot of those spellcaster carries.
I mean, you can see Tundra, they're thinking about the Magnus mid potentially as well. They banned the Darks here, so clearly thinking, hey, this Magnus is not guaranteed to the off lane, so you could have some flexibility. Keep your mind open.
Alright, clutch call is Timber Saw, otherwise I'm gonna go with something like Ember Spirit or Storm.
5 seconds.
That's my call here. Let's see.
I respect the chatting up.
Let's see the Tinker. See him busted out. I'm down for it.
If they go Tinker, I feel like we'll see an immediate Zeus.
Yeah, that is the issue.
Very classic 9 hero, so I'm not feeling the Tinker right now.
It is an extremely good Zeus game for Tundra as well, if depending on what Secret.
I do really like Zeus for their heroes. It's perfect for how they want to play this map.
Do you think they just steal it here? Like, is Puppy thinking about, hey, if we give him this last pick Zeus, suddenly the global threat with so much lane shove just becomes debilitating?
It's not bad. It's not bad. They don't have that much reach between their heroes. They have the sleep. But other than that, okay, they go for the stable pick.
And it soft blocks the Zeus a little bit, right? At least you're getting some gap close on him. You're going to threaten him a little bit. You can control the runes against him, which is nice.
Early game tempo is quite nice.
All right, Quinn, what is he going to play mid? I feel like this is your wheelhouse. You see an Ember Spirit. Your name is 9 right now.
My name is
What's it gonna be?
I mean, I think the Zeus is honestly not that unlikely. Them having this sort of long range, like if you look at it's kind of scary to just straight up run into without abusing this vision, abusing what we talked about, that being sort of thematically what their lineup wants. Was it 9 plays that fit in that wheelhouse? It's the Wyvern, it's this
Hoodwink?
Yeah, I mean, even something like a Hoodwink is possible, to be honest.
Talking about long range burst.
I feel like 9 is such a unique player that it's very hard for me to call what he's actually going to play here.
The only other hero I can think of he's played on playoffs, especially with the Mirana, was the Spirit Breaker game that he had.
I think it's pretty tough against Ember Spirit, right, Quinn? I feel like that one's kind of hard.
The game, I mean, you just can never charge him. He just presses W. Fingers are on the keyboard. You're not stunning him.
Play Huskar? Not even a consideration here into the bag is a bit spooky.
Are we okay with Tiny mid?
There is OD. He's also played a lot of OD.
Just in the tail end barely. He locks it in.
I mean, I was thinking, you know, because every time they see this morph, they see this Ember, they're thinking of Hour of Devour. I thought they were going to pick it earlier on in the tournament. He goes Midas, he goes Ags. Suddenly the multiple saves come out in the fight for RP and Static Storm. It's going to chunk through the cores without BKB. Pretty obnoxious pick.
Yeah, fits that style, fits that long range, sort of gives you that damage, that scale, so you aren't all in on this Naga who's playing into Magnus, who's playing Monkey empowered. I think it's a lot.
Yeah, it's also decent against this Disruptor. I'm gonna go with Secret on this one still. I think they have a really solid lineup. I think Tundra has to play a very concept style of game. Like it is their view of Dota, and they have to really make it work this game. But I think Secret has a easier understanding of how they're gonna play this game. They can just brawl. Tundra has to be very smart about which fights they take.
Yeah, I mean, ease of execution is definitely on side. As the game progresses, this Ember and Monkey with Empower, your Broodmother impact starts to dip a little bit, Naga illusions start dying. Suddenly you don't have this vision advantage anymore, and just terrified of this RP all the time when OD you can't hit, you just wait.
So you're both favoring Secret right now, right?
I'm favoring Secret.
I think so, yeah.
Avery, last one on the panel, and I'll just remind everybody, 100% win rate, 9 OD. There have only been 4 games, 3 of them have been Tundra. They've won all of them.
Well, you're convincing me with every stat you throw.
You gonna stick with the stats, Avery?
I think Tundra might take this just because this type of playstyle with the lane shove being super obnoxious on the map, so many summons, so many illusions. You lose one hero, your map starts to crumble. It's so annoying in a game 1 scenario. I think that's when you're the least mentally prepared for it. Like, you think you're gonna deal with it, but then you get halfway through and you're like, well, too many things on the map right now, you know?
And this exactly harkens back to what we said at the start. This is a clash of styles, right? You guys said that Tundra has a very set style. Secret, they need to find a way to counter it. This draft pretty much spells that out, right?
Yeah, very much so. I think this is exactly the type of lineup you want grid against Tundra.
All right, Fly. Any last thoughts? I mean, what do we need to see from the side of Tundra?
I think Tundra has to do well in their lanes, especially when you got to counterpick their lanes. If their lanes go well, they can slow down the grouping up tempo of Secret.
I'll cut him off.
They're good to go.
All right, Avery, and the side of Secret?
Don't feed too many kills around the map. Make sure when you take the fights, you drop the hammer on the OD instead of the other way around, and you get the big RP with your BKB timings. Secure Roshan. Make sure you fight around good areas with your vision. Don't get outclassed by that Mirana ulti.
All right, everybody. I know you want to be able to see Secret versus Tundra, but of course, we got to be able to check in with our favorite man on stage. It's your Action Slacks with the coach interview.
Seconds to battle.
My keyboard is not working. My keyboard is not working. My keyboard is not working. My keyboard is not working.
You're not afraid of spiders, are you?
Thank you, Slacks. That's right, it's Cap and Avery, in case you forgot, Slacks. But here we are. We got to pause just to be able to catch things up, because we did have this situation where we had the teams kind of walking around while this coach interview was happening. Fortunately, we got this pause. Avery, we were talking about it before this game started. What was the storylines to this upper bracket finals? And for me, you actually said something that I thought was very fitting. You reminded me that Tundra was once upon a time one series away from being able to go to TI10. They barely missed out on that one.
Very true.
Second chance for them, right? And being able to be here at TI11, and they made the most of that chance. They've gone very far through the tournament so far. And Secret, of course, everybody knows about that. There's a huge second chance right there. They had to go through the last chance qualifier. That's the ultimate second chance right there.
That's all you get. After that, there was no other opportunity. They've made the most of it, right? I mean, these two teams, second chances, they still have one in the bag, too. Upper bracket. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when you know, hey, if things go wrong, we're still in it. That said, I don't think either of these teams wants to drop down, and they definitely don't want to lose the dominance in terms of the meta, right? Both these teams are trying to define what's going to get them to the finals. If you get there with that definition in place, gives you a bit of an advantage going into those early games, because now you're saying, hey, no one has broken what we're doing. And especially for Tundra, who I feel like has just had one of the more unique styles this tournament. Banking off the zoo, banking off the lane shove, Outworld Devourer. Who else is playing the mid heroes at 9 is playing at this event? Nobody else. I'll answer for you. This is a team that really wants to keep that momentum going and not have people kind of break that strategy and make them second guess, hey, are these things as strong as we think? Because like I always said, right now, they're just playing what feels good.
I was telling Bruno backstage, I was like, I feel like this game, this series could be just like just a stomp of a 2-0. I don't know which side it's going to be, but I feel like it's definitely two different ideas matching up against each other, and somebody's going to walk away right, and somebody is going to be a little lost mid-series in figuring out what to do.
Definitely possible. This is a make or break situation, and Puppy, the all-time experienced captain, he has made or broken a lot of teams. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go that way. That said, early laning phase, another situation where you have to play versus Tundra offlane, one of the most annoying offlanes in the game. You're always pulling waves, always disrupting the equilibrium. Never seems like you get that 2v2, so Puppy's already doing a little shenanigans with Soxa down here, chasing him down, trying to meet the waves. Of course, this will give solo XP to the other two, but Soxa does not want to run through mid.
And this is kind of what Puppy was talking about when he was saying that they're just kind of like, I like to refer to Tundra, I'm not sure if I would call them dirty cheaters, but I would say dirty and nerdy. That's the combo that I think of when I'm like, what is Tundra? What makes them dirty and nerdy, man? These guys are the guys who break down the game to a science. They know every little mechanical interaction. They know every little dirty thing you can do in lane in order to swing a bad matchup, and you're seeing it right here. And Secret, they also know that, and they have come up with a plan to be able to deal with that. Puppy's trying to, as you said, meet the pulls together.
I mean, you can call it dirty and nerdy. I don't know. If you're in top 3, I call it just good Dota.
Yeah, that's a good.
Figure out the mechanics, abuse them better than your opponent. It's one of these things that these guys do the best. Meanwhile, Secret, they're going to have to play with that double melee offlane. So 𝙎𝙬's going to have a really good early game. He is going to have very nice timings on this Naga. He's playing into Mag. You have to keep in mind this Tundra lineup, they have a couple save mechanics built in versus the big AoE teamfight that Secret's trying to push down later, right? You have to sleep to counter-initiate. You have the Astrals to counter-initiate. It's a lot of time you can waste for this BKB duration that at some point Crystallis might end up going here and trying to take the Roche fights with. Already queuing up Maelstrom, so the more you can deal with the lanes for your supports, the better off Secret's going to feel in this game.
I also feel like the damage on Secret isn't like the fastest in the world. Like I could see a very real scenario where Crystallis maybe give it a first blood, not quite. But just the damage could just be a little bit slow. There goes that save, there goes the song, and you're going to reset.
Like Secret, when they choose a target in this game and they choose to go on it, you have to commit, and you have to commit hard. You also have to get out of these lanes. Like, we've seen this Brood just destroy some of these side lanes. 33's having a pretty good time. He has not had to invest a huge amount in regen. Normally, these super early waves is where Brood can struggle, especially in these core matchups like Monkey that tend to abuse him.
Oh, 9!
It's got a Fairy Fire.
Just as we showed the stat there of how successful OD has been at TI, and specifically, there it is, the 9 OD. The only other team to try out this hero was Team Spirit, who ran it in the offlane with Collapse. Didn't quite work out for them. It is interesting, though. It's the first time they're going to be playing Dire side OT. Wonder how much that changes.
Quick TP mid.
Yeah, an early rotation that's going to catch 9, perhaps. Oh, no, he ended up on the wrong side of the cliff. 9. I don't know if that was intentional or what. Maybe it was just good old-fashioned luck, but close enough to the cliff there that it puts Science on the wrong side.
Nice little move. He'll sure it up. Still at Fairy Fire. I'm not sure he goes down. There's just not a huge amount of mana in the tank for Nisha there either way, but I think they're happy to get out of this lane in a pretty good position. Snaking in his career. I'm not going to be too happy about that one.
Oh, even worse. Our Ember Spirit did not actually get a chance to refill his bottle, so talking about being low on mana.
Snake King only has one
worse.
jump.
Looks like Snake King, it's just gonna fall. Resolution. It's way too hard with the 2-2-0 build he's got going on.
Yeah, this is the buff to Shockwave, right? This Mag Hero is pretty strong on lane. Like, he's just chilling here with the ring. Downside of Mirana Naga is you can't pressure super early. So Rezo is just having the time of his life up here. Even CS with Skeeter, first Blood Gold on top, even more unstoppable. And him having a good game is really nice because he has the most flexible item choices to some degree. He can go more early utility. He can go the Vanguard, Arcane Boots, Mech. Some of these early items can help them skirmish, accelerate the tempo. And at the same time, he's going to scale his other two cores.
He steps a little bit too far forward. Crystal's going to come in, trying to help his buddy out here, but it's not going to be enough. Too much damage from 33 and Zoxta. As I believe Puppy thought he was doing a little bit of pulling. 33 is going to take some damage in return. He can jump under the trees and make a go for it. As you can see, Zoxta was even trying to cut down trees to make sure Chrysalis gets caught. But ultimately, feels like just pushing the Broodmother out of lane is good enough for him.
Yeah, honestly, giving Monkey some solo XP might not be the worst. I don't think Puppy wanted to stay on here too much longer.
That was a close call. You see that? 9 tried to stop Nisha from being able to pass over the bottle over to the Disruptor. But it did go off and he did get that refill.
Every little thing on the main stage adds up. Puppy's lingering around here, maybe trying to secure the vision for this 6-minute rune. They would really like it to go the Ember's way. Since this OD, of course, not one of the bottle mids. This gives an opening for Nisha to really get these 6-8-minute runes, power up on the map. If it's haste or double damage, he's going to be in heaven.
And he's got 3 mangoes at the bank right now, and he just needs 1 creep to die, and he'll have level 6. And that's where that kill power, the OD especially, as he's been ramping up all those imprisonments. So this is a dangerous situation.
There's 3 collapses
going to cut over that 1 creep. It's going to die right now. He's going to get his level 6. Now they've got the ultimate to drop it if they want to, and there it goes. They kill the Ember Spirit. Now look to be able to chase down Puppy as well. Puppy, with a spiteful last breath, kills the Arcane Rune before he does die, but a successful rotation by Tundra, picking up 2.
Testing that 6-minute rune, getting the level advantage on OD. Those little lane things matter. And 9 will drop that first hammer, cement his fate. No rune for Nisha. That was one he really would have wanted. We can also see like some of this minor synergy. You're gonna have to care about the Astrals a lot more in this game because every Astral means a free arrow for Snake. In the fights and the skirmishes in the river. We didn't really talk about this OD Potom combo, but it's a classic for a reason.
We end this today.
Uh-oh, Chrysalis. He go a little bit too far forward here. He's trying to get the Chingu stacks up and then be able to swap over, hit the big swing that gets him back up to full, and it's 33. Who thought they could challenge the Monkey King? Step to the king, Avery, you best not miss.
Damn straight. And that almost pushed him to level 6, so Saul is having a pretty good time down here in this bottom lane. Like, he is really taking it to the Brood, which is exactly what you want to do. Down this Brood's level 6 timing as much as possible, because that's when he can start to ignore your core matchup, get into the jungle, cut waves, accelerate the farm, get into that Wraith Pack pipe or whatever utility he wants to go. That's what unlocks Tundra's 5-man team fight. If all that gets slowed down because your Monkey King is killing the Brood early, it means your time to get to this Mag and power ramps up considerably. So Secret, I feel like they're having a pretty good time on lanes here. I mean, this is probably in the upper band of what you would expect or hope for, especially from a Mag lineup.
Talking about that Mag, when you talking about, okay, more time for the Empower to kick in for the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit, do you think that also means that they feel very comfortable going like pretty far into the late game against the Naga Siren because they have these big steroids coming in? Oh, bottom lane, 33. He's going to be kept in place. Not long enough, though, for the Monkey King to get those stacks.
I mean, I think you're always confident going late game with a triple melee core Mag lineup. Like we said, Tundra does have some of the saves utility to play around with it. Nisha
tossed over, jumps over to his Remnant, didn't have enough mana for that one.
That's a DD. They can skirmish around mid with it. This is a lot of damage.
Dust is coming in.
Max Slight.
It's dangerous, though. The imprisonment, the self-save underneath tower. They get one last hit. He's going to go for it, Nisha. He wants this kill.
1 second for Slight.
Far enough away, he's out of range, and now they've got the toss up in the air. Oh, into the snowball pickup, dodges the arrow nicely. They are going to be able to get another round Slight. Look at 9. He's creeping in on the side. He's going to come in at the last second to be able to bail out Zoxta and get the kill on his Zayat.
Tundra bringing the numbers again to shut down this Ember's momentum. That's a huge rune. We can see the damage coming through. And of course, the whole time that flies out, 9 gets to complete his Midas. already proccing it. This is the build he is favored on this hero the whole tournament. Fight it into that Ags rush. It's gonna be extra attack speed and extra item progression for him. Arrows
An arrow. Ooh,
little early.
The range creep first.
A gift from the
Both teams really trying to play around these mids.
Oh, goodness. Look at that stack. Rezo is gonna be huge. No stacks on the side of Tundra, so this is gonna be, they're already up a bit in net worth. That'll continue with stacks like these.
And 33 just has to walk out of base here. He's choosing to save his TP. I guess they're gonna send him mid. He's tired of going against this monkey disruptor kill combo. At the same time, he can't really go against Mag. I don't think he feels great just sitting up there potentially feeding Spiders playing into Vanguard. 33 a little lost this early game. This has been one of the rougher starts for him. I feel like I've seen all tournament.
Yeah,
I mean, he's jungling with Insatiable. This is not the route of progression you want for your offlane Brood here. Trying to get to level 6.
No, you're supposed to get, you're supposed to get 6 in lane, and then, you know, you just are able to, even if your lane is hard, you could still jungle so much faster. In fact, he has to do it at level 5. Ugh. That's gonna feel terrible for him.
It also pushes Soxa more towards these mid skirmishes, which again, we're seeing 10-minute rune. Might be in a bit of trouble. Depends how much Secret commits.
Snowball afterwards should be able to keep him in place. The arrow sneaks in from the side. Oh, actually tosses over Science in the last second.
Hello.
Come off, but is going to be caught by the imprisonment. Probably surrounded here. I don't think Secret can do too much to stop this one. Indeed does fall 9 with a killing spree already.
Secret's got to be happy about both their side laners just getting full farm and solo XP though. Like sure, you're winning some of these mid skirmishes a little bit. You're contesting the runes. Ember, he's getting his economy drained a bit. He has some power to catch up. Rezo and Crystallis just having free-for-all in the first 10 minutes here. And like you said, they are gonna be big.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Rezo, I feel like he's had 2 different modes this TI, one of which has been like this carry style offlaner who he just is like picking up second most net worth on Team Secret, is just absolutely destroying in the mid to late game. The other mode is where he's just running around with Zayats nonstop. They're just constantly looking for kills. It's definitely going to be the former one, where Rezo's just going to take a lot more time farming in this game.
Play carry Mag to a degree. He did opt for the Vanguard, will go Blink. It is a tri-carry lineup. They're fine going moderately late here, no matter what. Quick smoke from Secret, trying to activate the Strengthless Magnus with the catapult. Push this Tiny out of here. They don't want to let Tundra just sit up here and leech XP, especially when nobody can defend this tower on their own.
If they successfully kill this Tiny cleanly, they can go ahead, take the tower, get a decent bit of map control, especially since Chrysalis is still able to hold his safe lane, no problem. Tundra just really hasn't been able to activate around that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to double man smoke yourself, which is exactly what Tundra are doing.
Found him. Caught him in. Shards, Shockwave, and Soxa. Well, all you can really do is delay the inevitable at this point in time. There is going to be the rotation to bottom, so now we are seeing that activation to the other side of the map. Question is,
Crystal should read this though, right? Yeah. You know no one's defending top. This Naga's sending illusions mid.
It's so greedy to try and hold your safe lane tower like that one. The arrow's gonna come around, but he was already on the trees. An interesting interaction where midway through the air, he got hit by the imprisonment, but managed to land on the trees anyway, and the arrow was off the mark as a result.
I mean, what is an astral prison to a king?
That's true.
He does not care about your physics.
To have this.
And that's a huge gank dodge, because that kill is the kill that's gonna convert on this tier 1, right? Now he can stay down here, he can play in the trees. Secret can have teleports up to take the fight if they want to. Especially with Ember, the mobility on the map, Secret's invading your jungle. His lead can build a decent amount here in the next minutes if Secret make like one more good move. Meanwhile, Puppy's just been soaking the levels mid. I mean, he's 6.5 with Arcane Boots. He is farming up a storm, as Puppy likes to do.
That is true. He's had a very long career, and most of it has been playing sort of a greedier style 5 position.
Deny!
Because he's still, like, you know, you talk about, like, the captains, the old dogs who play 5 positions still. There's so much talk about, like, oh, well, the strategy and drafting they do. But Puppy, when it just comes down to the play, he's still got it, man. He is still one of the best 5 positions from a mechanical perspective.
Oh, absolutely. He's also one of the best at killing creeps. This guy gets
well, that's a mechanic of sorts. Invis, Moonlight Shadow, they're going to be able to set up the toss into arrow combination that catches Nisha looking around in that dire jungle. Tundra reclaimed that bit of real estate, while they're also simultaneously taking the mid tower. Maybe not right now, the Spiders, they'll eventually do their duty and bring it down. So
this is the downside of Secret support duo. They do not deal with the broodlings. So 33 can have his way in terms of cutting waves, pressuring buildings, forcing Secret cores to split up. And that's where those moves from Tundra with Moonlight Shadow or the vision they have on the map from Naga makes it a lot easier for those to work. This is where Secret have to choose how they play the map, and they have to choose it carefully. If they have more anchor points like this Monkey or Mag they feel are strong, they'll just group up.
Blink reveal, skewer back, small little distance. They do hit a nice combo onto Zayats here, but they might be able to catch both here with a beautiful static storm. The chains on top, Snake King's gonna get run down. Zoxa does get bailed out though by 9. He hits pretty hard. They don't want to play around him. They want to finish off that support, and they do claim it. 33, he was kind of hovering around here, isn't able to do much considering lack of farm that he has. Doesn't really have an item to play with just yet, which is going to be that Wraith back build.
Ended up claiming that tier 1 mid with the Broodlings on the back end.
That's nice.
And steals the rune from Nisha, so getting a little extra damage in. Of course, that was the Mag Blink reveal. Maybe not the best target Secret wanted there. They would have really liked to just RP this OD and take the fight without that save. That's going to be a big consideration as well, right? When Rezo blinks in, you have to keep track of the Astrals. You have to keep track of this Nagasol. As you get turned around on, all of a sudden, maybe your Static Storm is gone. Maybe you expended some remnants in that RP. Fight's looking a little worse, right? Yep. Wukong as well. There's a lot of static spells that Secret can drop in these team fights. It gets reset. You have to rethink matters a lot. So when Rezo wants to fight, kind of the big key here for Secret.
Zayats, ooh, nice sidestep there. Instantly read the where award was going to be, and he actually picks up the last hit before Snake King can get the deny.
Secret baiting this bottom. Rezo pre-TPing. Stalls might get aggressive here. He has Maelstrom online already.
And with the stun first, follow-up snowball, just 100-0, nice and easy. And now Tundra, this little push that they were looking for, it's immediately denied.
Secret is doing a very nice job of holding their map. They're not building a huge advantage, but it's hard to do versus Naga Brood, who are just going to excavate the lanes no matter what.
Yeah.
The one advantage they're building is some of this XP, right? You look at Rezo, he's level 12. Compare this to some of the Tundra cores. Skeeter just got 10. The Brood was suffering for a while, still only 9.5. So Secret does have a decent level advantage here, especially on their Monkey and on their Magnus. Here's another smoke, looking to use Magnus' strength right now. Convert it into some map control.
Cleared out that bottom right-hand side of the map. Now they're going to sweep through the map and try and catch somebody at the very opposite end. The problem is, this Naga Siren's pushing in so aggressively. It's no heroes are showing on the map. Tundra's just playing safe.
This is going to be the name of the game. Like, if you can get these smokes to land, they're crazy valuable, but good luck. Right? How are you ever going to catch anything in this map when Tundra can always just force you to show? Now you showed Rezo back on his own. Here's the setup.
Arrow in the wing to Arrow, Snake King perfectly on point there, and before the Mag even wakes up from that stun, he is dead. Also look for that, we've got a Blink Dagger Tiny now on the loose to the side of Tundra, so this just increases the kill power when they do split Secret up, when they do force them to show on these side lanes. This individual kill power of Tiny and Mirana, or the OD Mirana, whatever it is. It's going to be scary, especially for Chrysalis, who keeps on trying to hold this safe lane and doing so successfully, honestly. I mean, he is known as a Monkey King expert, and he's showing why. The fact that he's been so wily, staying away from Tundra this entire time.
He's gonna have to tank the smoke.
But the Coyote might have just finally... Oh, that rotation was close. Chrysalis, once again, hypes away to the trees.
Said Blink Tiny here. And also Blink can eat his tree. Does that Boundless?
Catch Snake King, thinking about the Wukong's man. Now this is a little bit of a stretch. Chrysalis really trying hard for this one. The rest of his team not quite there. Snake King is going to be caught, no leaps in hand. And they do get the glimpse backwards here with a snowball on top of that one. 2 pickups. Very valuable for Secret. Those are 2 big killers on the map. So now Secret, they can split up probably pretty aggressively here and try and push in the waves.
That was the one spot Secret wanted to bring everybody because it's where all their vision is. They don't have much vision on any of this top portion where Skeeter has just been constantly pushing this lane, stealing triangle farm. 33's in their jungle, scouting out with Broodlings. The vision is always going to be a constant battle for Secret, so they really have to maximize what they get out of it. And that just means bringing the numbers. Every time you bring the numbers, if Tundra get out without losses, they're super happy. They lose a couple heroes there, it means you're probably losing an objective. Secret get the most out of that play, and it's going to push this Monkey King up to BKB, 200 gold. It's a very big item for him. It means he can commit in the fight. Your Astrals don't control him as much anymore. You can't just arrow him.
It's also great for split pushing, right? Like he can deal with the split pushing because now if he gets imprisonment, okay, I'm just going to pop BKB if they try and arrow. So
every item that helps him stay out on the map independently is going to be amazing for Secret here. It's going to be Ags done on Outworld Devour, I believe. So this is a big power spike for Tundra. They also have Orchid on this Naga.
The rune of regeneration.
You're not ready. If you get Orchided out on one of these cores, Nisha is not close to BKB. He's still 1,000 off. Tundra really want a big core kill into Roshan here.
Oh yeah, getting a pick off on Nisha would definitely be the most amazing opportunity for Tundra.
I mean, look at Secret Group though.
Yeah, the Spider crawling all over the map is one of the advantages of the Broodmother. You feed away a little bit of gold and experience, but what you gain out of it, the vision, what you see, that information is very much worth the exchange.
And sometimes what you don't see, that scan clipped them on Roche, so Secret thinks they're roaching right now. Nobody's home.
Yep, it's gonna break. Staking. Is he gonna be able to leap away successfully in time? All 3 leap charges used to get out of town. Resolution not gonna be able to find that opening with Blink Dagger.
I mean,
So
Secret's gonna think about this tier 1 mid, and they're also gonna think about Roche here. Remember, their Roche teamfight is absolutely insane, as long as you don't get Song.
that is a very good point. They've got all this good AoE, like area control team fight between the Static Storm, the RP, and Wukong's command, but it all goes away if you get songed at the wrong time.
But I feel like you man up for it here if you have the Ember BKB. Yeah, they're 200 off this. Might be why they're hesitating a little. I think if you had that BKB plus the Monkey BKB, that contest is just not there for Tundra. You just BKB up near the end of Roche. Forgo any type of Song contest, and you're super happy committing for this objective. Nisha's gonna go bottom, try and deal with the split push, which is always gonna be a nuisance. Deny? He'll take it as well.
Very nicely played, but does he get out?
Mirana ults.
Oh, here it comes.
Orchid as well.
He has an illusion root, so they know about this. They can't just Orchid him straight up. They've got to be able to find a way for him to be able to pop that and then catch him afterwards. But Nisha, he held and held and held. He's like, I'm not popping this. I bet the only reason he went to that bottom lane was because of that power root.
Definitely that deep, yeah. He would have been out of there way sooner. He didn't have that. Saves his life from the shadows, quite literally. And that'll push him to his BKB. I think Secret is now a lot more confident to force Roshan, and as we see, straight into the pit. They have max tag team out on this Tuskar, so this is going to drop pretty fast. Tundra do have an option to contest here. Remember, they have pretty much everything up, and they have this Wraith Pact on Brood. But it's going to be a little too hard to push through this middle lane. It'll be an objective for Secret, and a big one.
Wow. I'm very surprised they're giving this up with the Naga Siren on their team. But at the same time, if they contested and lost, I feel like that would be the beginning of a Secret would just take a huge lead at that point in time, right? You would get map control.
Absolutely disastrous. Yeah, and I just think it's not even a favorable fight for them right now.
Fair.
Like at the point where both those cores get BKB off, now you have to fight into Wukong, you have to fight into an RP. Rezo can stay super far back. He went 4-staff Blink, so his catch range and initiation range went up a lot. This 4-staff can also help save people from an arrow combo, right? As long as they're facing the right way, force them a little deeper, it forces Tundra to commit with you. That sets up for your AoE turnaround a lot. This is the part where I feel like Secret's a lot stronger as long as they can connect, and Rezo connects.
Cut across the map. Does manage to get the Tiny here. 3-man Avalanche is going to buy him a bit more time. Actually gets the other side of the shards. There is going to be the snowball that chases them down. So they're only going to get the one.
Yeah, nice
which Tundra is probably accepting of a smoke for a forward position.
They'll take it. You do have to think about how much of the map you're giving up here.
That's true.
Again, your Naga and Brood can like split push these lanes out, but you're losing on the XP advantage every time you make this trade. And at some point you have to win that fight. And the more of those you give up, the harder that XP hill is to climb. I'm serious, look at these levels. You have a level 11, level 12 cores compared to level 14 or 15s. It's already a significant gap. That means another level of talents, some more goal on the map.
Do you feel like that's something that is more valuable than it has been in previous patches? Because nice catch there.
Oh, just found him.
What a beautiful skewer. Saksa was looking for a toss back there, couldn't quite get it, and looks like they're just going to be maybe not. Nine walking out of the Wukong's man. He gets glimpsed back though, and now he dies.
They're going to look for
get the slight chains onto 33 as well with the double BKB pump and the Static Storm on top of that. That was going to be 2 cores dead on the side of Tundra. Nisha, the last remnant of BKB, hunting for even more heroes, but Saksa said you wanted me. I jumps in, doesn't quite finish him off. The snowball save gets him away. A skewer back almost catches Snaking, but he managed to leap out. Glimpse doesn't pull him back far enough either, so Saksa daring to dive in like that was a bold move. Almost got the kill on Science, but instead ends in his own feud.
more advantage going Secret's way in these 5-on-5s. Just doesn't feel like Tundra can take the full mana fight. Of course, Odie getting caught is worst case scenario, right? Anytime they can displace him, take the fight around the fact that Odie has to Astral himself, they're going to be super happy to do so. And of course, that glimpse, you got to think about it here. Like, this is a very powerful tool in this game to just keep Tundra heroes where Secret wants them. You can save your buddy, but what happens after the saves are gone?
Yeah. I mean, it's such a great, like, win more kind of spell, right?
Yep.
They win this initial part of the engagement where they get 9 out of the way. And once it's forced, Tundra is like, we can't fight back, we have to retreat. That glimpse becomes probably one of the best support tools in the game.
And I really like how Secret's itemizing this game. Like, they are not being too greedy on a lot of their heroes. Rezo went the Vanguard Force Staff so he can bail somebody out.
Okay.
Puppy's just going the Lotus. That's going to help deal with the Naga Orchid and the net for Ember, right? This is an item built for the Ember Spirit to help Nisha in the fight. And of course, you have Tuskar who now gets his Blink, so you have Blink Snowball save online as well. Those are 3 really powerful tools for Secret to reset those arrow combos. If the arrow combos aren't landing, your next best bet is these tossbacks. Try and displace the fight yourself, right? Throw people into the OD hits, into the Naga illusions, abuse the vision to a maximum.
Sounds like right now the supports have to do a lot of heavy lifting on the side of Tundra, and even then can be countered. See what they can do though. Tundra are going to go for a 5-man smoke. This is we haven't seen them do this in maybe the whole game.
Now they might find Buddhaya's Tusk, and they will.
Yeah, they will. They're going to toss him over to the side here into the Orchid. Now, Puppy shows up. He actually ran in. Going into this one. The Static Storm goes down. The Wukong's man on top of that one. They're going to chain it with the stun from Chrysalis. Make sure that the Mirana can't get away. Nice imprisonment save. The 5 position is going to come back. The statues and the slides. Make sure he stays down.
Another toss back here if Tundra want to think about it. Oh, Rezo is going to displace him first, though.
Yeah, there goes the toss over to the side. So both the repositioning spells being used here by an RP, locking out the 2 of them. The OD ultimate was dropping on BKB. Nisha, they're going to fight it out with Chrysalis. So the song isn't going to be enough for Skeeter unless, there it is, the imprisonment with the song on top of that one. Now with the BKBs failing out, can Secret continue this fight, or Tundra? Are they going to be able to be the ones to catch over hero after hero? A glimpse back, not going to do enough though, as it's going to be Nisha caught by the Orchid. Drained of everything he has, including his life. They may have had the Aegis on Team Secret, but it's Tundra who come out the victors in that well-played team fight.
Oh, these long team fights are going to be Secret's bane this game because these Astrals add up. They're just out of mana by the time that fight is done. You look at that Ember's mana pool and the death pool, it's 580. You've got nothing left to do anything by the time this fight progresses past that song. Just an awkward initiation too, right? Both Secret supports pretty much taken out at the start to some degree. Puppy has to drop the full kit. Just look how much this Mirana death gets stalled. Was a snaking by, but now we're getting more player arrow.
Static Storm trying to protect him, but it looks like with the imprisonment it's probably going to be enough. Now Zaxa's line is going to get traded out 1 for 1, but they do have the ensnare on the Monkey King here, and he doesn't have his BKB, not for another 20 seconds. He's in big time trouble. They do manage to get the skewer back on to 9, but without the Monkey King, do they have anything to take advantage of this one? They do have the Ember Spirit coming in hot. 9, he needs to get out of here, but this damn kinetic field is locking him in place. Nisha goes for the kill, and Nisha will claim it. Shockwave managed to finish him up at the end. Now with the BKB, he's going to challenge Skeeter. Doesn't really have the damage against the Naga Siren, so we won't find a secondary kill during that BKB timing. And it did cost Secret a buyback there from the Disruptor.
Expensive. You can see how chaotic these fights can become very fast for Secret. They want to take the more organized 5-on-5 engagements where they get their big spells off and kill a core. The second these Astrals starts coming out, Lotus Astrals, arrows flying through on top of summons, on top of illusions, on top of broodlings. It's too much gunk to keep track of. And
yep.
At that point, especially if your BKBs are out, the fight just becomes a nightmare.
I like this pickup. Snaking, grabbing the gem. Now that Tundra have kind of gotten back some of that map control away from Secret, they can start taking down some of these wards. Map goes dark for Secret. It becomes even harder to deal with these kind of split push lineups, right? When you don't have the vision.
It becomes harder to team fight too. Like, Secret's a bit reliant on the jumps at this point, I think. It's about who they initiate on, how they anchor that engagement. Ideally, it's OD every time.
Trying to even game, but it's not dead even anymore. No BKB on the Ember Spirit. Gets caught by the Moonlight Shadow rotation of Tundra.
Map is just way too hard to play. Secret need to do something to regain some vision control, regain some lane control. Not necessarily going to get easier for them in the next 10 minutes here. Again, there's just so much ghost push happening on the map. You have Naga Illusions cutting top, Rubling's cutting bottom. Tundra can group, Tundra can pick you off and not have to show that much to do it. Another toss back mid on this mag. Getting forced out.
Prisman reset here. Puppy. That's going to be a dieback on him. That's why he's kind of dropping everything. Ultimately, you're going to be dead for a solid 60, 70 seconds. Might as well throw all your spells out there.
The same cooldown.
It really is.
You are giving some extra mana away.
pumping up the OD a little bit.
Is under attack.
Picking up a lot of momentum now on the Tundra side, a 4,000 net worth lead, and they're the ones now assaulting buildings. And I think that's such a scary part of these split push lineups. When they start getting on your side of the map, it becomes harder and harder to get it all back, right? You feel like you're constantly, oh, now this lane's being pushed in. Now our tier 2 is falling. The tier 3 is exposed.
The Tundra playbook.
Yeah.
This is what you have to be ready for in this tournament. And I think Secret's idea is we get this mag lineup, we have a bunch of cores who can shove out the lanes, scale really well, take the late game fights. You can't get there, it's a problem though. And yeah, who's Titan Sliver?
Yeah, who left that behind?
Somebody has a regret in the jungle.
See, let's check out the Tundra side. Oh, there it is. It was the Tundra. All right, well, that's a freebie for Secret. Oh, look at that.
They don't want it.
Or maybe don't look at that.
They don't want any handouts, Cap.
Want to win this game fair and square.
That's damn right. I mean, the alpha move is you pick that up and you give it back to him. That's the next level play.
Imagine if you win the game. On top of that, ultimate mental damage being done.
I mean, that is something Puppy would do. I want to beat you at full strength.
Next Roshan. That's going to be so crucial, right? I mean, you have gone on this entire... Yay! Rezo finds it in the end. Hey, look, there's the Titan Sliver.
I've never heard such a resounding cheer for a neutral item in my life.
He's going to pass it over to the Monkey King, so that's a pretty significant not only damage buff, but also the status resistance could be
very nice.
Very crucial.
Roche does spawn here, but the biggest question is you need lanes out to be able to deal with it, right? I don't think you can just go in the pit and force it like you did last time if you're Secret. Maybe Tundra sleeping, but I wouldn't bank on it. They always have that sleep up, so you have to find a way to deal with these lanes. It comes down to this Ember just reading the map super well. There's a limit to that. When you have Moonlight Shadow, when you have all the vision Tundra has.
Yeah.
There's just too much weight for Nisha to do it all. Now you're forced in a position where you gotta win the 5-on-5 clash. Tundra doesn't have to force it here either. They do have a Hex on Brood. This is an absolutely nasty item if he gets the initiation with it. Might be something Secret does not expect and does not BKB preemptively for.
They throw an illusion up into the triangle area, trying to get some information. Secret is smoked up, though. So Tundra, they start moving north. They think, okay, maybe they're up here somewhere. Not actually the case.
Gotta find this OD or you've gotta skewer one of these cores back pretty deep. And then just triple BKB man up.
So you think of the state of team fights, it's much easier for Tundra to win, and it's Secret who have this, like, the onus is on them. There's this one play they have to do in order to win a fight.
I think Tundra's super comfortable in this game state. I mean, they're also dire. They can abuse buybacks on the dire outpost for this Roche fight.
Oh yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of things going their way right now. It's just so hard for Secret to make a move without Tundra knowing it and without knowing where they're coming from. They also have bailout tools. They can use support buybacks on the front line. They can use the tossback. They can use a Force Staff. The initiation is not guaranteed to go Secret way. You might just get hexed when you blink in. You might get Astral.
Enough.
You have to worry about them potentially just forcing it as well if you don't have vision. The Glimpse checking the Naga status. It will be real.
Yep. Of course, what you're referencing there is illusions. They do get one shot by Glimpse, so if you hit an illusion, just instantly pops. Problem is, there's so many of them.
Puppy doesn't mind doing a little illusion farming in the downtime. I think Tundra's contemplating whether they want to just aid this triangle, but pretty much the only way Secret wins a fight at this point, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just chipping away at the mid-tier 2, there's really no rush to go into that triangle.
No, there isn't.
Right? You could just force them to bottom eventually.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to force it this game. And so you see Rezo, he's trying to look for anything.
I don't know what mix-up of button clicks that one was, but he force staffed and horn tossed, but didn't blink forward.
Soxa thinking about blind jumping, cutting his way through.
He's gonna find Science and toss him back over to the side. He's just immediately gonna try and take advantage of this. They do manage to get off the snowball, and they're on top of the OD. That's all important, but he has the imprisonment. He's gonna come back into Chrysalis with the stun, but he blinked away just before the stun could have hit. And that is so much of the team fight on the side of Secret now. Tundra is going to continue to retreat, though. Instantly the side forward onto the Magnus. He tried to go forward, but he had an Aeon as well. So he's going to be okay. And that hammer did absolutely nothing to him, but did almost finish off the toss. The Ember Spear stuck inside the ensnare with no BKB. He will die, overextending. Now that goes in teeth, though, with the RP. They land exactly what they needed there to turn the fight. 2 cores going down on the side, now with a buyback on sides. They're going to finish off Sasso. He gets tossed over, maybe snaking low, beaten down. Chris Chrysalis versus Skeeter, a one-on-one carry matchup where Skeeter has the health advantage, and he's got the ensnare, he's got the illusions, he surrounds the Monkey King, and now 9 comes back into play as well for the +1. Rezo for Staff Skewer on a way. They're trying to catch him, but 9. So close to being able to get off that extra imprisonment, but the blink goes first. Ultimately, Tundra walk away the victors.
I mean, honestly, it's not the worst outcome considering that Wukong stun completely whipped on that OD. I thought that fight was going to be way more hard. And of course, you force this OD buyback. So that's a huge deal for Secret here. You're going to lose the Roche, but this Roche was just, I don't think it was in the cards at this point in the game anyway. You're going to have to kind of wait out this Naga's timings, go ultra late, abuse buybacks in a 50-minute plus situation here. That is the key to victory for Secret. And right now, Tundra, they're going to have free reign on the map. OD buyback, but he gets the Aegis.
So just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, you think even though they got Roshan on the side of Tundra, the fact that they were already so far ahead in your head, that team fight was kind of a win for Secret? Just the fact that, as you said,
I mean, I'm not going to call it a win. You know? It doesn't
a draw,
feel good.
maybe?
But just considering how that fight started and how hard it is for Secret to find these initiations, I mean, we see here, Tundra's completely reset, right? Even on this second go, Rezo just gets insta-hex. These jumps are just very hard. Nisha tries to commit in, but at this point, again, your BKB is gone. You have no backup dispel.
Yeah.
The team fights become near impossible at this point. So the fact you got an OD buyback out of missing a Wukong stun is pretty good in my book.
Yeah, it's fair enough, and it's all thanks to Resolution being able to hit that RP, and perhaps a little overextension there from 9, but ultimately he had the buyback, was able to use it to secure Roshan, and has the Aegis now the next 4 minutes.
You were talking about that hammer doing nothing. Something I've just been laughing over in this game is Nine's been running around with this Eye of the Vizier.
Yes, the minus 15% max mana. That's how much value he puts on cast range.
He's just playing for the Astrals. I don't need a high mana pool, you know? I'll make it up with the saves, make it up with the dispels. Of course, you get mana from the Astral, so...
I mean, he's probably jealous of Puppy. Puppy's sitting there rocking a Psychic Headband. He's like, that's the cast range item that OD really wants.
This is the future of Dota, where ODs lower their own mana pool for the dub. I mean, it's also Tundra's game plan for the fights, right? They don't need to burst somebody. They don't need to take some super short-oriented fight. They just need to play it long, get a huge amount of rounds of spells off.
Both the supports getting caught here. It's Puppy who's going to be run down. Looks like the Tusk maybe got away. He did. Well, he almost did. Well, Resolution's going to be found. Uh-oh. Now he's got Skew and he's got Aeon Disc. So, let's see how far away he gets here. Is there an opportunity for him to be able to blink away during this Aeon Disc, or no? Hit by the arrow. Oh, he still gets it off. As status resistance lasted just long enough, he bogs him and TP's out. What an escape from Rezo. Twice now, the Aeon Disc that he picked up comes in clutch.
Absolutely clutch. Doing a little tree work as well. Never hurt anybody. Yeah. That's a lot of time, and every time Secret buys some time, it means they can get another lane out. Give them some remnant of map control and vision. They're pretty much stuck in the base at this point. Of course, I don't think they have any inclination of fighting this Aegis too much.
No, absolutely not.
And Tundra's caught up in the levels. They've caught up in the items. Skeeter is super far ahead in this game. 30k net worth. Opted for Bloodthorn, Butterfly, and BKB. This is like a man fight build, right?
Yes.
This is a build where he just wants to run in man fight Secret cores. You're not going to be able to out right click me.
Allies.
Yeah, that Aeon Disc status was
able to get away.
In the work.
Backing live, we have the RP, the lands onto the Naga side, but he's Shodan tanky. They need to be able to 100% him there, but they've got the imprisonment plus the shard. So he's going to be able to walk it off, all thanks to that Roshan pickup. What a glide here, though. Locking out a bunch of heroes. They also got on top of it. Once again, the OD, they're just walking away from this one thanks to that imprisonment save. They jump back over 33, who look to be able to finish off. Puppy has an Aeon Disc, and now the song reset comes in. Tundra, they built up these imprisonments. 9's in the position. Arrow goes out. BKB from Chrysalis. Takes that one down. Secret on full retreat here. Are they all going to get away from this one? Tundra, do they have anything left? Nisha, he barely got away. Glimpse back, goes around. They have the Lotus Orb to deal with the silence. That part is so hard. I love the Lotus Orb from Puppy, but it's so hard for him to be around this Ember Spirit all the time. Toss away.
Another good
Skewer back at the same time. The slide and to jump away from Nisha. Saksa thought he had an opportunity to trade his life for a big core, but Nisha's Ember Spirit is just too elusive.
No more tosses for you. Rezo's getting fed up with these tossbacks, man. He is the ultimate displacer in this game. These fights, they just go long. Gotta save those BKBs. I was surprised Cristal still had his arrow at the end. I thought it was gonna be expelled for sure. Very patient here from Secret, and of course the tactical retreat, not losing anybody in all of that.
That's pretty crazy.
Even Puppy was on like 10 or 20 HP there. The Broodlings in the back. Managed just to walk it off. Fluffy hat. Sometimes the 40-minute Fluffy hat comes in pretty handy.
Don't take away that hat. Took him straight from Giants, probably.
These Astrals are going to be a problem. Like, Puppy's building towards Ags, but of course, OD Astral doesn't care too much about the Ags unless you're catching him in it, right?
Yeah. It's true, which you kind of need. So, whoa, it's a two-man skewer. Do they have any stones to follow it up? There's the RP right in front of the tier 3 with the Static Storm on top of that one. The imprisonments. Once again, the BKB is going to go out from Skeeter, and he gets the song up. Once again, they find this beautiful initiation, but Skeeter's Naga Siren is too tanky. He doesn't die fast. We talked about that problem 30 minutes ago. They do not have the ability to burst down heroes, in which case 9 is always able to take his time getting the imprisonment saves.
They just need more damage in order to convert on these finds, because they're finding them. They found the real Naga multiple times now. Like you said, just not enough damage to kill him. There's going to be an Astral save. There's going to be a Song follow-up. At that point, he just walks it off. Initiation's so difficult. Now you're getting turned on. Bloodthorn going to work here, shredding Xayah.
Definitely no shortage of damage on the Tundra side. You have that Bloodthorn.
I mean, you've got to be able to check the OD on these other initiations or find him. You have to do both things at once, right?
Yeah.
Finding the Naga, finding the Brood, that's great. But if they can just walk it off every time, Tundra's not losing too much on these ghosts. You are heading into very late game territory here.
So who are you assigning? Like, who has what duty? Do you assign Rezo? Like, you just look for any good initiation. And then what? Chrysalis, you try and jump onto the OD, or what's the play here?
I'm not sure. It's not easy. Depends who thinks they have enough
nice
damage.
Force Staff. Cuts the King down from his perch here.
Does have BKB if he can get it off.
He does have BKB, but he may not have an opportunity. Imprisonment at the last second. He's got some regen coming in. He's going to survive through this and get out the BKB.
Well.
Throws out the stun. A huge shield with a Shake Panic. Now the Wukong's command. The imprisonment once again. The Song of Siren.
Doesn't want to.
He needs to be able to jump out, but they're going to go back in. Do they find him? He's a tree right there. He's right there. He didn't find him. They hit him. He's not going to be able to jump onto the trees. He's still inside the Wukong's command, but Skeeter doesn't care. He's got his delusions. He's got his whole crew signing up for duty to bring down the Chrysalis Monkey King, and he's dead for 80 seconds. A huge opportunity now for Tundra to perhaps break open that high ground.
No buyback for 150 gold.
Well, they don't know that, though.
I don't think they have much interest in going high ground. I think they have interest in taking over the map. Getting even more farmer and their supports who are reaping the biggest benefit out of all this. Hell, Snaking's level 20 on this Mirana basically with full Aeon disc. Even these supports are becoming very difficult to kill.
Avalanche, toss, arrow coming in. No.
Just sending the message.
Just keeping them off. You can't push out these lanes too far. Meanwhile, spiders, illusions, the whole zoo is here to play.
Fox is building an Aeon disc of his own.
Visibility.
Man, I don't know how you kill this Tundra backline. It seems impossible. Pretty much have to find a good core, have to find the skewer RP. Lock down OD with this Static Storm. Maybe this Disruptor Ags is the key to making something happen here.
Just very calm, clear communication from Tundra. I'm sure they feel very comfortable in this game. I mean, you said it. They felt comfortable like 15 minutes ago. Now with a 19,000 net worth lead and closing in on Secret bit by bit, they are tightening the noose.
They just see everything. What's there not to be comfortable with, right? You know where Secret are at all times. You have control over where the fights take place and how the initiations go for the most part. Secret pretty much are only going to get the jump if they smoke out, plant a ward, and just see everything off it. Now you just get Roshan here. Absolutely no contest in the books if you're Secret.
It's going to be Refresher Shard. Do you think they had a preference there? Aghanims or Refresher Shard?
Honestly, maybe a Refresher here. I mean, you already have like tags on the heroes you wanted, right?
Sure.
Even this Naga has one, so...
In which case now we can drop double sanity eclipse. I mean, we could get 4 imprisonments pretty easily. I mean,
double hex.
You could hit a 4-man RP on the side of Resolution. It may not do anything if 9's not in it.
He'll do absolutely nothing. He'll just drop the double hammer, double hex. He's gonna turn the fight around again, so you have to find the angle. Nice skewer.
Away! Really? It's a long one. Snake King blocked by the kinetic field, actually, but the second one gets around it, and on the side, we're gonna see Puppy pay for that kinetic field. Perhaps the Spiders look to be able to chase him down, and the hammer gets dropped. 9 turns around, imprisonment, refresh, and second support goes down. Renzo looks to try and blink forward there and get the skewer back. Meanwhile, we see Nisha. He's forced to bomb his BKB, the Bloodthorn. Managed to get that one out of him. They've used kind of everything they have on the side of Secret. They're going to have to full out retreat. They may just have to give up a full lane of barracks.
This game is looking rough. There's just not enough damage in the tank. I think even at this point, if you land everything on this Naga, and he doesn't Astral him, doesn't matter. He still has Aegis. He still has the Butterfly Evasion. Just not cutting through enough of this. You really need skewers.
Though, the skewers are always an opportunity. 9 in turn throws out the imprisonments. They cannot seem to be able to lock down these 1 heroes because 9 is always there to be able to get the save. They have that buyback though on the Disruptor. They need to make it worth something here. They get the gloves back, but again, the Astral, the imprisonments, they keep on going down. And this is still the first life. Soxy with the tops over on Anisha. He doesn't have BKB. He's caught at the side. And now the song, wake him back up. And there's the second sight. Wait, in the vulnerability over and over again, but he couldn't get away. He does have a buyback. They're going to try and get the die back onto Puppy here. Lotus Sword, bouncing back some spells. Another skewer over the side through the kinetic field. They caught 9. They hit him with the stun. The fight here, he's dead. All important. Finally, the OD is the one that gets caught in the initiation for Resolution, gets caught in the trap. And now the rest of Tundra, there is no song. There is no imprisonment.
OD by.
OD coming back. Uh-oh. They cannot afford this Nagas armor to die. Pops him in, the nice dodge there off the stun. The arrow coming in, goes wide. He's focusing on Resolution. He does not want to get skewered any longer. The BKB is going to wear out soon. They've gotten on top of 9. Well, it's maybe just the touch who's gotten on top of 9. Nisha has the second round of the BKB. There goes the imprisonment. Crystal
have to get over
they
here.
blow up off of this one side. Oh, that skewer is off the mark. He blinks away first. And that, without being able to catch 9, so much of their extension here on Secret is being ruined. Again and again, the imprisoment's going down. Nisha throwing out the damage, does manage to jump back to his remnant. If they can reset here, ultimately, they still got a buyback out of 9. There is still a buyback on Skeeter, but both 9 and 33 use theirs in a losing game. That is a glimmer of hope, Avery.
That is more than a glimmer. That is like best case scenario. You're fighting Aegis. You're fighting so many saves, so many of these skewers on point for Resolution. This is the only reason they're still in this game. It's just dragging them insanely far back with the talent, with the Aether Lens. You can get them real deep. And of course, that's a 3-for-3 buyback situation. I don't even think you're too sad if you're Secret out of this scenario.
Yeah. We saw a whole lot of this guy at TI10, the Magnus. The hands of collapse now.
Channeling
Resolution, channeling his fellow countrymen in collapse, trying to show off.
You have to fight these tossbacks as well.
Skewer, man, crazy.
I mean, it's another scenario where your Wukong does absolutely nothing. If anything, Naga's just healing for it. Your Ember's dying to the hexes in the back.
Yeah.
We do see, though, this OD, if he gets caught, I mean, what a horn toss skewer here.
Yeah,
they got stuck on the static field, but I guess it just gets overridden. If you can find that OD and take him out, all of a sudden, Tundra have to rout. Like, their saves go away. A lot of the chip damage and the glimpses and all of this become way more powerful for Secret. But you have to be able to find him, and that is the trick in this game.
Yeah, like, Secret, they may have gotten the buyback out of them, but I feel like they're not going to be able to take advantage of it. I think they're going to be stuck inside their base. There's no way they can go for some crazy all-in. It just comes down to one team fight sort of play. I think Tundra is just going to lock them out. Just wait for the buybacks to come back up.
That's why I said this game is going to go late, because I don't think Secret's giving up their base easy, and they're ready to defend it. At the same time, Tundra's building damage is very poke-oriented. They can't just force the throne in a buyback situation, right?
Yeah.
That fight does not favor them, especially when you start getting skewered into the fountain. I mean, it's not normal that you're talking about skewering into the fountain for a viable strategy, but at this point, it is something Secret can think about. Like, the ranges on some of these, you have a refresher as well. You can blink RP skewer, refresh, skewer again, RP in the fountain again.
Yeah.
That's one way to help deal with some of these heroes, or separate the fight by such a distance that the Astrals just can't come through.
That level 20 talent in Aether Lens. And as you said, the refresher, it's a very real possibility. And if they get the right initiation, maybe they don't even need the fountain anymore, because now they've got an Aghanim Scepter Disruptor. So if you hit 9, he's done so. He gets the Static Storm on top of him. He's not going to be able to do anything to stop it. He'll just melt.
If you hit him, beautiful. Even if you don't, you're doing that to make the OD show.
Yeah, that's true.
9 has to think about when he shows in these fights and how he's doing it. If he commits to try and get the save, he opens himself up.
Right.
That's when you get chains into a Static Storm, something like that. I mean, remember, this OD has been playing this whole game without BKB, without a huge amount of defensive items. He's even gone Moon Shard. You can't get much more aggressive. You get caught in the Static Storm, you're pretty much done. There is no save to bail you out other than the song. You better pray it's enough.
Yeah, actually gonna go Overwhelming Blink.
Why not?
At Arcane Point.
Stronger.
That is literally more strength, yes. Thank you, Avery. Snowball in. Zayat's being pulled into a nasty scenario where he'll just be avalanche. Now Chrysalis is out. Oh, look at that. Zoxa immediately tried to pounce on the Monkey King to get him off the tree. Still caught him in the end. Is he going to be able to get off of BKB? They've got the Lotus Orb to be able to help him out. He pops BKB now, turns Static Storm. There's no real Naga Siren there. They've also caught Puppey on the side. So the two supports will die. Neither one have a buyback in the Skeeter. Whew. Zoxa almost catching the Monkey King again. Chrysalis barely managed to jump away.
These retreats from Secret have been on point this game. These are not easy scenarios to get out of, and they have done the correct job at bailing on a lot of these situations. Because messy fights like that, there's absolutely no way you're taking that type of engagement. So you need to get your cores out. You need to get them well. I even feel like sometimes Puppey's just running in to try and take some of the spells, get his cores out of that situation. As long as all 3 Secret cores are alive, they can take a base defense fight.
They last showed on the bottom side of the map, so they smoke over to the top side, see if they can get a pick here on maybe an Ember Spirit or Magnus out of position. Failing that, okay. Don't find that opening.
No BKB on this Monkey. Skeeter, he's up the Bloodthorn. No,
there it is. Instant size being used as he blinks in. Aeon Disc gets just wiped out. The Nullifier completely disrupts that one. They do have a buyback onto Rezo. They're probably going to have to wait out the supports, though. We're almost up here.
Do you want to fight
Chrysalis? You gotta be careful. He's BKB. He's still not back up. They're gonna go for the buyback now. The Magnus needs to be able to bail him out, but there goes the song. Perfect timing. Can they get out of the glimpse range, though? Puppey is gonna be able to force that one. The man to dodge or the imprisonment. Oh, he got the dodge out. Nice illusion dodge there. And the arrow. Now the Jammer's being dropped. Almost finishing off the Monkey. He turns around. Pots Satanic. Gets a little bit of heal. Not very much, though. Secret. They got to get back to the fountain.
Any more glimpses?
No more glimpses, apparently.
No, he needs to heal. Oh, Zayats. He got songed on the blink in punch. That might be a very different fight if that happens. And of course, some sick Manta dodges from Skeeter this game.
Yeah, very well played by Tundra. Nice reset by them. I mean, they are just playing this like Secret. They're holding on by a thread, and they're playing really well to keep this game still going on. But Tundra, very disciplined. Poking at him and getting a little bit more resources out of him, a bit more. And they're saying, this is fine. We love this game state. You're losing range barracks, you're losing melee barracks.
You're losing Magnus buyback?
Yeah, Magnus buyback. Like, you will eventually run out of resources. We are going to drain you dry. And even if that doesn't happen, they still have full control of Roshans. They can still infinitely farm.
I mean, they just keep sending the Broodlings in, too. Like, you just watch these mini-maps. It's just dots of every color going into Secret space, pushing the waves in. It's a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, even if you did ever push out the lanes a little bit and 5-man smoked out, like, it would be so obvious because the illusions and the spiders are always inside the Secret space.
Game has gone on, that OD buyback is up. So that's 6 or 7 minute window that Secret had to maybe abuse that. No way to capitalize on it. Instead, they had a quick smoke bottom
and break.
Actually chained him there.
They actually do find the OD. Moonlight Shadow goes out, and almost seems like Secret is just making a break for trying to kill as many creeps as possible and get back to base in time.
Link is on Nisha. Gonna help him a lot this game. Not get Hex, not get Astral. Be able to come in the fight.
So many spells at the same time.
There's a lot.
So the Bloodthorns, the Sight Devices, the Imprisonments.
And we saw like the Nullifier, right? The Nullifier is a big one because now those Aeon Discs not helping you on the mag. You're gonna purge a lot of this stuff off. It becomes even more obnoxious to jump. Sox has got a full Octarine core. These Tundra supports are so farmed and they are so annoying.
And who's gonna take the Aghanim Scepter? gonna be the brood mother. So now, talking about the spiders being in the base, and now you're gonna have these spinner snares just sitting all around. If you ever try and step out of the base, there's probably gonna be like 10 spinner snares you're gonna be running into.
I'm starting to feel like we're at the point where they need 5 or 6 Lincolnses for the mag. You know, are we at that point again? Somebody help this man get the skewers off.
They kind of do. They kind of need just that.
Or BKB here, but he's just so far from it.
Setting up Saksa, fights the initiation. 2-man avalanche with a toss back as well. They do manage to get a skewer back into the tier 4s. So as long as nobody dies on the side of Secret, this is going to be okay for them. They did use the BKB, and Saksa was walking off with the Aeon Disc, the Force Staff away. Now the Song of Siren allowing him to get out. So he forced a BKB. I think Chrysalis used his.
How do you kill any of these heroes?
I don't know.
If you're not killing him in that scenario, I mean, you need Nullifier. You just need it.
Oh, didn't quite get it. The skewer almost going off the Nullifier. He's going to make that Aeon Disc useless. Oh, he dies. 9 finishes him off. There's going to be a dieback. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. Chrysalis in a good position, though. And whoa, my goodness. Not just exploded at 33. That's a squad spider as well. They do have buybacks, though. Secret got to be careful as they push out, but they really want to be able to force more. They want to be able to stop these supports. There goes the buybacks of Thorn Snare onto the Ember Spear. They need to help him out. Here comes down. They've got the sight. The imprisonment going down. This is maybe the last stand from Secret. It's all up to Chrysalis. They need to be able to fight through. Skater, he's going to fall once. 9. A dieback on him. They just changed the game for Secret, but Chrysalis, he's not sure if he can go for it. They're going to stick on a Skater instead. Saksa comes in, lays down a combo. Almost enough to finish on the monkey, and he does die. He goes down. The one-on-one against Nisha. Now Sneaking joins in the fray. He jumps forward. Nisha, he must get this kill. He needs it so badly. Another round of slide. Not quite even hard, but the double slide gets him before he dies. He finishes off 9. He gives Secret a small chance. Tundra are gonna go high ground with 4. Just the 2 possible for a hold here from Secret. It's gonna have to be some sort of crazy tier 4 defense, all up to Chrysalis and Puppey.
This is 1 BKB. That's it in the tank. The Puppey buyback. Static Storm in 30. He's getting snared, getting illusion. I don't think the Monkey King's stopping this, but he has one last Wukong in the tank.
The most veteran TI captain Dota history. And the newest kid to the block, Chrysalis,
himself for
holding against 4 of Tundra. The tier 4s are down, the throne is exposed, they gotta get in there soon. He pops the BKB, he starts charging at Tundra, but they just keep their distance. He's gonna blow the Wukong's command, he tries to hold. He needs 15 seconds. Chrysalis, can he hold 15 seconds for the Magnus to come back and start getting those skewers?
How long is this Wukong? He's praying for it to be as long as possible.
He needs to be a little bit longer, but he's getting tossed out of it, and now Tundra, they pounce a second round of refresh, a double stun, the Static Storm, they're trying to hold, they're trying to get out of the Static Storm, but are they going to be able to hold this one? The Mantle away, the Song of Siren out, Force Staff, TP out, and Secret hold! Chrysalis and Puppey, they managed to hold somehow, some way, this game will continue.
The refresher on the monkey. We said that Wukong has to last longer. Well, 2 of them.
2 of them was
the
enough.
way to do it. Tundra just didn't want to commit for that throne. Choosing to send everything else at it except the core heroes in. At the end of that fight, Skeeter says, I'm out of here, man. I am not going to push the luck and force the buyback.
And you don't get another chance after that one.
Divine Rapier, baby.
It's time to go all in. A Divine Rapier for Chrysalis. It's the only real way this could end.
I mean, a beautiful setup here from the Boundless in a 2-man Static Storm static field. That's the only way you're killing these heroes, or at least threatening them. So like we said, it was only Crystallis and Puppey. That's all you need sometimes.
That's true.
Now they're looking for more, trying to abuse the window they have. Remember, no buyback here on this Brood for 70. No buyback on this OD if he gets found. Crystallis just running it down
tries to sneak it. Saksa. He tried to kill a creep wave. He really does not want to let this opportunity for Secret to go high ground while there's still 60 seconds for 33.
I mean, this is 50 seconds, no Brood. Divine Rapier up on Monkey. No buybacks for Secret. They need this throne, and they need to race it. Tundra's pushing in bottom.
Nisha, if he can just even hold these heroes here while the rest of the team pushes down that mid lane, but they're actually going to come back.
Secret want to take the fight. They do not want to end up in a throne race.
Get the glimpse, get the glimpse. Oh, Puppey.
So much time cost here, but of course you have an exposed throne on half HP, no glyph. Secret just have no choice in that scenario, have to come back and play the defensive position. have to imagine if they'd gotten to Tundra's base in that interval.
Oh, yeah. What is this?
Now, this is absolutely next level.
What did I say? Nerdy and dirty? That's the only way to play it right there, Tundra. That is nerdy and dirty to the best of degree. Pulling the creep wave with his courier, and he keeps it alive, too. Goddamn brilliant, Tundra.
He didn't have anything else on the map he could have done that with. With all the gunk on the map. Even the courier is making it hard for Secret to get these lanes out.
It's beautiful stuff.
Just when you thought you had to fight everything, they throw a little bit more your way.
Yep.
That said, Secret, they are smoking up mid. Remember, no buyback on OD Brood. Divine Monkey might just one or two shot some heroes here. Refresher coming up in 15.
Oh man, a double boundless strike would actually just
good
shot
ward.
some heroes.
Glimpse on the
back
Brood.
first thing, fine, 33, instantly he goes down to 2. 9 with the save though. 9, he's being chased down by the snowball. Gets a first step away from Stockstead. He locks down the shoots of Martin. Bam! There they go. There goes one hammer. 9, setting up for a little bit more, gets the reset of the saw. So now with just the cores alive,
they are trying to get out.
They can keep their distance and maybe get out fully. Saksa, maybe not so lucky. That is going to be very bad if he dies here. Another hero with no buyback. Again, Secret, they have been down and out this entire game. Anything that resembles parity in this game has got to be a win for Secret. They are just like stuck inside their base for like 90% of the game. And now we've gone to a point where we're kind of even, and there's 60-minute items. Secret can actually get out on the map and pick up these 60-minute items, which are a game changer.
Apex for snaking here. Tundra is definitely going to do some farming and choose who to give it to. Still, you have 100 seconds, no Tiny, 50, no Brood. Secret can get lanes out. Remember, they're not mega in this game. They still have bottom barracks. They can push it out pretty fast between Monkey and Ember. I think you try and find something here. I don't think you're just complacent with trading neutral items and letting this Tiny Brood respawn for free. That said, it's obviously easier said than done when you have so much trash just pushing in your lanes.
Yep, that's exactly what Quinn called it on the panel, right? You've got these spiders running at you, these illusions constantly. You have to have a way to be able to deal with it. Secret's idea was the empowered triple melee lineup, and it's still not enough.
I'm amazed at how much they found in these late game fights. The discipline and the target prioritization.
The mirror shield. I almost want to see that on the Ember Spirit, so
yeah, you reflect the spell, reflect an OD spell here. Might just win you the fight.
Yeah. You know what I love is that Tundra, is that they got the Pirates hat. So as if, you know, like they already have a 38,000 net worth lead, but let's go ahead and give them a little bit of extra booster. It's actually, they actually got it on the side of Secret now too, so they can both be digging up bounty runes nonstop. Shuffling items around. I don't think is there really anybody who wants that? Oh yeah, they got a Tiny, Giant's Ring, Tiny.
How does Tundra always end up with a Giant's Ring? I feel like I've seen Skeeter end up with a Giant's Ring so much.
Yeah.
I doubt he's gonna take it on Naga this game, but guys just always get it. Of course, we're gonna wait for the Tiny respawn just to see how big this Tiny gets. Everybody.
Can we see a BKB Tiny with Giant's Ring?
The most un-tiny of all time.
Secret still need 2 more.
Oh my lord, he's a big boy.
Show him. Good God! Now that's a hero! Mamma mia!
Is that a hero? Is he bigger than Roche?
He's coming for you! Where's Roshan?
Put him in the pit.
Ultimate rock monster face-off.
Put him in the pit. Put Roshan in Tundra's base. We'll swap him out here. I mean, that is a visual monstrosity.
They have been inside their base so long, by the way, they haven't finished up their tier 5 items because tier 4s are also dropping for the side of Secret.
You gotta farm through them. I mean,
yeah, they still have 1 tier 4 and 1 tier 5 left.
Pretty much all you've got is Fallen Sky on this Tusk. You've got that Mirror Shield. They're gonna give it to Nisha, so he has Lincoln's plus that. Trying to keep this Ember alive as much as possible. He got the Refresher too. Almost level 30. These late game team fights are not as straightforward as they used to be 20 minutes ago. There is a lot of gas in the tank for Secret now because of these refresher orbs coming out. Yep. Multiple Wukongs, multiple stuns, multiple DKBs, multiple ults. This is going to come down to buybacks and how much Tundra presses their advantage with the Roshans, which they're still probably going to get him, but how much does an extra Axe do for Tundra here? Not a lot. How much does an extra Refresher Shard do? Not a lot, right?
Yeah. If you're just now joining us, we're 63 minutes into game 1 of the upper bracket final here, Secret versus Tundra. Tier wondering what all this craziness is going on in your screen, it's a lot of tier 5 items going into play. It's Secret, who have been pretty much, it felt like they were kind of in that like 5% win chance for the last like 30 minutes, but they've held on. Has the sheer perseverance. What, you think that was generous? There it is.
Very generous.
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼.
He is actually bigger. Glorious. I'm just basking in the beauty of this
Now
guy
he's got
right
tree volley too. Does that increase this? The tree is huge. I feel like he's gonna throw that and knock out the Ancient just with one punch.
I have nothing to say. I'm just admiring the beauty of watching this walk around. I don't think I've ever seen such a girthy specimen in my life, Cap. That is the beauty of Dota.
So Secret have been holding on just ever so barely, and quite literally probably one of the smallest little threads you could possibly hope for. Tundra have been fully disciplined this entire time. Like, while Secret have been holding on, Tundra have not overextended, as they've seen many teams do here at this TI.
They're looking for the toss back.
They have been looking for openings and patiently letting those openings play out. Somebody walks into that spinner snare, great. We can get the toss back, and oh Lord, he is coming. Here comes 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼. Giants ring 𝙎𝙬, trying to find the opening here. The 𝙎𝘾𝘄𝘼 command is going to go off. They do have the imprisonment. The Dark Shadow is the tiny moving out of that 𝙎𝘾𝘄𝘼 command. Thanks to that imprisonment, Astral save once again from 9. They do have the Scythe, keeping that Ember Spirit. Force staff him out. That's the nullifier. Oh, he got hit by an arrow, pumping down. One pick off, tree volley being used, caught, and forced to use the BKB. 2 small wins there for Tundra. A BKB down on Chrysalis and a buyback out of the Disruptor. This is what we're talking about. Tundra has just been so good at being able to just see small opportunities like this arrow. 𝙎𝙬𝘾 looking for an opening. Doesn't go for the toss back, instead the imprisonment. Magnus getting caught as he tries to jump in. Also nullified as well. Tree volley's coming in. Resolution needs to be able to get outside. He's managed to get the kickback on his Snake King and snowballs his way out of there. Chrysalis sees an opportunity. Hits him with the Boundless Strike, and the Static Storm will finish him off. 9 is almost dead. Nisha's been messing around with him, but at the same time, Tusk falls. Nisha all in and trying to chase down this OT. The last remnants of the BKB. He couldn't fight him. TP out. The BKB expires. He gets caught. 𝙎𝙬𝘾𝙄𝘼 to finish him off with the help of 9.
So OD just way too elusive on the back end. So much help as well. And that was a refresher for this Ember. He's going to have to expend buyback here, but he is not going to have that up, which means no BKB for the full duration.
Buyback 1, buyback 2. Skewer away. Hold out, but at the same time, a dieback on the Disruptor. Chrysalis jumps in, immediately in prison. He's not going to get off the 𝙎𝘾𝘄𝘼 command. He hopes for it, and he doesn't have the BKB either. Starts fighting up against Skeeter. Trying to hold it. Oh, what a kickback! Right in front of the Monkey King. What a beautiful kick!
Buybacks here. OD coming back in.
With the song, setting things up. They have the imprisonments ready to go. They're going to focus on this Tusk first. They know this repositioning is so damn bad for them. Want to go to 3. And the Storm come in, finishing off the Ember Spirit. A 2 buyback. They are all in on being able to hit either the best RP of your life. No, it's denied by the imprisonment. He tries to go for the Boundless Strike. He gets the skewer back now, but coming back into play, Chris is not going to be able to do anything. Immediately silenced, and that is it. Tundra, they will take this game 1. Just the most beautiful, disciplined play you could possibly hope for to see on the main stage from Tundra. They worked Secret. He gets the skewer back now, but coming back into play, Chris is not going to be able to do anything. Immediately silenced, and that is it. Tundra, they will take this game 1. Just the most beautiful, disciplined play you could possibly hope for to see on the main stage from Tundra. They worked Secret bit by bit. They wore them down until they could finally break them.
How many Astrals, how many tosses does it take to wear this Secret team down? My God. I mean, it just felt like people are getting Astrals for over an hour in that game, and every single one was more annoying than the last. There's Brulines in the back. There's Naga Illusions in the back. Somehow, Rezo's finding these skewers to keep him alive, but at some point, one of those spells is going to miss. And then the gunk just gunks you up. It's just too much, man. Of course, Tiny's probably taking up half your screen as well. So many individual fights too. You have this duel on the back line between Nisha and 9, chasing each other, refreshing for the double BKB. Penta Remnant refreshed into the Deca Remnant, trying to finish him. But 10 is not enough. You needed 15 in that game or something. I don't know. Too many Astrals to match it. That was a Tundra game through and through.
It really was. We said this is going to be a battle of ideas. Who's going to come out on top? Tundra's ideas do succeed, but Secret, they definitely showed they're not going to go down without a fight. And I'm sure our panel has so much to say about a wild 67-minute game.
Yeah, I can start talking after I pick my job off the floor, because this is the international, this is the Dota that we live for, and these are the moments that define our game. I'm here, Tsunami, with T-Gov, Lizard, and Sheepstick, as we're all just, you're looking dazed, Sheep.
There's a really big rock behind us.
Yeah, now imagine how Secret felt about it.
Dude, what a game. I was just so hyped, just this comeback from Tundra with their like really good smoke moves in the mid game into this long late game, base defense, all these little pokes and prods coming out. We're gonna threaten you with the glimpse. You gotta deal with the skewers. You have to save with all these different things. There was so much thinking that everyone had to do in that game, and that's the Dota we love.
Yeah, you have these kind of people, you know, they enjoy that late game. They enjoy it when you can't even understand what the hell is happening. And then I'm like, man, you just want to see strategies. You just want to see normal Dota. In the end, none of that matters. You get some tier 6 items, you get a tiny that's higher than, I don't know, what building? T-Gov, go for it.
Mount Everest.
Big Ben. I just love it.
He's been fully rejuvenated for this one, but T, what's on your mind, man?
I mean, you speak about strategy, Lizard. It's the fact that Secret, in the early game, they were the ones being the aggressors. They were crossing the river, they were taking the fight to Tundra. But they take that one fight in the top lane, where they utilize the OD, go get those imprisons, and since they then win it and get across the river and set up their kind of aggressive positioning, you have Skidder with the Naga illusions pushing it out, 33 with the Spiderlings pushing it out, and like Skidder, he plays over an hour-long game, he doesn't die at all. He's 14-0-24. He's backed up by the OD the entire time. Like 9 really just unlocks Skidder to top off.
It's something like the Dazzle plus Naga, Dazzle plus anything that buys the hearts, really, that was played like a month or two ago. Now you have Naga and OD. Astral Imprisonment, get that heart going in after you leave the Disruptor's ulti, then you can heal up, reset the fight with sleep. It's just so nasty, and this is Tundra 101. You have Brood Mother sending her little broodlings everywhere. You have Naga with the illusions everywhere. You just cannot play. I like what Secret tried to do, right? Like with the Magnus, with the Ember, with the Monkey, you get that Empower. It works versus any kind of a zoo. And they said in the interview that they needed to address the zoo. Obviously, it didn't work out for them.
It definitely worked out for a while. It was nice because it felt like Tundra really struggled under the pressure that Secret were applying, because you're able to farm with all 3 cores with this Empower, and also they're more aggressive team fight. In the mid game, it was hard for Tundra to fight into it because 33 had such a bad start on Brood. So when Tundra gets shoved into the same side of the map as each other, like Naga wants one side of the map, Brood Mother wants one side of the map, like all these heroes are competing for farm with 3 Empower melee cores. It's really hard for them to find farm.
It's probably the best thing that happened in Secret's draft. That's the Monkey King on the safe lane. Like, he generally does not lose versus melee heroes, and he definitely did win super hard against the Brood. Forced her to jungle at her, like, what, level 5?
Yeah, he didn't even get his spawn Spiderlings. He was there early on.
Yeah, like minute 14, 15, your tier 1 tower on the bottom lane is already standing. That was the moment where I started trash talking Tundra's draft. Like,
yes, I recall.
It's not gonna work.
I'm glad that you exposed yourself, because I was about to call you out and be like, Lizard, somehow I remember a different result coming your way. And you may have heard Cap allude to the fact that Tundra is dirty and nerdy. And we keep saying that, but what does it really mean? What are the analytics behind us saying such bold things about the team? Well, maybe Purge can explain it in a little bit greater detail.
That's right, Neil. Tundra's drafting has been very innovative so far this tournament. They're ahead of the meta. They're setting the trends. For example, in the group stage, they picked Crystal Maid in 10 of their 18 total games. She ends up with a 65% win rate. Really, really good. Every other team looks at that and says, oh, CM must be really good. Let's pick CM ourselves. And then she goes on to be the most picked hero of the main stage so far, doing really good there. But Tundra, when they get to the main stage, they just say, our favorite support lady, we don't need her anymore. We're just going to pick Mirana every single game. They haven't picked her one time since they started. They haven't even banned it. No respect at all to the hero that they trended in the tournament. And we just saw Mirana in this previous game. On top of that, Tundra, the other way that they're setting trends is, for example, their Doom pick. It's been banned against them now 13 times, all in the first phase, the most powerful time to ban a hero. Very effective. That's because 33's Doom is so good. The total bans against them account for 1/3 of the total bans against Doom in the tournament. That's 33%, of course. One trend they haven't embraced at all, though, is the Leshrac. It's the second most picked hero of the groups. It's a 76% win rate. Definitely the most broken hero of the patch. They haven't played it one time, and even more shockingly, Tundra has played against Leshrac 0 times in the entire tournament. It's pretty remarkable. They have banned it now 6 times, the previous game and the previous 2 before that. So basically setting trends, forcing their opponents to ban other weird heroes that nobody else is picking, and now picking more weird stuff like we saw in the last game. Secret, on the other hand, they picked Lesh 5 out of 18 matches. They picked it every game in the main stage, except for the last game that it was banned. They had 4 wins when they get it. So it's a hero of the tournament, but Tundra just doesn't care, and now they're just in a great position because every other match that's happening isn't the normal meta, or the information you get from the other games aren't going to be applicable to Tundra, and that's what gives them a really good upper hand in these games.
They go to the beat of their own drum, Purge. Thank you very much. Yes, but one thing that I'm a little bit... Oh, you want to talk?
There's one more hero.
Oh, tell me about it.
I think it's *𝙀𝘶𝘶, actually. We should talk about 𝙀𝘶𝘶.
Well, tell me about 𝙀𝘶𝘶. What's he up to? Hey.
He's got a really good beard.
Oh. Handsome fellow, I gotta say. I'm inspired.
He's got 2 masks on.
The multi-mask.
Wow, beautiful. Why am I even hosting them? We could have done it in AR. Thank you very much, Purge, for that information. And yes, it does seem like Tundra is very strong. Now, how much stock do you put in adaptability? Because Secret, they have played a hell of a lot of games to get to this point. They went through all of LCQ, they went through all of group stage, and now they're going through the bracket, and they drop a game. All of our upper bracket were 2-0s. Now what, T?
Yeah, I feel like for Secret, at least, it's trying to make sure that their first move into the enemy jungle leads to success, because they were in a really good position to take the fight, to take some momentum. But Tundra, they're some of the best teams at taking these defensive fights, winning, and then occupying an aggressive position to choke out your opponent. Like, if you think of the biggest net worth leads across TIs, Tundra has the second biggest net worth lead against Talon earlier. Then in this game, they had like a 60k net worth lead. Like, when they get into a winning position, they hold it. So I think for Secret, you can't let Tundra slowly get into that position where they just kind of choke you out in the game.
Well, I'm still pulsing with excitement, and I can only feel it all the way here in Norway. I wonder how Singapore is dealing with such an exciting game. Let's check in with Slacks.
Hello, 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 my friends. It is I, Sir Action Slacks. We're here in front of the arena right now, and did you know you can take a picture with a replica Aegis? Very cool. However, I've always wondered, what would someone do if they just saw someone stealing the Aegis? My friend is here. He's going to pretend to be security. What's your name, sir?
Irfan.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I'm going to run and try to hand this Aegis off to someone, and you got to go up to them and have them point to which direction I went. I want to see if they're loyal to me or if they're loyal to you. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go assault someone that has no idea that it's coming. Are you ready?
Yes.
Time to go give away the Aegis. Count to 20. Here we go. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Out of my way, out of my way. Out of my way, out of my way. Miss, can you hold this? Please hold this, please hold this. Listen, don't tell anyone you saw me, okay? No, sir, I'm still alive, sir.
Okay. Did she just get to keep it now? Yeah. Is she taking the final slot?
No, the winner of TI now has to go find that lady in the crowd. Can I have it back, please? We just won the tournament.
She's giving it back. You were supposed to run!
What a good
You ratted me out! You ratted me out! How could you? I thought we were homies! Why did you rat me out? Thievery is not allowed. Not allowed thievery. Thank you. The Aegis is safe.
Honestly,
all good. Thank you.
We are honest people.
Honest people here. Thank you. Oh, yeah, take it back, guys. I'm sweating my booty off out here. Everybody yell! Put him in the mouth!
Woo! Yes! And Aegis Snatch was not successful in this game. Poor Slacks sweating his ass off, but it is an honest group of people. No malicious behavior there.
I love you people are honest. Give me back to Aegis.
Yoink.
I would have stolen it so fast.
So apparently what I think is going on is that you can go and take pictures with the replica Aegis, which I remember that during TI10, when there was no crowd, I very surreptitiously walked up to the real Aegis and like snapped a quick selfie and was like, oh my god, this is like...
Did you touch it? Did you?
So I asked permission and I was not granted permission.
It should actually tour the world, you know, on the downtime, like football does.
Well, right now it's looking like it's about to tour from Eastern Europe to Western Europe because it's going from Team Spirit to one of these 3 teams that remains, looking like it might be a compelling case for Secret, for Puppy to put his name on it again, T. I don't really know. You think that Tundra is going to turn it back around or what?
I think Tundra is going to probably, I mean, they're the favourites. They've taken game 1 here. I think they're in a really solid spot to get to the finals. I think Secret, their storyline isn't to win this series. Oh god, they can hear me now. It's to bounce back in the lower bracket. Oh god, they can really hear me now. Yeah, I'm kind of believing in Tundra just because of how dominant and methodical that game 1 was.
And the way they're playing, right? Like Naga, the way they even approach the Naga drafts, the fact that he is going for this new build, it's not that new. It's been being built in pubs for quite a while now. But Orchid, the way they combo that with a Mirana, that's a 4 or a 5. You always have that extra surprise coming from Mirana's ulti, and then into the Orchid, then into the Ensnare. Also the fact that they buy a gem very, very early on, they devoured it, and they always send the gem back to the base, right? Like they secure the map, they secure the vision, and then they set up these ganks with heroes that you don't necessarily expect.
And we had a lot of skepticism surrounding this draft, Sheep. I know that you saw Brood and Naga, and you were like, oh, I don't really think that, I mean, there's a lot of clear on the side of Secret.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is backstage talk. These are off thoughts that don't truly reflect my feelings on the draft.
You hate
them. As I said earlier on the draft, it had problems. When Secret properly applied pressure, that draft really struggled because there wasn't enough farm distribution for everyone on the map. However, they made really good comeback plays, utilizing Sax's Tiny. His tossbacks enabled so many of those fights during their comeback when they were starting to reclaim the map. That was good. This was good. This was what made their stuff work. Skitter is so confident on his Naga, on his CK. He plays these illusion heroes like they're not illusion heroes.
Yeah, and sorry for exposing off-the-record knowledge. I'll give you something that's on the record, though, because Tundra had some thoughts on Secret.
I think Team Secret is a very formidable opponent because I think they've defined their roles for each other very well, and they know exactly what to expect from each other. I mean, obviously they have Puppy, so like it kind of goes without saying. Honestly, it doesn't need to be explained. And by this point, it's also for Nisha as well. It's just such an amazing player. If you were just to think of each of their player, not even looking at any particular game, you kind of have an idea of what each hero will play. Nisha will generally play like a very high damage hero, and then Crystallis will either be some sort of utility or counter pick for the lane, and same thing with the Resolution. They know the lane matchups very well. It's like they play these stupid combos that you feel like the lane shouldn't be strong, but then they know something about it a bit more than you do, or like the synergy is a bit better, that they manage to win these lanes, and like suddenly like they have very good synergy in the game.
The last time we played them in a group stage where we toured them, I think they messed up their drafts in both of their games, so I don't think we actually got to play the real Secret.
Like going into this match against them, I think we are kind of on even grounds. Like both of us have kind of, since that match, both of us have kind of gone through a win streak. Yeah, I think we are on even footing, and just excited to see how the game will play out.
The footing is becoming somewhat uneven, though. As we saw, game number 1, Tundra, they do their own thing. You heard it from Purge. They set dynamics throughout the group stage. They throw them out the window whenever it comes to playoffs time. Now, upper bracket finals, we see Zoo, T. Do you think they go back to the well on that one, or is it too telegraphed?
No, I feel like this game 1 was a perfect example of Tundra getting what they wanted. Secret, when you enter that first phase of bans, you kind of know what's going to be hitting you. Tundra, they're not this unpredictable team in regards to their openings. It's normally like kind of 9 specialties. I feel like for Tundra, they just keep doing what they're doing. They won the first game. They're looking good. They're looking solid. You don't need to change up. For Secret, though, it's if we do the same bans and maybe let Brood through, do you want a different answer? Like they crushed him in lane, but the overall game, like losing out on map
came back. They made a comeback with the Brood that got crushed. Like you don't see that very often. And also, if you're Tundra, you're probably feeling really good right now, Sheep, right? Because in group stages, 2 games lasted 60 minutes.
It's true.
Now you win with even the tier 5 items coming into the play.
Yeah, I think they should feel confident, but not cocky, because like we talked about, Secret did have that early game advantage. They were starting to creep ahead in net worth, and they were looking very scary to fight into. So for Secret, I think it's more of tightening up that area that they struggled with in the last game and making sure they can cement their lead. And for Tundra, it's I mean, do the same thing. They made the right moves to come back. They kind of knew what they had to do, and maybe they want to adjust how they play that Brood lane. It just went so bad.
Still seems like you like it being a top priority for Tundra, that Brood Mother.
I really like the Brood.
Okay.
I just think it presents a lot of problems, and because her item build is so generic,
yeah.
Because 33 also plays Tide the same
You say that now, but I thought the dynamic for the longest time was I have to go Wraith Pact or Pipe every time.
He did. He went Wraith Pact.
Then where were you getting generic from then?
Is in it's something that is good no matter what the game is, right? You're not going, oh, I have to buy like a Solar Crest for armor or whatever. It's just like I'm going Wraith Pact. It reduces damage.
I have to just say that I am worried for Secret because the games where they performed like maybe overperformed were the games Nisha played Leshrac.
Yeah.
And that's what I believe. I don't know who, Slacks or someone said it just a moment ago.
I doubt Slacks said it. If it was smart, I don't think Slacks said it.
Yeah, they had like 4 out of 5 games on Leshrac, and they won all 4 of those. So Lesh is their comfort hero, and it's also a hero on which Nisha can definitely just put them all on his back and carry it.
That's probably not getting through the drafts, right?
Yeah. Most likely will not.
Yeah, it was banned in the previous game. Probably going to get banned no matter the pick order again in this game as well.
Well, let's see how these priorities pan out as we get into game number 2 of Tundra versus Secret.
Turn to ban.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Now, we heard earlier from that video from Tundra themselves, they said they talked about when they faced up against Team Secret in the group stage, they said they didn't really feel like they faced the real Team Secret. Sure, game 1, they feel like, okay, now we're matched up against the real guys. Both games, though, game 1, both in the group stage as well as now on stage, they won with the Naga Siren. So, I don't know, something's working for Tundra. Their ideas still work against Secret, even if it was a little harder this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think kudos to Secret for pulling it back and making it drag out that so far. I think Secret is the first team I've seen do what you have to do against Tundra, which is survive their offlane. Tundra's offlane is extremely fierce. They're very dominant in the laning phase, and you can fall really far behind. And Secret just totally trampled that. They crushed Tundra's offlane, which I don't think anyone has done yet this tournament. So I say, even though Secret lost that game, I feel like they have a pretty good footing in that they had a really good laning phase. And if you have that against Tundra, then you're set up to play at the very least an even game.
Yeah, honestly, I think this OD last pick was, I didn't realize how strong it was until I actually saw the game. I just didn't realize that you never play against this hero in Pops. I haven't played against this hero in months. But this OD with the shard, he completely nullified the way Secret wanted to fight that game. And I think without OD, this game would have been completely different. So we'll see what they want to do to change it up. They do have second pick on Secret this time, and I do think they're a team that benefits.
And I think, to me, it's like, is Maiden going to destroy you in a series compared to a Brood or a Doom?
Silencer.
Or, you know, like some Naga Siren that's really the core of their strategy. Because this Maiden obviously accelerates their support duo a lot. It helps them skirmish. It gives them some extra lane shove for their pickoff combo. But I feel like I'd rather play against Crystal Maiden than like the Brood or the Naga, you know?
Do you think it was more about the opposite? Do you think it was like, we're going to give you Brood Mother and break it? Because they, as Quinn pointed out, they did win that lane. So maybe they thought, okay, we're going to show that you can't use this tool for not just this series, but also potentially grand finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. It's something that Puppy is like notorious for doing. Like, fine, we'll give you your best try, we'll beat it, and then like you're screwed. Then your draft is hosed, and you don't want to play the Brood again, and then now what do you do, right? But they lost, so you just ban it to screw it. I don't want to see a spider in my game again.
And here we go already with the Flex Dawnbreaker, which we've seen Crystallis play it, and then Resolute also play it. They are on second pick, so they're going to hide this till later. And I think this hero is really good for Secret, the way they play. They like to have Nisha on these mid carries, which is also better on second pick, right? Because he's going to his lane, he's going to get a counter pick. And then this Dawnbreaker can go either lane, she can connect to mid lane with Nisha. Silencer is a solid hero against CM, no pun intended. You have the global for ulti, and you're also decent lane matchup against her.
Are you going to get Visaged here?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. I mean, it's just, you're opening up the Silencer, right? Like, this is the ultimate Visage on response team. You know they want a Wraith Pact hero if Doom is out of the pool, which it is. And Brood is out as well, so if you don't take your Wraith Pact hero here, you're maybe not getting to second phase, and I feel like they really want a Zoo hero versus Silencer. One of the best ways to abuse this hero. Even if you end up getting countered in the game, your lane's terrible, you can always just throw birds on him. He's kind of forced to make a decision in terms of the spellcasting because the hero's just too slow. It's very clunky on the map, he needs a lot of farm. So I think Tundra got a pretty happy Visage pick, but I agree that Dawnbreaker should be very good for Secret. It's one of these cores that can shove waves, deal with the early skirmishes, and still scale, and help their mid-hero scale. Yeah. We've seen these Dawn Storm, Dawn Shadow Fiend combos be really powerful this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare these first two heroes from Secret to the first two last game, I think they're a lot happier in terms of, like, it gives them more flexibility in what they pick in the second phase. They have a lot more damage, a lot more, like, casual fight. It's not two heroes that sort of do this good magic damage. They have decent scale, you know, it, like, sort of balances in a lot of ways. I think they're much happier with that, because now Isha can play, like, the, you know, the carry type of hero, or type of hero. Rezokin has different options. I think they're more open in terms of, like, what they can pick down the line.
It's going to be interesting to see if they want to address this Wraith Pact in any way, because I felt like last game the Wraith Pact actually had huge impact. They didn't have a simple way of killing it. You know, Ember doesn't want to hit it, Monkey doesn't want to hit it. You want these kind of range heroes. Sometimes, you know, people would pick a Snapfire, something that can actually deal with the Wraith Pact timing. So I'm trying to think what they're going to pick Secret in the next hero. It's going to be 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝘄𝘼 hero, most likely. And they could set up a way for the Silencer to lane away from 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝘄𝘼. That is also a possibility.
They only really have been playing melee fours for 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝘄𝘼, so like when you think of the Wraith Pact killers, I think of like Piranha, Snapfire type deals from the 4. And he's pretty much just playing First Spirit, Tusk, Nyx. Job's done. I'm gonna go in and wreak havoc. Especially when you have Silencer 5, you kind of want as many forms of solid, easy initiation as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, they could be looking for that Wraith Pact killer from 4 position on 18. When you look at Tundra's heroes, they're a bit clunky in the way they fight. It's very like what comes into us. So if you have this sniper, this SF, this turret hero, okay, that's fine. If you're gonna sit there, I'm gonna sit there too. I'm gonna punch you from farther away. I'm gonna beat you backward. Like that type of thematic fighting for Secret, I think can be very good, and also like helps give them an answer back, which is super.
Yeah, they're banning Nog here, though, right?
I'm trying to think about it.
I feel like you ban Nog. I don't think you want to play another Nog game, even if you're confident you're gonna get the cores. I feel like it's another hero that makes the way the fights play out very difficult for Silencer. It's very obnoxious. He sends stuff in, he sees you, you start getting chipped.
I mean, the question is, if you have 2 cores that you can pick against Naga, do you still need to ban it? That is the question here.
That is a big question.
You do get to counter it, and it also depends a bit on what support they want to pick here. And like you said, he's been playing mostly melee heroes. Which one is the best here? And they do ban it, so I think it's an okay thing to do. They keep losing to it. Clearly, Tundra is an amazing team with Siren, so block here. I can see Tusk, something that just fits with his MO, which is pick melee heroes.
You like Thirst Spirit? I feel like it is one of those old school Visage counters in a way. Like you can get on him, start burning the stacks, be extra tanky, you just get BKB, he doesn't do anything.
In theory, he is stronger than the other supports in how the fights break out. He is weaker in lane, but you're right. It is a lot about fighting. You come to land Dota, it's a lot about fighting. You know, logic kind of goes out the window sometimes.
Very true.
That's what happens on stage if, you know, you play in front of this huge. But they do go for Nyx Assassin, which I do think is a weaker hero against Visage's timings.
Yes.
I mean, there is the upside to this Nyx hero that the combo with Dawnbreaker is pretty powerful. You get this 10 stun increase talent, and you just get chain stun. The Nyx hits you, stuns you, Dawnbreaker drops on you, and you get chain from like 5 seconds. They full to 0 you. So, I mean, we saw last game Tundra playing this more of this pick-off style, whereas I think Secret this game has much more of that than they did last game. So, you know, being able to split the map a little bit more. Saw them sort of gridlocked at this 1K, 2K gold lead for quite some time, so maybe this Nyx Dawn gives a little more global presence, a little more pick-up potential. Maybe that gives them the opportunity to like build more of this gold lead if they have another good early.
So I think this is going to be the hardest phase for Tundra, because they have to decide what to show here. Go with Clockwork, which is definitely good against all these heroes actually. Solid support matchup. And then which core do they go with here? What do they want to address? Do you want to address this Dawnbreaker, which can go to multiple lanes? Do you just want to pick something that's in the game with Visage? You know, like for example, they've played the CM Chaos Knight lane a lot, and that's a very hard lane to beat.
I can see CK, I can see Ursa. They want something that just go in the Roche pit, trying to fuse Wraith Pact early. Like if Global's on cooldown, your Dawnbreaker ult's on cooldown. Just go in the pit, start getting the Roshans up.
I'm feeling a CK. Yeah. I think it just fits their MO, you know? Again, it's also true. Summons, it's illusions.
Yeah.
It's not a Naga Siren, but you still get to throw stuff out there.
You could go Axe.
You can go Axe. You know, you press BKB, you press Axe, you dispel Global from everybody else.
Pretty nice.
Pretty poggers indeed.
Very poggers.
That was for Quinn.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No, I mean, I think this, like Secret may have the more pick-off they did last game, but in terms of just like raw single target damage, they do go for the 9 hero. I mean, it's definitely, it's not the worst of Primal games. I wouldn't say it's the best either. It sort of has like back and forth matchups against a lot of these heroes. I could see their ideology being, hey, Spirit has a lot of these magic damage, like not super scaling heroes, and we have a potential carry option that could be good on 23. That one extra pick, maybe we get to see a lane, or we know the Dawn's going, we know the carry matchup, and we get like this really powerful carry pick. And maybe they feel we're gonna pick 9-0 anyway. It's gonna be some melee dude who's gonna go do some stuff for us. He's gonna run in, so they're like, just pick it now, whatever. They'll counter it sort of. Primal's not that easy to counter in lane. And we'll get this like slightly better carry pick that gives us a better game matchup as time progresses.
I think it's pretty smart in a way because it fits in how they want to play the game on Tundra's side. So they want to open up Visage's lane right when you hit 6. That's generally what they like to do with Zoo, this team. And Primal is one of the best hero at rotating too fast with trample. He's always going to get on top of somebody. And when Visage hits 6 with Primal Beast coming in there, if he's not too far behind in lane, which is one of the weaknesses of Visage, they can pretty much kick out anybody. So I want to see what Secret addresses here. I think they'll pick their mid hero. Okay, Angolier.
Very, very good against all of Tundra's heroes, and I think it gives them that oomph that Secret sort of needed. Like, they want some dude who goes in, if he can bam, slap, like, it's something oomph to it. They have a lot of like casual magic damage, little bits here and there, and now they have like something more impactful that goes in. Doesn't care about Wraith Pack. Tundra has all this magic damage and just absolutely nothing to Pango. Like, it is a very, very good Pango.
I like this Pango Dawnbreaker dual form. I think these are the types of heroes you want for Tundra. Heroes that can fight early, you don't fall behind on the map, deal with the lanes, deal with the skirmishing. At the same time, you're happy going late game with them too in a 5-on-5 ball scenario where the damage is going to be enough to cut through the Wraith Pack pipe scenario or whatever you're dealing with. I also think this Nyx Primal Beast interaction is like very weird. So I think we've seen it a lot this tournament. Like when you press BKB on this hero is the one thing that I think isn't always super obvious in a lot of the fights. You BKB before you charge in, or you just charge in, you're getting carapace. Is something weird happening to your hero, right? You have a global, like if you BKB early and you get global, and your ult is screwed. So this I don't think this Primal Beast initiation is that easy for him in a way. I think it's kind of murky to me.
I do like the Pangolier, like you guys said. I do think it's mainly about this Pangolier answering the pressure from the Visage and this Primal Beast, because I think he's going to want to match them. So if they're going to go somewhere together, this Pangolier is exactly the hero you want that can deal with that lane. He can go there, with Dawnbreaker ulting in, you can actually fight them, fight their timing. And like I said, this is Dota, it's about fighting, right? Even Tundra last game, they push all these waves. But to what end? They want to be able to fight. They want to be able to see somebody and start casting spells, start poking them. And it's a similar thing, right? They have Clockwork with the Vision, the Visage. It just fits their MOs for both of these teams.
5 seconds.
Yeah, we can see Secret this game with another smart ban. I think banning the CK like they were talking about. It's just like very, very comfort. And it's sort of an interesting dynamic whenever you play a team that has such set-in-stone heroes. Sort of get in this thing where like, hey, we can counter this hero, but they also really like it, so we'll just ban it to put them out of their comfort zone. And so you sort of go back and forth on that, and it seems like Secret has fallen much more into the camp of, hey, maybe, it's not the greatest CK game. Pango and Dawn, it's like, it's okay, but they really like it, so we're just going to ban what works for them instead of trying to ban the most ideal hero, which is pretty good ideology against Tundra.
10 seconds.
I'm trying to think of this last Tundra hero here.
Maybe a Dark Secret. It is pretty interesting, right? Because Secret upgraded their second phase to all carry bans, as opposed to last time they placed up against him. It means so many Skeeter heroes are out of the pool. Tundra really trusted that Skeeter's got something left.
I mean, this Wraith King and Ursa, those are like the two that come to mind. I mean, this team is almost always picking something that just goes in, takes all the attention, gives vision to the rest of their lineup, causes chaos, and of course, if you can get something with nice lane synergy with CM, you're going to feel a bit better about potentially abusing the Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk of saving your carry for last pick. Is there's 15 more billion heroes to carry carry heroes banned, then you can end up with questionable options, and you come out and you're like, are we really happy with this counter pick as well? And is that going to mesh properly? It's not a tricky, or it's not an easy pick.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think what he's going to want to play here, because there's always going to be some kind of counter pick, so it has to be something he's happy with. Okay, Terrorblade.
Went in doubt.
Terrorblade out?
Terrorblade out. I was just looking. I wasn't looking at anybody.
In the chat. Bust out the TV. I will say Terrorblade is fairly strong in lane. There are not too many lanes that you can, at least survive to the point where you can go jungle. But it's not an incredible TV game. It's an okay TV game. You're playing against Nyx and Sound, so you want to push these waves. Again, it just fits with their style. Push waves with summons, illusions, and find the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it also gives them this raw damage. When you're against Dawnbreaker and Pangolier, like, you want some massive, high DPS dude for when this Pango runs in. Like, he can't just roll and have a free game. Like, once his roll ends, like, he's going to get focused on it, blown up with the TV right clicks. Like, that matchup can be very two-sided.
Yeah, there's a lot that can jump this Terrorblade and make his game hard, and there's not a lot that protects him. I feel like last game we had all of those saves, all of those fight resets coming out. This game is different, right? Tundra does not have a single bailout spell. If you're just all in this Terrorblade, you global on top, who's doing anything to bail him out of the fight? He dies, so much of your damage goes away. We've seen a lot of games where this Primal Beast, this hero doesn't just do it all on his own, right? And now you have 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 added to the mix, a hero that Terrorblade has issues gap closing or man fighting in late game scenarios.
And one of the best killers in TV too, right? Just strikes through all that base armors.
I think this looks to me the most doable game in terms of bringing Tundra down. Like, if you're gonna bring this team down and beat what they're doing, this game to me looks like the most doable.
But are they actually gonna be able to fly? What are you feeling?
I'm gonna go with Secret. Again, I was wrong last time, but this is looking pretty hopeful. I do think this is a pretty good Drow Ranger game. I do like the Pangolier and how they're gonna set up the fights with Nyx Assassin. It's not as simple for Tundra to play out the fights. Like SVG said, they don't have the save. That was what changed everything from last game. So I'm gonna go with Secret.
I am also going to go Secret. My one worry is this offlane for Tundra, I think, is a lot stronger than it was in the last game, and Drow Silencer is a lane that can get out of control very quickly. Suddenly there's a Birdman picking all your towers, and you're very sad. So
he's going to have to lane the Silencer against the Christmas Maiden. I'm pretty sure they're going to Nyx Drow top. That's what I'm feeling, at least. But then they're breaking the Rezo-Zayak combination, so maybe not.
Yeah, you're throwing Nyx potentially into Clock Visage, which much fun for him either.
That's true.
Who does go down there and tank it up? Maybe you just dodge entirely? Is there like an aggro option? Not amazing, but
yeah,
maybe you use it to some degree. I think Secret, honestly, they just want to get out of lanes. I don't think they need to win lanes super hard here. It's like they just survive, get their course levels and farm. They get into that mid game. I think they're going to be pretty happy. Again, best chance I've seen.
All right. Secrets versus Tundra. Game 2 is almost ready to go, but we got to check up the man on stage. Slacks has got 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 for our last minute.
Prepare for battle.
My keyboard is not working. My keyboard is not working.
And 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 pointed out that, like, listening in on the comms, he was able to pick up some of the frustration from some of his players. I mean, that just did not look like a fun game to play for Secret. With that many saves and that much split pushing, it just felt like everything that they tried to do was immediately stymied. So this time around, I mean, you pointed out early on, there aren't those kind of saves. There's still the split pushing. There's still going to be Visage Familiars, still going to be illusions running around, but no saves. They can actually go in and try to kill something and probably actually succeed.
Which is a big deal when you have high committal lineups. Last game was a pretty high committal lineup for them. They have a lot of big ults. They have to drop them. Once they're dropped, if it gets reset, there's not a second round until, 70 minutes when you have refreshers, of course.
Yeah.
But, this game, it's a similar story to some degree, right? You have this global, you have this Dawn ult, you have the Pangolier ult. These spells get committed. You are locked into that fight, so you need to be making sure you're getting a big kill out of them. And yeah, no saves, a lot less gunk on the map. That's what I'm saying. Like, this Tundra draft, it's very much up their alley, and this team has been arguably the most dominant team at this tournament.
Yes.
So if there's a time you can make the god bleed, I feel like this is it.
12 wins in a row for Tundra now. They have been hot, hot, hot. Coming off the group stage, going into playoffs. Now, they are just one win away from a grand final appearance. Absolutely amazing, especially for, we talked about the matchup. Let's just talk about the captains versus captains. We've got 11-time TI attending, just absolutely the GOAT of captains, Puppey, versus Snake. First time at TI as a captain. He's been here before, but this time around, he's the one calling the shots, right, Avery?
It's a different story entirely. I mean, he has always been a pseudo-captain on every team he's been on. This guy talks a lot, and he talks often, so it's a familiar role for him. But yeah, the pressure's on, and they're handling it magnificently, right? One game away from that grand final. You're already pretty happy, almost regardless of that outcome. Already a pretty good start as well. Trades out. Well, Snake King, he's not going to be happy about having a TP on Maiden. First 5 to have to TP to lane on. You lose half your mana pool. Pushes them down to triple mango. Lost them in, so... Secret, any little start they can get off these lanes is nice. And like I was talking about, they did end up putting the Nyx down here, swapping that silencer up towards the Crystal Maiden. They're trying to take advantage of this Dawnbreaker silencer lane. He sacrificed a little by putting Nyx down here, but honestly, he wasn't going to do a lot top.
Sure.
And you know, this Tundra off lane, they pull waves a lot. Throw something in a random lane and hope to get out of it. It's probably this lane to some degree. The pull action already on time and on point.
Yep. And I almost wonder, like, Secrets, they could have been doing some of their own pulling. Meta was popped early by Skeeter, but now it's down. They're immediately going to start getting a bit aggressive, missing out on that last hit, though. It's an interesting matchup. Nisha versus 9, Pango versus Primal Beast. I think we actually saw this maybe a couple times in group stage or something. And it's a matchup that both of them are just going to be kind of bleeding each other constantly. Particularly the Pango, anytime he puts damage on the Primal Beast, he starts getting those stacks up.
I mean, Primal Beast is the alpha dinosaur in this game, so I favor him a little bit.
Yeah.
He can dominate with the, you know, the uproar stacks and that type of deal with the trade. But obviously Pango shouldn't really die in this lane unless you're super aggressive. I mean, it kind of takes me back to that Spear Breaker Primal Beast lane.
Yeah.
Where like you charge and your charge is on cooldown, he runs you down, right?
Yep.
But Pango does have multiple spells to at least cause a little bit of a gap.
And then when the Primal Beast wants to make some of those early rotations, I mean, we saw even starting the last chance qualifier, the way Totson would move around pre-level 6 to some of these side lanes. Look for that Pango, who is a little bit more reliant on hitting his ultimate, but he's just a great counter initiator, right? I mean, was it Fly who said he just constantly is going to try and follow the Primal Beasts and the Visage wherever they try and put pressure on the map?
Yeah, you just need to check 9 in this game. Just don't give him like some free rune into a bottom rotation that breaks the Drow lane. Yeah. That's the lane Secret really want to think about. Like, the Primal Beast going top for a Terrorblade, who really cares? It doesn't progress the game for Tundra.
Sure.
Primal Beast going bottom, killing your Drow, breaking this lane open, giving Visage extra levels to get to 6. That will break this game open. So that is the one big move Secret need to think about. And if they can make this bottom lane go a bit better for them, it's also going to help that. Nice damage coming out. God, Visage hurts, man.
He certainly does. Little clashes back and forth. You see a bunch of 100% win rates on some of these heroes. The Primal Beast for 9. Now also Zayat's on the Nyx Assassin, also 100%.
Isha going for a little bounty rune steal. 9 says no, sir. I am the beast.
You may be mobile, but you're not going to go farther than that onslaught can take the Primal Beast.
Puppy getting chased off lane a little bit. Second meta pop top.
There's another one. Puppy even on the silence.
9 is dominating the lane in terms of resource advantage, right? If he ever forces Pango to base, suddenly the map opens up for him a lot too.
Yeah.
Level 5 to 6 timings just become crazy strong.
He's dominating the resources, but not so much the CS.
Nope.
Isha doing very well in that regard, 19 and 3. There's a few more creeps available. Zion's getting caught inside the cogs. 33. He throws out the big nuke. Spike Carapace is already burned through, so Zion's going to be run down underneath the trees. The battery sold the last couple of ticks. Not quite enough, and 33 couldn't get the final shot off either.
Damn.
So, the first blood still available for the taking.
Oh, he was gone for sure there, but just enough stick charges, holds it to the last minute, fogs him up as well. I mean, that's a huge play on this lane. Like, he gets the trade-off for his Drow. Now they can turn around as well. Both side lanes.
Oh, there's an opportunity. Resolution swinging through Snake and getting that kill, and 33 almost dying on the other side of the map as well. So once again, the side lane's not doing too badly for Secret, though they certainly are not doing too bad. I mean, 33 sitting at 12 and 5. Maybe not quite the same as the way they shut out that Brood Mother, but did seem to come up with good ideas on how to deal with 33 zeros in lane.
I mean, I think this lane is going to get better for Secret in a way. Like the early level 1 through 3 is where this Vicious shines in terms of getting you with all-in kill.
Sure.
They didn't get that, which means kristallis gets to, you know, just pull up the extra items. He doesn't have to spend as much on regen. He doesn't miss
trying to
any
go for the
CS.
deny. Pops the fairy fire last second. Snaking. Nails onto the Crystal Nova. Now they do have Soxa. The arrows flying through. Fell a little shy though. Once again, the Sports walking out of this bottom lane. Just a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, Nisha and Nine, they have indeed been clashing quite a bit, both of them going down to about a quarter of their HP. But Nisha, he gets a bottle refill, whereas Nine doesn't have that same privilege.
Yeah, so 9 actually ends up being the one forced to base here, and Puppy will spend his death wisely, refill that bottle. I mean, he was kind of playing off the lane a lot top, just choosing to drag some creeps. Skeeter was doing an amazing job of keeping the illusion on him, which was super annoying and resulted in the kill. The benefit for Secret is this Dawnbreaker is going to have a pretty fast 6. He's already level 5, and speaking of ultimates...
Nisha does have his ultimate, but 9, he timed it perfectly. He was level 5 in like 3/4, but he knew as he cleaned through those creeps, he's going to get his level 6, and he gets the kill. A huge
nice
one on
illusion.
Nisha. That is twice now he's managed to pull that off.
Yeah, this guy's just piecing it up on the lane, taking it straight to him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You are going to have this rolling thunder when you come up, but I don't know if there's a huge amount he can do with it in terms of moving. And Tundra's already moving this beast bottom, so if this Pango TP's back mid, you lose your counterplay ability, which is exactly what's going to happen. 9 just reading
Comes
this
to
map
charge.
perfectly.
kristallis can't get out of the way fast enough. Doesn't have the silence, so no forced movement to try and stop this primal beast.
And this is the 5-minute catapult still alive bottom for them as well. Again, Pango has to TP mid because of that kill. This tower can just take a huge amount of damage here. 9 might choose to stay around a little. He's going to go back towards mid for XP.
Underneath his own tower here. Nisha not wasting any time, couldn't get off the freeze there. And so with this rollout, should be able to easily collect the kill on Skeeter. So trading out the carries this time, at least comes to the top lane. Snaking is going to be the +1. And well, +2 for Puppy. Thanks to the intelligence steal. Crystal Baby, you were talking about her mana problems earlier.
Yeah, he's going to face the same difficulty. Got to get them mantles up. Any little extra bit. I mean, this move was super nice from Nisha. I think this move actually converted a lot more for Secret than the earlier Primal Beast just because that Visage wasn't 6th. Yeah. That move will get the Visage to 6, but this move ends up in a dead tier 1 here. Hairblade has to go jungle. Will plant his own obs. Thanks from Skeeter. And meanwhile, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼's getting XP on mid, so a decent sequence here from Secret to strike back. kristallis gets to stay bottom. He's not getting forced out just yet, though now with Visage 6, he'll probably make the rotation. Of course, the tier 1 dying top means he has more space to operate in. So now when he gets kicked out, he actually has somewhere to go. So that move is super valuable for Secret in terms of how they're going to play the map here.
Do they have anybody who can continue to hold that tower against the Visage, or is this just long lost? Does Secret just not even look to the bottom part of the map anymore?
I mean, you do have Dawnbreaker, right? You can throw this Solar Guardian in on some random hero down there. It's just, I don't think it's going to be enough damage to kill the Visage, and then you're stuck down here battling the birds with heroes that don't really want to battle them just yet. To me, that's like Nisha's duty. He feels strong enough to combat this Visage, fight through with the swashbuckles, with whatever item he wants to go. I think it's when Secret really want to take the skirmishes. They can defend it with him, though, because you have that Solar Guardian backup. Like, if Nisha wants to stay down here and stall this push, it's very viable.
So it's just a question of whether or not Secret feels like the risk is worth the potential reward of stalling out 33 any longer, or they're going to get drug into a fight against the Visage that they're not ready for. It seems like they have made the call. Nisha's going to be hanging around this bottom lane, so it's a possibility still.
I mean, I think it's fine to send him down here. Like, he'll still farm a decent amount. Sure. You're going to stall this Visage up a little. At the same time, if you get XP on one of your supports mid, remember, these 2 Secret supports, it's a pretty slow and greedy support. Silencer Nyx, you know, a lot of levels on these guys, and ideally some basic items too.
Hello, Soxa. Didn't actually punish him there at all. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼's not ready to go with the Impale.
Oh, double damage Primal Beast.
Scary, but Resolution, he's pretty tanky. They're gonna follow him here. Can he get the hammer away? No, he's definitely gonna be stuck here in this position. They managed to dodge the hammer stun, but there is gonna be Nisha rolling through. Onslaught over to the side here. 9 trying to get out. He does not want to fight into the Pango, but Nisha has hunted him down. They're gonna keep him chain stunned up against the wall.
Killing spree.
A 4th kill for Team Secret.
And 4th intelligence for Puppy. Every little mana pool adds up, and especially versus a hero who's pretty small to begin with, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So a nice counter kill from Secret. Again, Nisha just reading the map. If this Primal Beast is going to play aggressive, he can turn those around. He'll always kill him on the return. That area is just so deep for Tundra, right? Like, it's part of the map. The tier 1's still there. Secret can instantly respond. The trade will be that tower bottom. The downside of Pango, he can't be everywhere in this game, right?
Yep.
But I think he's had a fantastic early game, and I think Nisha, he's done enough to propel him into a pretty solid mid game here. Will go that Diffusal Blade. Now you have that deadly combination of, you know, stealing some intelligence.
That's true.
Burning your mana at the same time. EKB costs mana now, Cap.
Yeah, I mean, that Arcane Ring is going to be pretty important, I feel like, for Snaking to keep that mana pool of both himself and others nice and high. Science with the first move here of the Vendetta.
The Nyx mana burn too later.
Oh, that's true.
Mana burn synergy.
Headed to. I don't think he really has the power to do anything about the Visage. He can hit him and impale him, and they can follow up with the Dawnbreaker, but
he wants to find Terrorblade in one of these jungles or just a free support kill. You have the Donald that can come in on any of these Vendettas.
Yeah.
Walking over Sentry Ob, and Tundra doing a nice job of warding up the map, keeping the vision. They have a very good observer wards up at the moment. Pretty much seeing everything they want to see here.
Yeah, seriously, 4 different wards. This one's super deep in the mid lane. They've got a defensive one. They've got 2 up top as well.
I mean, just beautiful vision in this game overall. Like, even the secret wards, super nice.
Oh yeah, they've got a nice little triangle surrounding that straight up triangle. Tundra is actually clearing through ancient stacks, which apparently there was a number of them there. So drops the freezing field. 9 help with the trample.
Taking a page out of Puppy's book there. A little 5 position farming.
Farm, never heard of 5. You guys should take that up in your pub.
Please don't. How are the levels looking for Seep? That's the big question. Because this Nyx got a lot of levels, but Puppy is still level 5. He is suffering. This global silence is pretty much nowhere near to coming out. Trying to get some Vendetta hit.
Ooh, didn't even go for the Vendetta hit. They may run out of damage as a result. The hookshot comes in for the side, stopping the Rolling Thunder. But even then, I mean, the Primal Beast just looked way too tanky there.
I feel if anything, they were just baiting out some reaction. I mean, they got this Visage teleport, they got a hookshot. All right, back to farming, right? Remember, this is a Drow lineup for Secret. Traditionally, Drow lineups, you're aiming for some pretty later timing, right? This is not a hero that, I mean, this hero can join the fights early and be super happy to clean him up. But she's also pretty happy to just keep farming ancient stacks, getting the levels. Every level in this hero counts for a lot in terms of how her ult works, so
much of Drow's impact, though, going into that later game is whether or not she's able to just freely hit people without, you know, stuff being in the way and negating that ultimate of hers. Do you think that's why? I mean, we have Primal Beast, we have Clockwork. There does seem to be a decent number of heroes to get on top of this Drow range, or is that not enough in your mind?
Yeah, Solar Guardian, Global, and Nyx to bail him out. Here's the first connect with that chain stun.
Yeah, they're going to use this nicely. Nisha said, okay, you guys take 33. I trusted you got it. I'm actually going to go for the +1 here. Snaking showed himself, and Resolution with the hammer will claim the double.
Very nice double kill for them. This is the type of tempo I think Secret wants to play. Just finding the kills when their ults are up every 70, 80 seconds or so. Connect with a Vendetta, connect with a Rolling Thunder. Back to farming. Crystallis gets to clear triangle, he gets to clear top wave. Puppy finally trying to get to his level 6 up here. Inching towards it with every CS, so Secret pretty much getting what they want on all their heroes during this time. And every time Visage dies, you're also extremely happy because it sets down the tempo on the map, right?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, the 100 doesn't have this Vlad, they don't have this Wraith Pack that they're getting to that's going to exist in the space and be occupying your mindset. We saw Snaking. He went Arcane Boots, man. This guy's also thinking about it. I'm telling you, he does not want to run out of mana in this game.
No. Go for a 4-staff next. Certainly going to help out a lot against, I mean, they have so much where the Rolling Thunder on in with the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of that. They want to be able to get people out of these AoE stuck situations where they're chain stunned.
Yeah, Tundra almost always buy double 4-staff. It is in 90% of their games. They like to be able to reset fights, save people. I mean, the Arcane Boots is another form of save this game, right? If you Arcane Boots your Terrorblade, Arcane Boots your Primal Beast, you might get Sunder off, you might get that Onslaught off. All of a sudden, that counts as a reset. The Tundra always thinks about these itemizations in terms of how they can prolong the fight for their cores and just get multiple rounds of spells off. That's where their lineups shine.
What do you make of the Veil, though? Songsta has that 4-staff. He's definitely going the double, but he also has the Veil queued up.
it's going to buy 𝙎𝘆. It's an AUI team. I mean, this guy's been buying 𝙎𝘆 for almost a decade here. This item is efficient. Like, you get the mana regen, you get some aura. It produces a significant amount of damage increase in the early fights. The question I always have with this item is if you don't get the early fights, does it feel that good going into the later game, especially versus BKB cores or cores that jump you on the backline, right? Because it isn't as much survivability, it isn't as much tankability in those later durations. So to me, this tells me, again, Tundra want to hit a like 5-minute timing here. Spell damage is just too much for Secret to deal with.
It is kind of interesting, though, because they're matched up against two cores that can go Magic Immune.
Yes.
You know, we're going to have that Dawnbreaker. Science found the opening. The Rolling Thunder is on top of it. The chain's done. Here it is. No opportunity for a Sunder. Now they back up through, but the hook shot is on in from Saksa.
Now Puppy.
The rest of the team of Secret is going to come through. They managed to get out the global ever so barely. And look at Chrysalis. He's just standing and delivering on that high ground. Now they come back in with Nisha from behind. They almost claimed the kill on a Snake King, but now he's been grabbed by the Primal Beast. He needs to jump away. The Swashbuckle gets him a little bit of distance, burning through the mana of 9. He's got a lot of sick charges. Nisha actually, with the haste root, is running around. He spotted Snake King. Hey, look at him. You're not getting away from this one. He knew it too. Even with the high five, taunting Snake King into his death. 33 chase down, stunned into 1. And now they've got Chrysalis to clean up the kill. Just like you want any Drow Ranger to go. Everybody else is engaging, and the Drow Ranger is sitting in the back, throwing out the physical damage and collecting in the kills.
Echo Saber timing from Rezo doing a lot of work there as well, and huge amount of levels for this Secret lineup that uses them amazing. Of course, Haste Rune on Nisha, he is just doing the best Pango dance of his life, cleaning up the back of the fight. Gets a huge shield crash off as well, just tanking so much up. And all that was started with this 𝙎𝘆 pick, right? This is the exact target they want to find with this Solar Guardian Nyx Vendetta combo. It's going to be deadly for Skeeter all game. It'll bypass the vision that was such an issue for Secret last time. Nyx doesn't care if you have wards. He doesn't care if you have these 𝙎𝘆 illusions because you cannot sentry everywhere. That's going to give him a window to start a lot of these engagements with a core down. And as you and a Carapace, that's what these zeros and mana burn. These early fights. Doing a decent amount of work. And Nisha just playing with him, man. Puts the high five up at the end. See you later.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. Even after game 1 loss, Nisha showing that he does not lack in confidence on the main stage here. I want to point out the fact the Wraith Pact was alive that entire fight. That cannot feel good for Tundra that they recently picked up this item. If they used it to the full extent of its abilities and they still lost.
Very true.
Science, you got to be careful. Oh, 33 drops the familiars first.
Narrowly escapes that vision. He was really close to just dying there. He has full wand, but that was a bold move.
Very bold. Indeed. Maybe just about as bold as 9 who was thinking about. Puppy showed maybe diving in and trying to quick kill and get out.
Pretty hard to out-farm this Tundra team, but I do feel like Secret, they have a decent advantage right now in terms of the actual 5-on-5. Outside of that Wraith Pact, they have their Diffusal, they have their Echo Saber. Solar Guardian's pretty powerful for giving you the numbers advantage. Visage, he's top. You know, if you find an opportunity to get a 5-on-4, a 3-on-2, some of these number fights with the Vendetta global ability, Secret's gonna take those every time because they have global to back it up as well. Maybe part of this 𝙎𝘆 on the clock is also Saksa just trying to find Puppy in this game. That is his MO. Find the silencer, hook him. If you 𝙎𝘆 him, maybe it gives you the extra damage to just kill him faster or solo kill him even.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Especially 9's going to follow up. He onslaughts and tramples through. Like, that's one-shot territory for sure.
Now they have
Science found the opening. They have the Rolling Thunder as well. The Dawnbreaker. Tundra did not see this one coming fast enough, but they do have in that back line. Skeeter has popped the meta, so Secret needs to be able to reset a little bit, especially with Saksa getting on top of the Drow Ranger, making it even worse. Puppy's going to get grabbed. The 2 supports of Secret die, despite the fact that Secret are the ones finding the initiation. It's Tundra who get the better of the engagement, and as a result, maybe take this mid tower.
I mean, just beautiful hook shock to the back line, disrupts the whole fight. Nisha's going on this Visage, but it's not really the target he wants to start on, especially if it's just him. Like, you're basically just wasting Rolling Thunder at that point. They can't come through and turn that fight around post-BKB or post-𝙎𝘆 initiation. And Eater joining, pretty nice Yasha timing, along with that Mithril Hammer, just dealing a decent amount of damage and putting up 2 kills into a tower. That's the type of fight Tundra wants to be able to take. Visage tanks the initiation, 𝙎𝘆 gets a free fight. Nisha just going into all
that is a shield crash on 2, but I don't think it's enough to save him from this sticky situation. Not sure what he was expecting there, but it was certainly not 3 heroes from Tundra.
I think you just wanted an easy bounty rune, but nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing is easy on the TI main stage, Cap.
No, certainly not against Tundra, who have been... They really have not given much ground to Secret in either of these games.
There's a lot about BKB timings as well. Who can just commit in the fights and get the damage done during those intervals. We'll have BKB flying out for resolution here. So he's pretty strong in the TV top. Fit in these lanes no one else wants to go to. He'll join the team. It's time for Secret to try and find something. Remember, Meta has been down for this as well. 50 seconds. Skeeter does not want to join a fight. Rezo just pushing in here.
They're gonna spot him. Gonna get off his BKB in time. He's gonna be chain stun here. Beautiful combo from Tundra. 9 and Soxa not overlapping there at all. Very nicely played.
That's the bailing.
Yeah, that's true.
Did there for that bail. So this extra burst, have to try and account for it.
Players here. Now Secret is willing to fight.
They have a blink on Tango.
Oh, it's gonna be revealed though. Pop the Rolling Thunder. Just try and slow him down. They're going in pretty deep for this one. I'm not sure if the rest of the team really wants to follow this one up. They're gonna try with the Impale, but here comes the Primal Beast running over the Nyx Assassin. The first use of the BKB. And of course, they gotta get out. Leave their supports behind. They are fodder. The face of a Tundra team. Oh! Last little arrow, and now this Visage. Though they do have Skeeter coming in from the side. The Meta pops out. He does Gus, pushing him over to the side. Ooh, Soxa. That's an awkward conks. Blocking Skeeter from his retreat, jumping back in. Nisha claims the kill onto 33. Now with resolution closing in here, they can throw out the stun. Skeeter's gonna pop his BKB. Do they have their own BKB? Needs to get off the center. He gets it off on Soxa. Turns around and kills the Drow Ranger. A beautiful play, but the young man on stage that is gonna be able to claim 2 core kills.
Tyad's looking to find something, but there's just not much to claim. Skeeter back up to full HP here. 9 full resources as well. Tail off the mark.
And with that miss. No. Nice.
He's not that crazy. Oh, that was almost a nice 𝙎𝘖𝘋𝐿 kill. Saw Rezo manning up. He was trunking him down, but just getting in that Sunder range. Enough to propel him back up the full. Skeeter has done a very nice job of joining these fights at the right time and in the right place to get a decent position. That said, Nisha is really carrying this early game. Like, he is doing so much of the damage these early engagements, going in, going out, trying to bait out the spells. This global is not really what Pumpy wants out of the spell, right? Like, he's getting trampled down during a global. Doesn't feel amazing. Imagine they have that later on because he can survive, but the long-range damage is considerable here for the Secret lineup. You get swashbuckled, you get hit by this drow, you have some silencer dots on you.
Look at this play from Nisha, blinking back in to claim that Visage kill. I mean, that was beautiful. Massive. But Skeeter
burst is pretty close.
The BKB and the attention to put it onto Soxa to give him the most HP rather than the Drow Ranger.
That's very nice. Very heads up.
Skeeter, I mean, he's not had a long career. He started off, I mean, he first learned about Dota during TI2 when he was still in elementary school. He was watching pro gamers on stage, and that was the first time apparently that he learned you could play video games for money. He said, that's what I want to do. And here he is in the upper bracket final for the most amount of money,
He's playing him for a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit.
This gamer thing, he's working out all right for him.
He seems to be doing just okay.
Hook shot. Soxa killing the creep, chaining the stun there with the cogs, but the rest of the team, they called it off. They said, this is not the fight that we want. Soxa says, okay, thanks, guys. I'll see you later.
Just splitting the map. Snaking, trying to do a little
the roll up. Hey, forces something out of him. Forces 2 ultimates, in fact. Snaking, that's... I mean, he dies, he doesn't get a kill, but he did get a lot out of Secret in a way.
I think Secret, like I said though, I think Secret is happy to play his tempo where they get these kills. Like 40 seconds on the sideline for a 100-second ult. Not the worst, right?
Yeah.
To me, this is Tundra waiting out this meta timing. They really want to take the fights with 𝙎𝘖𝘋𝐿𝘄𝑚 this game. They need his manpower in the engagement. Sure, Visage survives for a while. Primal Beast survives for a while, maybe kills the support. But the fights where Skeeter joins is really the ones where they want to clean up and get the conversion into the objectives. Next one being Roshan here. He has full 𝙎𝘖𝘋𝑚E pike, so he can get pretty aggressive in these engagements. Just 𝙎𝘖𝘋𝑚E piking in, medding, taking the fight to this drow if she gets caught. Would expect Tundra to group up and probably try and smoke for some sort of good fight with Vision very soon here.
Get the right kind of fight, take Roche.
Snaking, he's just going to teleport in on cue.
Okay, here comes.
Smoke everybody but Skeeter, let him show somewhere, send illusions on the lanes.
I mean, with BKB and an Aghanim Scepter on 9, this Primal Beast is so scary when he goes in.
What gets popped?
It's gonna break, drop the sentry, doesn't catch Zions fast enough.
They're gonna threaten the Roche though, and Secret need to think about whether Tundra's committing to this. They don't have an easy way to get vision in that pit.
That is super awkward. I mean, somebody kind of has to put their life on the line to get that information.
I mean, it's a mind game.
Turns into a free pick, perhaps, especially now with the ward going down.
Situations can be very awkward, especially when the enemy team has ways to force you to show elsewhere. Similar to that last game, Skeeter, he's on an illusion hero. His job is just be super obnoxious with these and shove the waves that Secret doesn't want to go to.
Yeah, but if they find this initiation,
I mean,
Skeeter,
this could be the best hero they can find.
Okay, they're not going to be able to get a fast initiation for it. Oh, the roll up. Is he going to be able to get off anything here? Nisha is just dead immediately. The physical damage overwhelms him, and now Zions is going to be chased down. They spotted him. They're going to pop the drums, chase him down. They've got the slow, and that should be it for our Nyx assassin. He's got a Vendetta up in a second, but I'm sure they have detection, even if he tries for it. She does not. Holds on to that spell for now. Stay dead. That's kind of awkward because they're running into the BKB carry.
Yeah.
I don't know how Secret would be able to chain stuff. It would have to take. They needed vision over the Terrorblade, I guess.
I mean, I think they're just hoping to force a reaction, maybe get out. If they find another core who doesn't have BKB, they're happy to take that fight with the Solar Guardian Global. And at least they got this meta out on a good portion of the map, right? It prevents Skeeter from just instantly going into Roche with meta. That said,
he did have a TP up.
That was the dieback for the Nyx, so he was dead for 70. Gonna give a decent window here for Tundra to just clean it up without that meta. Now you're in a position where you can test as your Secret, and how do you even get tested? There's no way without Pango. It's gonna be very close here, but not close enough.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that Tundra recognizes we don't have the meta, so we need to throw all the damage we have right now. They're going to do it just in time before Nisha can get into the pit with that Rolling Thunder, disrupt things, and cause a bunch of chaos. So, I mean, great read by Tundra. They got that timing down to a T.
Fast plays win you games. Yep. Making every second count here. That's going to be Aegis for this terribly. Makes it even scarier in these engagements, and Ag's done for 9, so his Primal Beast damage is starting to ramp up.
Initiation though, Nisha, they had the mission to be able to get the opening. The Drought Ranger's gonna get run over though. 9 popping his axe, but he has to chase in real deep for this one. Can anyone bail him out? He's just getting trampled to death. Somebody help Crystal. It pops him in at the last second, but 9 grabs him in the end, pulls him down. Now, underneath that tier 2, I mean, he's fast. Can he get away though? No, the final swashbuckle gets him in the end, but they get drug in a little bit deeper. Zions, he's gonna be chased down on the side here at the same time. 33 is kind of toying with them, trying to bait Secret into going for more, but they will not get baited. 33 just straight up throws damage onto the tier 2, saying you guys can't fight right now. Force-staffed aggressively, force-staffed in, force-staffed back into the line, but Resolution cleaves out the support. The stone form gives him a little bit of time. Nisha, he's got to keep his distance here. That's Sunder.
Secret can keep poking here.
They can. Can they actually keep them in place though? Slowed down by the curse and the hammer. Nisha comes in through the side, the shield crashes there, and boom! There goes that visage.
There goes the Wraith Pack.
Popped as soon as the cloak is gone.
This poke and physical burst is amping up for Secret. Desolator on Resolution. Just doing a huge amount of work in these engagements. You get the proc on any hero, throw the swashbuckle on top. Suddenly it's a decent amount of minus armor coming your way. Rezo is the carry right here, you know?
It really is.
Going back to his days with the multiple TI runs here. Not unfamiliar territory for him.
Yeah, I mean, I always think of, when it comes to Resolution and carrying on the main stage, I always think back to that time we stood in for Team Empire, and his performances at that TI were incredible.
I mean, he's 9-1-7, level 20. It's the highest level in the game.
Yep.
Having a beautiful game here. Shard online, Echo built back up after the BKB disassemble. Less luminosity attacks required. Like, he's going to shred these Tundra supports if he gets on them. Crystal Maiden basically just gets Starbreakered into oblivion. Skeeter needs to use his BKB timing well. If this fights go really long and Secret still have the manpower up, I feel like this is not the same situation as last game where Tundra can stall the fights out super long and just benefit from the Astrals and the tossbacks and the arrows.
Yeah.
This is more you got to commit with your Terrorblade, get the damage done, and make sure it counts.
At the same time, though, while Rezo's having this amazing game, we saw in the last fight, Chrysalis, because he still doesn't have BKB, he's just being soloed by a single hero. I mean, 9 is so farmed in this Primal Beast that he's just able to trample him down.
It makes you wish he had 2 Force Staffs, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe that is the key of the game. I mean, Puppey has one. He's building Glimmer as well. Any extra mobility you can give your Drow. Very nice hook shot.
Hook shot off of that, but it does give an opportunity for Nisha to get out the Rolling Thunder if he wanted to. Global silence from Puppey, though. It is something expended.
The Skeeter's looking to go in here. Still has Aegis
Thought
for
about
minute
it.
50.
Skeeter's chasing Puppy with the eye of Scotty.
Pretty
Slowed
tanky,
down to a
actually.
crawl. He is pretty tanky, and they actually can't finish him off somehow.
The hell, he has like 26 armor.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 2, I guess that armor aura, maybe just enough to keep him alive.
Walks it off.
Now, meta has been used, and the Aegis is going to expire in a minute and a half. There's going to be timing here for Secret.
It's giving him all the extra bonus, Haji.
Yeah.
This silencer's a lot more tanky than you think.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think Skeeter thought he was going to like 3-shot him.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. This guy have a Sven shard or something?
Yeah.
Now Secret have an opportunity to abuse the meta cooldown here. Smoke up from Puppy. Wants to try and initiate with this Nisha Pango, either find the back line.
Surprised they're going right now. But maybe it's just like meta's down. It doesn't matter if he's got
Meta's
Aegis.
down. Aegis running out at 50. They want to find some initiation with the Solar Guardian on top.
They're not quite close enough. Puppy. Smoke is going to break. Tundra on high alert. Up on a high ground. Really good timing from them. They backed out at the right time. They read, you know, hey, his Aegis. We're still exposed whenever meta is down. We have to play defensive. Going up
just
to the high
keeping
ground.
outpost. Or he canceled that. That was a aggressive outpost TP, I was about to say.
I was wondering where he was TPing to.
We'll take it back. Said Tundra, I mean, this team is just so efficient at playing the map. They have an 8K lead. It really doesn't feel like they have that much, but they just all on their supports. These supports just always get farmed. Making up the Force Staff and Toxa. Sitting on the big boy Philly.
Oh yeah, he's
Pushing
going to
towards
get the Aghanim
Axe.
Scepter soon, which means one of the side benefits of the Aghanim Scepter is the constant rocket spam that you get. So that's another aspect of split push that Tundra will have. Now he's got something.
He can split push the lanes. He can throw the vision in the fight to find the silencer. Yep, making it annoying for this Pango who wants to hide in trees. Yeah, he's just going to pick it up, buy out for it. Tundra collecting a lot on the map right now.
Them again. This deep vision they have in the mid lanes, that's, I think, giving them a heads up that this is happening. Now, they're going to lose their Crystal Maiden, but that is really not that important. Tundra are pretty happy with losing their 5. It means another smoke is down on the side of Secret.
They're okay with this for now. And okay, I was going to say, Skeeter had a Sacred Relic in his inventory. A little early for Divine there, son, but of course, Nullifier coming out. It's going to be nice to dispel these Secret cores in the fight. No more Force Staff for the Drow at a time where he might really need it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Also messes with Pango. So interesting itemization here from Skeeter. Again, I think Tundra's identifying they want to make the most happen in the interval where they get the clockwork quick shot, they get that initiation. This meta is off cooldown. Especially for the next Roshan fight. This is what both teams are gearing up for. For Secret, they do have like a full core lineup that scales incredibly well here.
Nullifier is really the best item for. I mean, it felt like there was a lack of damage here. I would expect maybe like just a pure Daedalus route or something.
I think the Nullifier becomes very good when you get to that Swift Blink.
Okay.
Which is what he's thinking about, right? He has a queued up next. I don't think you go this Nullifier without getting a Blink somewhere in your inventory.
Yeah.
Because what you really want to do is be able to just Blink on the Drow, Nullify, Scotty hit him. He's gone, right? He has to sit there and man fight you, and it sets up the fight very nice for the team. Same with like the Silencer. I mean, we saw the Silencer's tanky, it takes a little bit. Nullifier just helps you cement these kills. Tundra wanting to use it here. Shiva's completed for 9.
They found the ward now. They make back up just at the right time. So now Secret, they have a gem as well. Earlier Tundra, again, they buy these really early gems, which I'm a big fan of. Tundra, as soon as they feel like they're kind of like, all right, we're definitely stronger than these guys, they pick up the gem and they just take over the map.
No vision left. Absolutely debilitating for these Secret lineups that need to fight around it.
Maybe a big reason why they're able to get such a big net worth lead.
It helps, I mean, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼's game is just not easy.
No.
And he just doesn't want to run up any of these high grounds. The illusions are constantly shoving in, which forces someone from his team to go somewhere else.
Scan up to the high ground, see if they can get into position to get this ward down.
Crystallis is like leading the charge here, you know?
Yeah, he's like, he's got a fresh BKB. He's like, I don't have to be scared any longer.
The one upside compared to last game is you can put resolution on illusion duty, and you can still join the fight.
Yes.
So your ability to play the map versus the illusions went up considerably.
And it means that he's farm in the meantime, too. He's still actually ahead of Crystallis in that regard.
These Secret cores are farm. I'm just worried that they go in. Tundra is just hitting so many good timings on their heroes here. The double force staff done, the Ags on the clock, where Shiva's Ags on this Primal Beast, and 33 pushing towards an Assault Kuros. That is like the huge armor differential gone, right? EC, Buckler, all these things huge versus Drow.
They're
That's a
opening
good
towards
target.
that,
Nice
push them
horse.
deeper into Secret. Maybe that's not what they wanted. At the same time, 9, well, he tried to go in, and that initiation didn't feel good either. So Tundra is now on full-out retreat. The roll-up, Nisha going to be able to deal with the Frostbite. Can he get out, though? He's going to be grabbed by 9. Swashbuckle over to the side. There goes the Crystal Maiden. Nice two-man stun as well for the Nyx Assassin. But forced out in once again, and a Terrorblade. Triple kill for Crystallis. Turns over to 9, who had to deep commit in order to finally finish up that Pangolier. No stuns in time. The BKB lasted long enough.
Puppy.
Oh, got it just in time. Zayat finds a 4th kill for Crystallis.
Wanted that rampage for the books, but damn close. And Secret cleanup 4, only losing the Pango there. Very happy to get that trade. The gem will be rescued here.
Oh, they saw that on the ground, but Sinking got his courier out fast enough to be able to recover that gem. So that's
quick fingers on the couriers from this Tundra side.
They really do. They know how to play with every single unit they have in their control.
That is the exact fight Secret wanted to hit. They got some vision out. They tank it, the initiation with the Pango. The global was beautiful. Separates the fight, and of course, can't ask for a better time. Getting that into the second Roche here. Aegis on Drow is a huge deal. This damage is starting to come through for this Terrorblade. I thought that was an aggressive force staff from Secret. At first, I was like, oh, that was nice, but it was Tundra trying to save him from the chain stun, which you can't blame them. But it ends up just pushing him so deep, and then Nisha on the back line. Secret just get the dream fight here, right? Drow gets to just shoot Terrorblade the whole time. He gets forced in again, maybe betraying a little bit here.
This'll come in
He just
handy.
gets bursted by Resolution with the minus armor. Drow to back him up. This Tricore coming online for Secret here. The physical damage is no joke. If Terrorblade dies, the other two cores are not going to carry the huge distance in that fight in terms of the damage output. Like, this is a Terrorblade draft. You are buffing him up. You want him to live through that engagement. At this point, Rezo and Crystallis might just be out carrying him. The tag team here, that's a big swing.
He's no longer going the Swift play. Now he is going back for the Daedalus. Now he's saying the damage is the problem, but I did like your idea of like a certain way to play against the Drow Ranger, because in just a normal game, this 1-to-1 matchup between Drow and TV is not that fun.
I mean, this Nullifier, it makes a lot of sense this game. It helps him stick on targets, but at the same time, he has to aggressively force them to be able to stick on them. If someone gets forced before you get that Nullifier hit out, it gets kind of weird, right? Yeah. Like, traditionally, if you want to go this Daedalus build, maybe you rather have Satanic, something else, even like a Manta Dispel.
Butterfly opportunity.
I mean, he's still going to be incredibly strong here. If he gets the Nullifier hit, it's going to pay off. Just a question of can he land it, and how deep does he go in the fight? Because like we saw there, you go a little too deep, you get Starbreakered. You're not living through that. Now Secret taking the fight to them, pushing his tower with Aegis. Smoke wrap
comes
around
down
though.
to the initiation, but Science reads it.
scouts
He's
it.
going to be able to break that smoke. The onslaught on through. They do have the spike carapace, pop the BKB last second. They manage to get on top of the Silence as well. The global Silence goes out. Science is not dead yet, nor is Puppy. While Chris is delivering the damage on his Skeeter. Force that forward. Manage to get the hook shot. Turn around. Skeeter gets off the Thunder on his support. Manta gets popped. Crystal is trying to walk away, but that Nullifier, it'll keep him in place.
Another
and now Vine is setting up for the Starbreaker, though. Resolution. He barely hits the end one, and that's all he needed. Crystal is on the second life, will stand and deliver the damage onto 9. That'll finish him off. The Primal Beast with the Dispel is not going to be enough to walk away.
Give me your intelligence, mother. And I'll take it every time. Puppy with the buyback to get the extra insteal.
And runs down Snake King. Resolution finds an extra one on top of that. None of these heroes have buyback, so Secret. The world is their oyster at this point.
This game has swung completely, right? Like, we can feel in these fights, the damage is just running out for Tundra. And the real carry in this game, Resolution, coming online. Hits 25 after this fight. Which is a huge deal for this hero. Now you're dealing with double Starbreaker, which have just been debilitating for Skeeter. I mean, beautiful hook shot here. They get the Sunder off. Operation Safety to bail out Skeeter. Takes the fight to Crystallis. Maybe if there's no Aegis here, this fight looks different. Even so, Rezo is just smacking him. That hammer hurts, man.
Yes, it does. All that farm is paying off. They're so focused on dealing with the Drow Ranger in this bad matchup with the Terrorblade that it means that Resolution is completely uncontested fights. Delivering damage right there. There's man on stage who set all that up in the first place. His Vendetta positioning, breaking that smoke.
Oh, that was
made
beautiful.
An awkward initiation for Tundra.
I mean, that's what wins Secret the fight there. Like, imagine Puppy gets broken on instead of that Nyx. It's a completely different engagement. Instead, 9 has to spend his entire BKB duration and half that fight chasing Puppey around. He doesn't want to be doing this. It's dirty duty. Someone has to, but it takes him way longer than he wants. And now Secret taking control of this game. Now they're scaling into that late game tri-core where Shiva's on Nisha on top of a timeless relic, Arcane Rune. He's going to be pretty strong in this next engagement. Huge amount of spell damage coming out. If 𝙈𝙀 lives through the initial burst from Tundra, it's going to be a hard fight. Rocket Flare scouting Puppey.
They're going to go for that free kill. And he had the gem too. Nisha's going to try and follow this up though. They do have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in on the side. They're going to chain stun down this Visage. They work through the cloak. The double hammer goes to play. And Stinky will try to freeze the field. They're getting on top of Chrysalis. This time around, he doesn't have that second line. Skeeter's got the meta. And they can start laying to the Drow Ranger. But they need to be able to get the disarms. And now when the chain stun going out, the Drow falls, yes. But Resolution and Nisha, they are just cleaving through hero after hero. The Primal Beast again trying to walk away. But Resolution, he'll run you down. He'll drag you down into the dark, down until you fall, down until you go all the way back to the fountain.
Resolution, Starbreaker, breaking Tundra's dreams here of closing this out 2-0. He wants to send it to a game 3. This man is absolute resolute.
He really is, and it's so fitting. He showed up on this roster with 𝙎𝘖𝑡s, completely turned what was kind of a mediocre lineup for Team Secret. They really did not find much success. It seems like this combination of 𝙎𝘖𝑡s and Resolution we see on the right-hand side is what has been enough. It's a secret ingredient that has turned Secret into an absolute killing machine. May just give them the chance to even up this series against Tundra, the upper bracket finals.
Secret is just all over Skeeter in these fights. He just does not have the sustained health like last game. And they are able to burst this 𝙬𝘖𝘋 down regardless of the 𝙬𝘀. And yeah, you love to see that, man.
Harken back to a little bit of the TI11 days. Back then in their very first international debuts, were closer together, much closer. They're face up against each other. Here at TI11, it feels like a similar vibe, and you could see 𝙎𝘖𝑡s, he loves that.
Oh, especially when you're dead. There's nothing else to look at but that guy across the stage from you. He's standing up and shouting.
Yep.
Little extra mental mind games going down. And that's 2 lanes for Secret here. Cementing themselves at a 15k gold lead. They have the buybacks. Tundra's probably going to have to buy out to take these fights. Full control of this game now. Octarine done on Nisha. Aeon disc for Puppey. Jumping him just became a little bit harder. I mean, now you really need to get value to this nullifier. You need it, but yeah, Skeeter's just getting kited, right? And even if he takes down one of these Secret cores, pick your poison. Are you going 𝙬𝘀? Or are you going Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, somebody's got to deal with this Dawnbreaker, man. I almost feel like 9 getting his level 25. I know most people go the extra duration, but I almost wonder if getting the BKB piercing disable would be better. Just deal with this Dawnbreaker who's like BKB and challenging the Terrorblade every time.
It might be. If you can just get this Dawn off your Terrorblade, at least free him up a little bit, or maybe burst him. I don't know how much it's doable, but you have to deal with Resolution at this point. He's just cleaving through your entire team. I mean, he has Blink. He has everything up, pushing towards Strength Blink. In fact, he's saving for buyback. So even if you kill him once, he is going to buyback. He's going to Solar Guardian back in. This Dawnbreaker has built-in Aegis here, as long as he wants to keep the gold up, which he will.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool idea, because they're essentially just one team fight away from being able to finish off this game too. Yep. We'll see how Tundra is able to hold now that the shoe is on the other foot.
Rocket's coming out, doesn't see anything. Peter might get caught.
This would be the worst situation. A 2-man stun set up with the Resolution, ready to go. Both will fall. Both do have buyback, but there's going to be a third hero on the ring. It's 33. Roll on through, stop the onslaught as well. Everything being countered on the side of Secret. They use their buybacks, but they're not going to be able to do much. Maybe they can. 9 jumps in, grabs the Drow Ranger, and they do manage to get him. Immediate buyback. Secret trying to reset around this one. A beautiful stun from 𝙎𝘖𝑡s. Once again, another 2-man follow-up. Nisha keeping his distance here with the swashbuckle. It's going to roll up to the side. They're going to try and deal with this Nyx assassin. Oh, Dawnbreaker coming in. Here comes the stuns. Can they chain stun him? They burned out of mana. He needs to be able to get off a Sunder, but he doesn't have an opportunity to do so. He falls. A dieback on the carry, but at the same time, oh, the Primal Beast went in, but they couldn't actually deal with the Drow Ranger, who's just in the back line. Throwing away the damage. Resolution. He will not go down easy. He will not go down without a fight. He finally does fall, but Tundra Tundra, it's too late for them. They blew far too much to be able to bring down the Dawnbreaker, and now Chrysalis is here to clean up. They buy back where they can. They do have the roll and coming on through. That's going to be able to get the chains done on to 9. He's dead as well. 3 dead, no buybacks. 33 going to be collected, and that is GG. Team Secrets. They will close out this game 2 and even up the series.
I mean, that's what everybody wants to see here, a game 3 between these two teams, and that felt like Secret's playbook through and through. Clinical early to mid-game, executing with their ults on the kills that they need to, a slower tempo, just methodically oozing the victory out of that game from Tundra. And it felt like Tundra were the ones kind of on a timer. Like, they're trying to play with this terribly timing, trying to get that meta to maximize the usage, but that one fight clicks. All of a sudden, they're on the back foot, and it's just too hard to recover into all those carries Secret has. I mean, you got to give a shout out to Resolution in this game, right? What did he end the game on in terms of score? Absolutely brutal performance, just crushing them with the hammer to send it to game 3. 14-2 and 16. He hit that super early 25 and never looked back. Double Starbreaker with a shard. Like, they're trying to play with this terribly timing, trying to get that meta to maximize the usage, but that one fight clicks. All of a sudden, they're on the back foot, and it's just too hard to recover into all those carries Secret has. I mean, you got to give a shout out to Resolution in this game, right? What did he end the game on in terms of score? Absolutely brutal performance, just crushing them with the hammer to send it to game 3. 14-2 and 16. Yep. He hit that super early 25 and never looked back. Double Starbreaker with a shard, disintegrating that terribly.
That's it for game 2. Third game is coming up, and I'm sure there's so much to break down in this clash of ideas. Who's going to come out supreme in game 3? For that, we ask the panel.
You're coming to the wrong place then, my friend, because I'm not on that stage. I'm not there in the heat of battle as these two titans of the game clash head-to-head. As we slightly decompress, T, Lizard, and Sheep, welcome back to another classic game here at TI. And T, I am enjoying this trend of me exposing off-the-record quotes that you guys share with me.
Okay, go on.
At the end of that draft, I vaguely recall you saying something about...
Speak correctly here, boy.
About your emotions regarding the 2 drafts, just the 5 heroes that you would see on both sides. You felt kind of strongly about one.
Yeah, I basically said that Tundra's lineup is the type of lineup that I'd love to see in like a ranked game. You know, when I'm trying to get my 30 MMR, I see those 5 heroes, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna double down. That's comfortable. And then Secrets, I basically was saying it was about, it's kind of a bit scarier. It's positional. If you get yourself in position, you can win, of course. But it's like, of course, I lean more towards Tundra in regards to the ranked analysis there, but my golly gosh, did Secret play a beautiful
You just
game.
lost double down the MMR.
I just lost 60 MMR, but it's fine.
Sometimes it happens, you know, you double down, then you check everyone's names, you see some, I don't know, some baby rager that you had in your pubs that's actually feeding, that's 8,000.
Forgot to avoid him.
Yeah. Forgot to avoid him. On the other side, there's Rezo playing the Dawnbreaker on the offlane. And Shippo, do you like the 3 carries from the side of Secret?
I like their heroes a lot more this game because it felt like they could actually cover each other in these fights. Like last game, it felt like Secret had the gusto and the outplays in the early game, but they couldn't cinch the mid-game fights, right? Tundra had a exactly similar situation happen again. You go into this 15-minute mark, and you have Skitter at the top of the net worth chart, leading above everyone else, and then all 3 of Secret's cores, and then the other 2 on Tundra. And now this has happened twice. This time, at least, Secret have the global, the Dawnbreaker ult heal, and the role to actually fight properly.
I feel like this whole lineup of Secret was, we'll protect you, Mr. President, Mr. Chrysalis. Like, the way they're playing, you have Silencer that's also kind of on the sidelines, even though it's Puppy. He runs in with Silencer just to die and buyback. The other 3 heroes, though, you have Dawnbreaker, you have Pango, you have Nyx. They're literally, all they have to do is go up front, create enough space for him to dish out the damage, for him to multi-shot, and that's why he got the Rampage in the end.
Yeah, and in this highlight we just saw here, and like 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, he had an incredible game on this Nyx Assassin. You know, the first 20 minutes, it was quite slow from both teams. They're kind of waiting for a big timing to hit. But then you just see 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 just in the perfect position, jumping on the Terrorblade, CCing into the Dawnbreaker on top of that, and then at the very end to play under the ward, quick blink, double stun. Like, I think 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, you could feel the energy as well, the way that he was standing up screaming after he was making these plays. Like, just that is the infectious energy you need when you're kind of coming back into a game which looked a little bit difficult, leaving laning phase from Tundra at least.
Yeah, I think the well-rounded nature of the net worth distribution sheet that you alluded to, you think that top-heavy method that Tundra has now gone for 2 times in a row is going to come back to bite them? Because it seems that at least Secret has found one answer to it.
I'm not sure if it's on purpose. Obviously, everyone would like to have all 3 of their cores. They're obviously struggling with something. I'm not sure if they're just not like farming enough and they're trying too hard to be aggressive on Tundra. It worked for them in game 1 just because like one of their biggest strengths is in this pickoffs and their spell casting. They will just use their spells a lot better. It's just really hard when you're playing into global. Like they managed to get onto Secret side of the map and then just couldn't quite cinch those kills because of, you know, like the global coming off and then they just take a great fight.
There's also one problem with Clockwork. Like that man buys an Aghanims and he's taking all your farm. Like by the time your illusions get there, the Rockets have already cleaned up the full wave. So they definitely struggled a little bit when it comes to that. But also, jokes aside, Clockwork buying that Aghanims meant that he doesn't have a saving item. So plenty times in a game such as this one, you would see 𝙈𝙀 completely going ham on the TB and there's just nothing to save him, nothing to reposition him.
So I mean, we saw it.
Yeah, so you say no saving item. He had quite the opposite. He had a Force Staff at one point, which was useful in 9 out of 10 situations, but there was one moment where the Terrorblade was on the receiving end of Saksa's Force Staff and we just went deeper into the fight. And I'm sure Skitter had, we didn't get a true sight replay for that one. There may have been some strong words tossed between the 2 players there because that was not the Force Staff that Skitter needed.
Right into Resolution's loving hammer hand.
There we go. Well, I have been enjoying the very illuminating thoughts from you guys, and so I would like to dull that by going to Sir Action Slacks in Singapore.
Hello, 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 Arena. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here in the crowd. How are we doing, crowd? Hell yeah. You know what I've always wondered? This is a real thing that I really do wonder. What would happen if somebody won the Aegis that was just a fan? We're gonna have a contest. I have some very rare giveaways here. I want you to do an acceptance speech between you and your friends, okay? We're gonna pass along. The crowd will react to who wins. Please, pretend, sir, you just won the Aegis. Do your speech.
I just wanted to say, it's been a long journey, and I want to thank my parents and friends from Herald to where I am now. It's been a long journey for many years, and now I am here.
And you won.
And thank you to my fans.
Okay, pretty good crowd. All right, give it a shot.
All I gotta say is, the competition sucked. I deserved it.
Oh my.
What else is there to say?
Damn, that was like a puppy interview. That was hype. All right, sir.
I've got to give it to you guys. The crowd, the Singaporean crowd, incredible today. All for you guys, all for you guys. Thank you, thank you.
One more? Okay, make it fast.
We won because of Singapore, baby. Let's go.
Okay, crowd, I need your help. Contestant 1, please. Applause if you want it. Contestant 2.
Yay!
Contestant 3. And 4. All right, it looks like we have a clear winner here. Is your beautiful little prize. I don't know what this is. I'll give this to you. I don't care who gets this one. I only brought 3. For every winner, there must be a few losers. So sorry, guys. Thank you for watching. And please send us back to the panel. Can you throw to Tsunami for me? Just say back to you, Tsunami, as hype as you can.
Back to you, Tsunami.
Okay, that's too hype. I don't like that. You're doing it too much better than me. Thank you so much.
Yo, thank you very much, random Singaporean fan. Thank you very much for sending it back over here. The duality of Dota players. I 100% contestant 2. Carry player. You could tell it. You could, from that intonation, he is no stranger to saying that he single-handedly carried his way to the Aegis.
He was the coach.
He was the coach.
He wasn't even in the game, yeah.
Yeah, I've also had people take credit for victories that are not deserved, but I am happy that the crowd has been getting into it because, yeah, we've been now embracing the Singapore indoor stadium. It has been living up to the hype 100%. I'm glad that everyone's getting into it. And now they have a 3rd game to look forward to, Sheep. I am thinking that we are setting the bar extremely high for this TI because the Liquid series versus Aster, amazing. And now, Tundra versus Secret, a game 3.
Oh boy, we talked about the adaptation, right? And by God, Secret did. They really adapted. I think their draft was just stronger and better, and they executed it nicely. And I want to see them carry that through to this game 3. And for Tundra, I don't know. Skitter is an amazing carry. No faults with him. You keep doing you, baby.
Sure.
But the rest of the team really need to kind of sort out what they're doing. Maybe they could apply more pressure to Rezo. He is just like reliably carrying these games like with no problems, right? You feel it, right?
Of course, and they even did it early on, like they were setting up these traps for Rezo because they know you're playing into a Dawnbreaker. One side of the map, you have the whole team. On the other side, there will be Rezo just farming away. They caught him a couple of times, 2 times to be precise. Later on, you just can't do anything about him. He gets that BKB and he's a menace.
Yeah, I think, Tundra, they were on like a 12-game win streak up until this point. Secret, they finally just beat them. And Tundra, they're just a hyper-defensive team. They wait until their timings, and then they look to punish. Secret, they found a way to punish that timing where Tundra felt most confident. So I think, they're coming into this game 3. We heard it in the interviews. Both teams think they're evenly matched. 2033, they clearly are. Like, it's hard to really pit one to either. I think draft-wise, it's fine. Just in the game, there's these small plays, like, did they get the 4 stuff off? Did they position correctly? Did they have the vision? So, yeah, it's an incredible 3rd game coming up.
Yeah. We've been very wholesome throughout the whole tournament, but in the pre-game interviews, I heard cheating drafts, I heard nerds, I heard a lot of bad stuff, but I'm expecting a really good game.
Oh, I thought you were about to like dunk
subvert expectations.
I'm expecting BM pauses. I want some all chat. I want mantles of intelligence in the base. Give it to me.
And on the TI main, I mean, we saw 𝙎𝘖𝘋 standing up. He's getting into the spirit of the competition.
We need some, like, do you know, like the true sight segments during the game? We need that, but like when he's standing up. So when he sits back down, like Puppy's like, sit down. Get back into your
Job's not done yet.
It's not over.
We have
Get
not
down.
won yet.
Take a deep breath.
Well, let's see these 2 teams take their spots back onto the pods as we get into this game number 3. Tensions are high, but thankfully it's not elimination. Team that loses here goes on to face against Team Liquid tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
Don't forget they can hear you right now, Tsunami, so please, you have a couple choice words to say. Who would you like to influence?
No, it's all you, T.
Tundra, I love you! Whoa, Secret, you're so cool!
I predicted you in the bracket Secret to win this thing, so please give me my battle pass points. Thank you.
Well, did you predict them all the way back from LCQT?
Yeah,
Oh, you did?
I made 0 predictions in the entire battle pass thing, but I made 1 to win TI with Secret.
What thing?
The battle pass predictions. The battle pass? Battle pass. You've triggered me now.
You were rooting for them because Secret have had a hell of a journey to get to this point, and I want to hear it from them.
I mean, the best moment obviously was beating PSG LGD in the upper bracket and then beating Thunder in the upper bracket again to solidify top 3. Mattered a lot because now I'm exactly in the same spot as I was in last TI, so that's pretty good.
It meant so much to me because I always come to TI, I always go to the upper bracket, and then I always lose the first game in the upper bracket, and I start all over again from the lower bracket. But this time, we won the first game. I was like, oh my god, this is the first time ever I won my first game in the upper bracket. It meant so much to me.
It does definitely feel like we're sneaking in this time. And I mean, sneaky last chance qualifier. You know, you see Team Liquid there also at the same time.
I think they helped us a lot, but I would say as well that it was super hard to be in those qualifiers because it's a mini TI, like 100% mini TI. Like you gotta go through some tough games. I don't really know the future, but so far I feel like we're in a pretty good state to take the whole thing. I don't know like what's gonna happen. Maybe we're gonna choke. Maybe we're gonna play our best Dota ever. But I feel it. I feel it.
And he should feel confident feeling it because he's got 2 people right behind him and to the and Heen as a coach on Liquid looking to replicate these results. Going head-to-head against AUI 2000, coach of Tundra, and waiting in the lower bracket is Matumba Man on Liquid. but it's encouraging. And I mean, Rezo, anytime I hear from him, it's hard not to smile, Sheep. He's such a kind boy.
Dude, Rezo's so nice. I met him last TI, and I think he was like ready to retire. He was talking about moving on from
He was
Dota.
Russian talent at that TI.
Yeah, and he was like, I don't know, like I'm just not sure, and like I'm so glad that he found Secret and they're performing so well. Like he is definitely one of the kindest dudes I've met in Dota.
And he's one of those players that just kind of gets picked up by a team, right, and then destroys the TI. It's not the first time that it has happened.
Yeah, and the journey he's gone on, right? Like obviously throughout the year he's had to go do a lot of things, unfortunately, due to things happening. So the fact that he's been able to go through all of that, keep his mindset in a good spot, and then return to the main stage with Secret, go through the last chance qualifier, the group stage, this point here, yeah, it's incredible performance, and yeah, a lot of respect towards Resolution.
And the fact that he gets to do it with his boy 𝙎𝘖𝘖 as well, because for those of you who may not know the context, 𝙎𝘖𝘖 was picked up by Secret during the middle of DPC Tour 3. It was because 𝙎𝘖𝘖 wasn't able to play, and 𝙎𝘖𝘖 comes along, Rezo loses his theoretical lane partner, and then a few weeks later, there's a vacancy, and they get to reunite. And we thought that maybe it was a bit of a honeymoon period at first, maybe at the Riyadh Masters tournament, and then it just keeps going, and they keep doing well.
Just chemistry, isn't it? If you find the right players that want to play with each other, they get to these tournaments. Like, what was it? Blitz mentioned how it feels like 3 separate tournaments to get here. Like, you want to have players that actually want to play with each other, not these just world-star rosters that are forced together because, oh, we got the money to bring them into the squad. Like, these guys, they want to be together.
At that time, you're probably like, you're in Team Secret, 𝙎𝘖𝘖 comes in, suddenly Puppy starts speaking like Ukrainian, Russian, Estonian, whatever, 𝙎𝘖𝘖 as well, and suddenly you hear Rezo, and then again Rezo, and you find yourself with a new teammate.
Although even though you said that, T, I remember that whenever you were showing your graphic on which two of the most prominent players would make combinations, we see 𝙎𝘖𝘖 and Puppy. They're willing to rotate. Now let's see if we're going to follow these dynamics in game number 3. Take it away.
Tundra Esports versus Team Secret. Game 3.
Now, we've been talking for a little bit here backstage, and it seems like my analysts, they kind of felt like that draft 2 was good for Secret. I mean, why you backed them even after that game 1 loss. So it definitely felt like draft's so important. We're going into this game 3 draft. What do you want to see that's different?
I want to see, first of all, I want to see Secret.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Oh, very cute.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Mirana.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Face the light.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
𝙎𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
Earth Spirit.
Oh, very cute.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team.
Zeus.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Enigma.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team big.
Gyrocopter!
Oh, very cute.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining.
I love Dota so much.
Prepare for battle.
My keyboard is not working.
Well, this is a paradox.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Let us fight!
Have the Solar Guardian come out. Suddenly, Tundra are in a position where they need more heroes to go for those types of kills. And every time you force them to have to commit more and more numbers, those moves become a little bit harder, right? So Tundra has to just be that little bit faster and a little bit quicker, and 3 runes.
Nice kick away.
Tip.
That'll secure, yeah, a 3rd bounty rune. So does mean he doesn't have rolling boulder, which I don't know if that's important or not when it comes to this lane.
And they're also going to put the Earth Spirit down here again. So similar to last game, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 will take the safe lane with 𝙈𝙀𝘿, not doing that CM gyro lane, which I feel would just melt the Eidolons.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, flak is enough at the later levels, so maybe they're just fine doing this. They want to set up the stronger off lane. Maybe they're worried about playing double melee into this Chaos Knight lane. Maybe it's just Rezo, you're the carry, right? Like, let's secure Resolution Dawnbreaker this game because we saw what it did last time. I mean, Gyro, like we talked about, he doesn't have to be the true one in this game. Gyro can just play for some spells, running in, being annoying, shutting down the Enigma early, and catch up later. He doesn't have to have the greatest start of his life because, again, very strong scaling Tricore from Secret if this game goes late.
It's already doing so much, Puppey. Pushing back the Snake King Mirana, blocking the easy camp as well. The other side, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 actually gets a pretty nice W here, and being able to pull the hard camp off of Saksa. A little bit of block in here. Nisha doesn't really care too much. In fact, he slows him down. 9 in response, snowballs onto the range creeps. I don't know why, man, but little stuff like that always gets me. I love to see those cute little 1v1 matchups and how just the little plays and counter plays make the difference between 1 CS.
Zeus wasn't doing that a year ago.
That is true. Saksa gonna be run down here. Is this gonna be our first blood? Looking like it. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝑼 will claim that one. Wait for Crystallis. First blood for Team Secret already, especially with the 3 bounty runes. They're up by a K.
Yeah, that is a very fast start for them, and very nice for a hero like Earth Spirit. Like, we were discussing these melee fours for 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝑼 in a lot of the games because this is just what he's playing. Nyx, Tusk, Earth Spirit. I think Earth Spirit is his best hero. Like, his Nyx is crazy good. He had insane impulse late game, but this is, I think, is actually his best hero. And if this hero gets off to a good start, you just bypass a lot of his issues, right? You get to the faster level 6, you get to some early items. This hero doesn't need much. You get to an urn, you get to a BKB, you just become a beast. So getting the first blood gold here for him in a safe lane Earth Spirit scenario is the cherry on top here for Secret. They are leading the CS board in all 3 lanes. I mean, seriously, this Enigma is getting destroyed early on.
I mean, they took maybe a little bit of a risk. And as you said, they could have done Crystal Main Gyrocopter and just absolutely dumped on 33's game. But instead, they tried to make both the side lanes, or tried to win both the side lanes by putting the Crystal Maiden down there. And it's worked.
Yeah, they're just winning them both. This is a very fast start for Secret.
Meanwhile, I feel like Nisha gotten every single CS in this lane, 19-5. He's having a hell of a spree right now, but he is getting dangerously low all the time from 9's spam out of shards and such.
You got a Thunder, don't miss.
Why not? Not even a high ground miss. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝑼 getting blocked in. He's not going to be able to roll out of that one. Crystallis will in turn pick up a decent number of those Eidolons. And actually, whoa, I didn't see that. Neutral creep got him. Oh no.
Oh, yeah, that's a decent trip to base then.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you essentially traded your life, didn't give any gold over to Tundra, and you got Eidolon kills out of it.
Those Eidolons are super nice for 𝙎𝙗𝘶. He also gets some solo XP. Free trip for the Earth Spirit who finished boots off the first blood gold. This little sequence is going Secret's way. I will say, nice double deny for 33. He was like denying one Eidolon with his hero and another with other Eidolons.
Yeah, I did see that.
That was cool. Of those out. Like, very small things this team does extremely well. Trying to keep the advantage.
33, easily one of the best micro players in this TI. And he's put into good work here once again. This time around, no neutral creep to deny them that last hit on 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝑼. They will get that kill. But again, Crystallis gets all the Eidolons. So the trade-off is not really that clear.
Pretty weird. I mean, honestly, if I was this Earth Spirit, I don't think I'd be too sad. Because it costs Tundra their combo in terms of resource, right? And it pushes the lane in because you get the flak, it shoves out, you kill the Eidolons. 𝙎𝙗𝘶 will get to do this pull. He's not the one dying. He gets a bunch of solo XP. I think it's what Tundra need to do in terms of coming back to this Enigma, pushing his net worth up, getting the XP for Tiny.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not some, like, end-all be-all. And I mean, that's also the deadly combination of this Tiny Enigma. You just step up too far, you get all in.
Firm denial.
𝙎𝙗𝘶 will have to walk all the way down here.
When was the last time we saw Tundra lose lanes like this? I feel
this
like
is a rough start.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get much better than this in a TI upper bracket final. You know, these are two of the best teams in the world. Seeker pulling a decent lead out of these lanes, especially versus the CK.
Well, Chrysalis maybe overextended himself a little bit. 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝙄𝘼 stopped Soxa in what would have been an avalanche tossback under tower with Malefice still on him. Like, that could have been a kill on Chrysalis, but 𝙎𝘶𝘶 put a stop to it.
I mean, this CK is just getting beat up top. He's had to invest in extra regen. The extra CM nukes doing a decent damage in terms of the economy, and he's just gonna have to catch up this game. Like, this is 3 Seeker cores pulling decently ahead in this early game for only 5 minutes.
Skitter's not gonna be happy with that one.
And again, this is a double global lineup. So if you fall behind, Seeker pulls ahead with the levels.
Yeah.
Suddenly you have Thunder God's Wrath, you have Solar Guardian online, whereas you're trying to catch up with your own ults. And by the time you get there, it's harder to use those because they have the global response.
Yeah, like one roll in from 𝙎𝘶𝘶 could be a kill on any core if they're far enough ahead. This would be an all-important kill. They're going to have to snowball and DUMEL to keep up with Nisha as he tries to hop over the cliff. They do have the roll-in, though. They need a little bit more damage. Nisha delivers a bunch before he goes down. Maybe Secret can collect some kills in return. 9 is so low. Puppy's going to throw it out. Frostbite's going to be good. And Soxa left the DD for his mid laner and may regret that choice. Nope, they're not going to go for the dive.
Just thinking about it.
Roll in from behind, 𝙎𝘶𝘶 blind, trying to find Soxa, does get him now, slows him down with that double damage, puts it to work. The toss over is not good enough. Puppy will secure the last hit. 2,000 net worth lead now for Team Secret, 3-2.
Nice response from Secret to turn that mid fight around. I thought Nisha was just gone for sure, but they get the double kill out of it, they get the rune. Extra levels for these supports. Puppy's up to level 5. There's a lot of early damage going to come out from the CM Earthspear combo. Tusk is also not a hero who wants to be losing these river. Like, this is where his spells are pretty strong. He's pretty tanky. You can abuse the stat gain. This is a hard hero to man up on. I respect that go attempt. Like, these are the types of things Tundra, they need to start looking for in this game. Get the tiny Mirana going, finding these little kills and pickoffs. You have CK stun, you have Malefice. 3 stunning cores from Tundra here to set up some of these kills.
Yeah, and some of this may just come down to the fact that they lost the lanes, right? If this Chaos Knight, who's usually a hero that has so much sustain, you could chill out by yourself, but you could see the pressure continues. He's not able to stay alone in this lane, so Snaking kind of always has to be here, ready to go with the arrow. Thunder God's Wrath isn't enough, the Frostbite isn't in range, so he turns around and uses it on the Mirana instead. A Puppy will be able to walk it off, but the fact that Snaking can't rotate out of this lane, I think, is debilitating to all of that aggression that Tusk wants to be able to put down.
Yeah, normally they want to be able to leave Skeeter alone at this point, get that double support rotation cooking around their mid. 9 is the hero they often play through for that early tempo, so the side lane's going a little subpar does mean that the supports get clogged up in these random 2-on-2s. They don't necessarily want to be in for too long. 8-minute rune fight. Nisha was trying to jump forward. Thinking will go down to Rezo. These Tundra supports are having issues in this early game.
I'm not sure why the others
that silencer game where Puppy was super under leveled. It was like 13 minutes in, he was still level 5.
He's having no
Not
issues.
this game, man. He is way far ahead thanks to all of these kills. Level 3 Frostbite. Maybe not even need the token. Save that one for 𝙎𝘶𝘶.
Yeah, he'll take it anyway, you know?
Roll in, kick back, nice play. 9 out of spells, needs a little helping hand. Snaking the arrow slides right on by, but was enough. Dissuade Secret, pushing in some more. And they're actually going to use this to smoke. This is a cool play.
Yeah, they're going to try and activate this Tusk heading towards top. K is one of the easier carries to smoke to because you can just stun the guy and sets up for you easily. Rezo feels this one coming.
Out. Right time here, or is he going to get a little bit too greedy?
Feels it coming.
Sticking on the hard left-hand side of the lane.
He pinged right on top of him, man.
They got a ward. They're gonna come forward now, though. 9 immediately goes for the pick off onto the Crystal Maiden. They're gonna chain stun him, get that kill. Nice and easy. Now 9 needs to get out because, from the side, Nisha hopping on in. That is a trade-off that Secret is very happy with, I'm sure.
Beautiful read of that move from Secret, just saying that this tiny city mid, there's only one place Tusk is gonna go, right? Rezo reads the move, pings it out, says, hey, Puppy, you wanna tank that one for me?
He does.
Does his job. And I'll get Zeus a pretty nice kill. He's having a great game here early on. This is a pretty nasty Zeus game. You're counteracting the Mirana ulti with the vision. You're screwing with the multiple stun initiators from Tundra. You're forcing them to have to gap close you through all of this secret AoE. So the stronger the Zeus is, the faster he gets to that shard, the Kaya, all this extra damage.
There it is. The combination we talked about, the roll-in into the global possibilities for Secret.
That early level 6 from Rezo puts it to good use, get a core kill. Gyro, I mean, I was thinking this Gyro might have like a toughish lane maybe, and maybe he doesn't have to carry the game, and he's just leading the pack. Level 8.5.
Rushing an early Chrysalis.
Can never have too many carries.
That's true.
The prize is mine.
My C-pubs may beg to differ, but
never have too many carries, Cap.
6-3. Team Secret, well, he did have a 2,000 net worth lead, so it has gone down a little bit. So it seems like the state of the game has at least been okay for Tundra, even though we've seen them, you know, lose some kills and stuff like that. It seems like economy-wise, they've been doing all right for themselves. So I wonder how many stacks Chrysalis has available.
Well, Nisha's doing his best to steal him a bit.
There it is.
We got
6 of them backed up. Yeah, Soxa comes in, tries to grab what he can.
I don't think Secret want to give up this jungle too early here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You're always happy to farm it out, but if Tundra's going to give you these skirmishes, I feel like Secret is pretty strong in them just because of how many levels they have on these supports. Like, Uppy's not too afraid here. You also are losing in this tier 1 trade, so that was something from the other game. Secret defended their tier 1 for a long time against that 33 Brood Visage. This game, a little different. Just going to claim it here, push himself towards the Wraith Pact rush, which he will have.
Skeeter looks like he's going to call it quits on that safe lane for now, but 11.5 minutes in, safe lane tower still being up is great progress, and they will have that Wraith Pact coming in now for the Enigma, so who knows, they may even like make a rotation back at some point. Roll in on point, Science. He's going to be able to get some serious damage onto this Enigma, but they don't necessarily have any follow-up. Too many heroes here on the side of Tundra for showing up, with Moonlight Shadow being used as well.
Yeah, what indeed? Too many heroes there, not expecting them all. Solar Guardian was just coming off cooldown as well. You will pay the price.
Tower is under attack.
Their visions and
It's a little bit of information, though, out of Tundra for the rest of the team. Though they're not really able to take advantage of that. I mean, I guess in many ways, Dawnbreaker is just not a hero that could take that tower. And yeah, now 33's up here. So now if you want to take that safe lane tower, you have to fight into the Wraith Pact hero. That is pretty scary.
you have to take this soon if you're Secret. Like, you have to equalize the map, open up some more space for your Gyro to farm. Remember, Gyro is this like triangle rotation farm pattern hero. He really needs this tier 1 down to open up enemy jungle and make those rotations efficient. They will finally claim it. Very happy with that. Now it just comes down to these mid fights. How much does Tundra want to push this mid tower or smoke to the triangle? The answer is right now, Armlet CK.
Time is of the essence, it seems, for Tundra.
I do not want to give too much space to this Secret Tricore again.
The Enigma is going to push into mid lane while the rest of the team smokes out behind in the mid tier 1 tower. Great D-ward read, though, from Team Secret.
Incredibly valuable here. Gonna help protect the Zeus. They are just chipping this tower. Eidolon's doing a decent amount of work. Pretty hard to engage for Secret here. They don't want to walk up too much. There could be CK in the trees. You don't know where this Tuskar is. He was bottom. You don't get the tier 1, but about as close as you're gonna get.
Illusion! Yeah, certainly. Alright, so an early Chrysalis and a straight up BKB, so really delaying the Aghanim Scepter a lot for Chrysalis. Feeling like he's going to need that early team fight item.
I think this build is fine. Like, the Ags is a farm accelerator, but you got to remember what he's playing with, right? He's playing with 2 other cores that are going to take a lot.
Sure.
He's playing with a Crystal Maiden who can soak up some farm as well. Like,
so don't be greedy.
I mean, there's just a limit to how many creeps you can eat on the map.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think early BKB is strong in this game with that Chrysalis just going in, soaking up some spells, dealing some decent physical, making the fight happen for your other 2 cores. Because Zeus does not want to go in. And this Dawnbreaker doesn't really just want to run in first either, right? He wants to ult on top, either an Earth Spirit roll, Gyro going in. So if Gyro can frontline, it's nice. And on the flip side, this Tundra teamfight is a lot about using this Mirana ult to find the targets they want between Tiny and Tusk. Searching for it now.
Tried this before. They're going to have to lead off with the Avalanche. Tumbler Toy over the side to make sure they get the toss. And a very nice pickoff for Tundra. He kind of needed to, but Secret, they're going to chase after these guys. 9. He's got a haste rune, so he may not be able to outrun that rocket, but he can get some serious distance. They're going to try and chase. Oh, what an interception! What a play from Ron, and now in turn they're going to save each other with a Zoban side with a beautiful outlet. Hello, Black Hole. Goodbye, Secret.
Beautiful interception there to just turn the fight around.
Oh, and one more. Wrap it up. That'll be a team wipe for Tundra.
Whoever you want.
What?
Five-man wipe.
Setup.
That was just beautiful, baiting the overextension. That roll is just too deep, and of course, no Solar Guardian to come out of that fight. Like, that spell might have turned that fight around right there.
Yeah,
super clump, super slow, all in the Earth Spirit gunk, but your Dawnbreaker sitting in the fountain just don't have that big spell to sustain you through the damage. And, I mean, this chase, he has a haste rune. Nine just baiting it out the whole time. Not even sure he dies on this rolling. Like, but it's
Either way,
a nice heads-up play.
Does his best Secret Service impression there. Protects the president. 33 comes in with the cleanup.
Snake King's a sacrificial guy, you know?
Yeah,
he's happy to jump in there, take the bullet. As long as he gets the dub.
That means Tundra gotta be feeling really good about that momentum shift, especially after how hard that laning phase was for them. So the fact that they are now solidly back in control of this game, if they can get to a point where they've got the pipe completed on the Enigma, then we're full team fight ready to go. Wraith Pack pipe, just like the Broodmother.
And that Wraith Pack pipe is deadly this game, right? There's only the Dawn Starbreaker and the Gyro Flak to really clear into the physical area. Everything else is just AoE magic. Yep. So that EHP from Pipe Wraith Pack is going to be deadly in this mid game.
Now, what do you think of his pickup from Nisha? He's rushing the E-Blade. Do you think that is trying to protect people from Tusk Chaos Knight? Do you think it's trying to cut through this Wraith Pack pipe and just like really nail that single target damage? Mixture of both, maybe?
Definitely a bit of both, right? Like if he gets gap close, he can E-Blade the Tusk, who's not going to go BKB first. He's going the Deso build. So if you E-Blade him, leap away, bolt him back, Nine just gets debilitated in that type of engagement. At the same time, you can E-Blade yourself before one of those jumps. It's very nice. There's also a lot of chain stun potential for Tundra. Like you get Malefice, you get Avalanche, there's an arrow coming through. If they commit on a chain stun target off the arrow and you E-Blade that guy and it saved him from a lot of that physical burst, you can turn the fight around. Puppy flirting with danger.
Yeah, it really was.
I don't think Skeeter thought it was just him. And it was.
It really was. The rest of the Secret, they were pretty distance away, snaking. They're going to try and pop him here. They're going to throw the Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of this to ensure they fast kill, but they're on the wrong side of this cliff. Nisha's going to try and use it to his advantage, though. They do have the shard out. There's no black hole to fear, so they can just kind of run headlong into Tundra, perhaps. A freezing field. Keep it going. Just managed to get that one kill. Resolution trying to finish it off, but Dawnbreaker Hammer can't go to 3. Now Chaos Knight. Skeeter trying to get the armlet toggling, but Nisha delivers the damage. Not quite enough. The toggles keep going. Frostbite going out. Now Crystal's is low. Black cannon shots, one after the other, but Skeeter stays alive through it all. He toggles through everything.
Nisha got stuck on that high ground cliff too, trying to position to just stay out of range, but it's not enough to finish off that CK. Skier lives through it all. We saw the type of fight Seeker wanted to take, taking the Wraith Pack down early. These Tundra heroes are tanky, man. Like the damage is done, right? You have 2,000 HP to cut through on this Tusk, 2,000 on this CK. A nice way to start out killing the support for free. Then you're like stuck in this clump engagement. You're getting multi-avalanched. That shard ended up slowing down the gyro as well. Just can't commit it instantly. Turns into a very awkward engagement. You also have to think about these midnight pulses just getting thrown down and burning you for the whole time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This kiting, I mean Skeeter, it draws him in so deep with this armlet toggling that now Chrysalis is heavily overextended. His lifesteal is not enough sustain to deal with all this bits of damage being thrown at him. And
Tundra,
now,
they want those long fights.
Yes.
If they get multiple Tuskar spells off, perfect scenario for them.
Trying to hammer away, but here comes the snowball. Nine knocks him out. It looks for a little bit more too. The shard locking in Puppy. May have gotten the D-ward, but he won't make it out alive. Nisha barely able to jump away before the Tiny could grab him. Toss him to his allies. 5,000 net worth lead for Tundra. They continue to grow and continue to take more and more of the map away from Secret.
The Tundra like 5-man skirmish that he uses Tiny and Mirana combo so well for him. Like, no cooldowns they really have to wait for. They don't really care about Black Hole this game. They're ready to fight off the stuns, get their carry involved. Skeeter having a way more impactful game this time around. Level 13 top in the charts. He's just been involved in everything. And between him and this Tuskar tag team, there's not enough armor or survivability to deal with the physical burst right now. Pushing Secret to the back foot. It's going to give a lot of space to this Tundra lineup to soak up the map. And if there's one thing we've seen this series, it is these two supports between Soxa and Snake King. And they find farm and they find it very fast.
Yes, yes, they do.
I don't even know where they find this much farm, to be honest. And Soxa's pushing up close to Rezo, right? Very different from last game.
Yeah, certainly. Not the same kind of game where Rezo was just able to hang out in side lanes and farm non-stop and enjoy the occasional team fight. Tundra's actually putting an effort in shutting him down first. Smoking him at the start of any of these rotations.
That's the best way to do it. You take the Dawn or Zeus out, you remove a lot of that counter initiation.
Yeah.
You get a nice BKB timing here. That is one of the downsides of the Secret lineup, right? The pipe for Tundra is super powerful. The BKBs, next is powerful. Like, there is not a lot to interfere with those durations, and they can get a lot done because the physical burst is just so high.
Maybe catching Snake King here. We had that smoke. Don't need to use Thunder God's Wrath. They should hold on to it for now. It was a smoke rotation. They didn't find anything in the triangle like they wanted. They end up, well, they'll have to be content with a Priest of the Moon kill because that's all they got. Wow, ooh, BKB timing it, but they've hit the pipe. That already feels bad enough for Secret. You hit this BKB timing on Skeeter, I don't know what Secret does.
It's gonna be rough. I mean, at that point, these Wraith Pack lineups can always just go into the pit and force the Roche.
Yeah.
Right, you have Deso on Tusk with tag team as well. Even has Brigand's Blade on top.
Feels like it's going to be a long time before the Gyrocopter's damage becomes relevant enough to carry through against BKB Wraith Pack fight.
That's just not doing enough right now.
No.
Too much magic AoE, not enough cleave. Clear through this. And again, Tundra just spamming out the map, right? Their supports are so obnoxious at just running down these side lanes, forcing you to react. We see the Eidolon's top, making people show, making you split up while they get slightly more out of the map every minute that ticks by. Crazy efficient of getting farm on everybody, and they make it pay off too. Their itemizations are very good. Again, Force Staff already out for snaking here. Another one being built by Soxa, so double Force Staff once again. That is their MO. It's going to bail out the cores even more.
They're ready to go.
They are always ready.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spin across. Trying to tackle that area of the map that Radiant uses to farm up so much. That Radiant Triangle where we typically have a Gyrocopter who's going to be farming of Ancients. They couldn't actually catch anybody there, but it did clear out enough space where they feel comfortable going back to do Roshan, right? Because Secret is just, I mean, if they're not going to challenge them immediately, Roshan just dies too damn quickly. So an Aegis pickup for Skeeter. Accidental BKB pop, I believe.
He doesn't need it, you know, sending a message here. So yeah, Roshan cannot dodge the smoke gank. That's that Wraith Pack force fight that Secret just can't take right now. They just need more farm. They need it on the Stormbreaker, and he's just not getting the space, man.
He really is not. 9 might just be able to 1v1 him here. Rezo not gonna be able to TP out in time. Soxa is there for the cleanup.
And this Tusk has just been incredibly annoying for the Stormbreaker this game. The amount of interrupts he has, the physical burst versus a hero that does not build armor for a long time.
And he has racked up some serious Deso charges too. He's at 12 already.
Try and find this tiny nice
instant kickback. A lot of magic damage. There's that E-Blade being put to use. If they can catch somebody out of the way of the Enigma, no Wraith Pack, no pipe, they do get bursted very quickly.
Very true. It's like the Veil from last game. You have this much magic damage. It makes all of your stuns count for just that much more. It'll push Gyro almost to the top of the charts here, so Crystallis is still going for that Ags. He's just going to try and scale it up in a late game Gyro with Ags Satanic. One way to try and deal with the burst blink without a save behind you. There's one save in this game, you know, it is a very long way away, but Earth Spirit Ags.
That's true.
Enchant Remnant. You turn someone to stone, kick them away. Might be something to play for super far down the line, but of course, Tundra's going to have a field day before them.
Certainly. Especially with Given the fact you said, you know, they have 3 cores that all want to farm up on the side of Secret. They've only got a quarter of the map that they own, so really nothing is left for 𝙎𝘖𝘋 to complete his BKB, let alone that Aghanim Scepter. So it's going to have to be through fighting. And a fight is immediately going to be forced onto 𝙈𝑎𝑙𝑖s.
BKB forced.
Has to use the BKB. He cannot get caught into a team fight against a Chaos Knight with his Aegis and a BKB.
Definitely not. The Mage Slayer on top of the CK going to give him the extra resistant tankiness in these engagements. Not to mention if he ever lands hit on Zeus, just reduce the damage.
Look at this. Tundra's saying, okay, that side of the map, they can't play. Let's go to the other side of the map immediately.
Moonlight Shadow in 1 as well. Found the
Smoke is to
gyro.
break. They did find the gyrocopter, an opportunity to be able to burst him out almost instantly. There he goes. The response from Secret, they tried to do some damage to the Tiny, only got him to half health. They fully give up now, leaving Puppey behind. Everybody else is going to be able to get out. Yep, we're good.
These AoE spells just do nothing into the auras, man.
Yeah, seriously.
You have to keep your cores alive here. Tundra are just getting more and more net worth lead up to 10k here, using this Aegis to perfection, closing out the map. Suddenly Secret's stuck in a corner again. I feel like that's been the story this whole series.
Yeah, kind of. At that game 2, we heard our analysts come in talk about how they felt like it was just one team fight away from Team Secret being able to crack open the game, and they eventually did do that. I'm not convinced that there's that same kind of win condition here in this 3rd game.
That game had Rezo at top of the charts with like 9-1. This game, he has just been destroyed by this Tuskar and Enigma on the map. Doesn't have the same physical impact in last game, and now you're getting tossed back on.
Oh, they can't afford to lose 9. Nisha, he's going to be pulled over to the side, tries to get a hop away, but no chance. 33 tries to throw out the black hole, doesn't actually catch what he wanted out of that, but still great fight for Tundra. Let's hit high ground.
The snowball getting him larger every minute here. The aura's just nothing to fight through it here for Secret. Turning into a death ball of a game.
It certainly is. And Tundra, they're going to force it. Like game 1, they chilled out. They took so much. They just built up this net worth bigger and bigger and bigger. It looks like here in this situation, 26 minutes in, they're going to claim a full lane of barracks. Team Secret, without Nisha, without a buyback there, there's no way they can hold high ground. That is their big high ground hero. Game 1, they had the Magnus. This game, they've got Zeus. That's the best they have to offer.
I don't even think he can really walk up. Is he even doing anything to them at this point? Way too much tankability on this Tundra side.
The glyph is down. The tier 3 is almost falling. His Tundra's going to force this for 2.
Why that?
They put themselves in the front lines. They immediately do get the kickback onto the Enigma. It's not who they really want to go for, though. They've lost their 2 supports for it. They're going to buy back. But are they going to get anything for this? Even with the extra lives, Puppey TP's in. Instant dieback. Rezo turns around, uses the magic meter to get rid of Malphus, but he's just dragged back in by Skeeter. Run down through the side. Side's trying to get the opening. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, it's going to land and do a lot here with an AoE stun. But all these heroes on a bit of HP. They do not have enough to be able to cut them down. They need more damage. Crystal is trying to deliver. They finally do get it. They break down the Chaos Knight, run over the Enigma. Trying to chase for more. Snake King gets out, completes his TP. Tundra, they just did a serious economic blow, and maybe a very real blow as 9 takes down Resolution. After that fight, Nisha, you cannot let him get away with this one. He's going to eat blade, but he already used the lightning bolt. He's going to TP out. Oh no, Secrets.
9 playing with his food in this game, man. Putting the BKB to great use here. This Tuskar just going in and out of the fight is just way too annoying for Secret. They don't have the hard stuns to lock these heroes down. Double Force Staff as well. And like we see, the damage just takes so long to bring any of these heroes down.
Yep.
I mean, it's a triple buyback from Secret in their base defense. Black hole for this engagement. The Enigma's just a damage sink. But he sinks a lot of it.
And it's only because of this buyback here. Just a beautiful ult from Resolution that ultimately sets them up to be able to clean up the fight and just not lose the game outright. Also, Skeeter losing the Aegis midway through that one. He's just been caught though. Nisha E-Blade. Oh, he doesn't have a hop, but he does have a Blink Dagger. He blinks away.
That was as close as you can get. Still blink on CK1.
That was Game Ender right there, and they might still get it, and they do. One more buyback left for Secrets. And again, is it even enough? Can the Zeus even push them away from this lane? I don't think so.
Tundra had enough of the long games in the first 2. Decided to kick it up a notch.
Nice blink backwards. It rolls right into the middle of Tundra. A trap beautifully set and sprung by Skeeter. there. Stops the initiation entirely. There is still a tier 2 up at the top lane, so Tundra cannot take Mega straight up. But they're only a few minutes away and a couple of movements out from being able to get that potential last team fight forced upon Team Secret.
I don't see a way to fight this 5-man. I just don't see it. Where's the damage coming from? Even if you land everything on everybody, it's just not there. Heroes are too tanky. Triple BKB is now online, so now you have to worry about BKB Black Hole on top of everything else. Tundra just closed this map out so fast. The Death Ball came online, you lose one fight, suddenly you're in a position where you lose Aegis, that converts into a Rax mid. They never looked back. Secret looking perhaps the last team fight of this series.
What do they need?
They need a Divine Rapier, and Crystals has a queued, but he is a long way off.
Okay, what do they need to win this fight in order to get to that Divine Rapier?
They need a Divine Rapier.
Well, maybe Tundra will buy one for him. Oh, look at that. Triple Bounty Rune just casually sitting back on the dire side of the map, so.
Invisibility.
You know, Tundra, chill out. Take your time. Wait for Roshan. There is very little rush here.
The prize is mine.
They're just farming it up. Both their supports ahead of the enemy 3. This insane amount of utility coming out. You have full Lotus on this Mirana, Drum on top of it. Sox has got 4-staff Yules. I mean, these supports are incredibly hard to kill. You have to commit a large amount on them in the first place, which you don't want to because they're not even the big damage dealers.
Yep.
Near impossible situation for Secret to play out of here. I think really this is Divine. You just have to find a way to get to it and hope the flax are enough. Because I don't think any other item is going to cut through this damage in a base defensive.
Well, what if Tundra goes high ground before that? Because that's looking like a very real possibility. I mean, you should, like, tradition says you should probably wait for Roshan. But God, what if they did? What if they did go for that high ground? Could they just end the game right there? Could they just potentially seal their grand finals appearance? You gotta wait though. Wait for the Roshan. Puppy
Doxa knows he's here.
Doxa knew, but he's gonna find him. You're not getting away from this one, Puppy. All that farm. Some of it's gonna get taken away by 9.
Stalls out the game a little bit.
True.
I think Soxa was just predicting that this is where Gyro's going to go. Like, where else is he going to go to farm? I mean,
and then he found a Crystal Maiden farming the Ancients.
Take that too, but that was a beautiful read. The way these guys are reading the map and the movements. Absolute perfection here.
It really does feel like they've cut it down to the science. It's process of elimination. They just can't farm these areas of the map. Go to the few parts that they can. And just look at what Crystallis has to do in this. He's been hugging the side lane of the trees. He pops out, tries to get a little bit of farm in this bottom lane where he can. He could buy the Relic, but the Divine, a full-out Divine, is so far away.
Relic ain't doing it.
They need something much bigger, much grander to be able to cut through Tundra. Smoked up around the Roshan spawning here. Look for an opening, see if they can find anybody. Nobody's showing. Okay, let's check that Roshan pit. Oh, hey, look at that. The big guys spawn. We could take Aegis and Shard.
They get to choose who gets to take that victory Shard.
Yeah, between Skeeter and 9. Potential 2 Royal Roaders. They're both looking. First time TI appearance. Get to that grand finals.
Even the Nullifier done for this Tuskar, so any sort of save mechanic that would have come out is no longer there, which Secret aren't even getting there. It's pretty much just the E-Blade. Kind of just itemizing ahead at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it is all on this Gyro Reaper, which, like you said, I don't know if we're getting there. Tundra can just walk down top, cement the death ball.
And even if he does get it, he's got no sustain whatsoever. He doesn't have lifesteal.
Yeah,
so
it's no guarantee
he might just get one shot. By 9 might just show up, punch him in the face. Last jaw gets knocked out. And there goes the Divine Rapier.
That is Dota. Sometimes punching someone in the face is stronger than Divinity.
13-31, 33 minutes in. Feels like this game 3 has just been a slow, constant progression of Tundra building up that snowball. Both realistically, Team Secret are left in just one crazy good hold. And if they do manage to succeed, they could get themselves back into the game. We could have this windfall of net worth going their way. But as it stands, there it is right there.
Well, Gabe has decided
No shot.
Honestly, from a theoretical perspective, I think it might be true. But of course,
everything
Dota
breaks down on the TI main stage,
yes,
right?
Dota is not played in the theoretical realm. It is played in the Coliseum. Mistakes can be made, so there is still a glimmer of hope here. However, faint Ags on Nisha give them some extra damage and stun here.
Okay.
Of course, we are still a little bit off that Divine.
And even when he has the gold for it, how do they get out there to buy it?
That is a bigger problem.
Yeah, because you can't just rely on the courier.
I mean,
that might get
courier
sniped.
is already in the tree, so he's prepping for it.
That is so scary.
That is a risky courier to run, man.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you might not even get there. Tundra's just in your base.
Tundra, they're setting up. They got the initiation. They're going to bring down the Dawnbreaker first. The air comes out. He's dead. No buyback there. Zion's trying to disrupt whatever he can. The snowball on back in is going to be able to finish up Zion. The puppy falls as well. 3 dead, no buyback. Tundra maybe don't even need the Megas. Maybe they just deliver the final blow to Team Secret, knocking them down to lower bracket.
You'll have to fly it through here on the side. The
Got
last
it
hope.
now. Is he going to be able to sneak it through? Will anybody notice his courier? It's going to slip on by for now. But Megas is going to be claimed. Team Secret. Oh no, he's been grabbed. BKB does go off. Divine Rapier starts going to work, but you can see they're actually decently tanky. Chrysalis has got to get back to it, but he's just going to get blacked out immediately. Divine Rapier picked up. Divine Rapier dropped. And that is it. Tundra are going to the grand finals.
In an absolute dominating fashion for this game 3. Those first 2 games, pretty rough and tumble, but this just cemented their dominance in this tournament. They are definitely the favorites going into that grand finals. Just no one can break the way these guys play the map, out-farm you, out-efficiency you. They find the picks, your lanes collapse.
Divine Rapier dropped, and that is it. Tundra are going to the grand finals.
In an absolute dominating fashion for this game 3. Those first 2 games, pretty rough and tumble, but this just cemented their dominance in this tournament. They are definitely the favorites going into that grand finals. Just no one can break the way these guys play the map, out-farm you, out-efficiency you. They find the picks, your lanes collapse, your jungle disappears. It is clinical, man. There are just no mistakes that come out on this side when they're functioning on all cylinders. Games look like this.